league to fight. Is a world that's mine. Need a place to hide. Will you free my mind? Follow the light of a world that's blind. In your eyes I see there's a place for me.
In South Africa and more broadly sub-Saharan Africa is growing. Whatever your interest in the game, there are communities you can be a part of. From casual players just looking for a way to play the game and hang out, to those with an eye to becoming professional Rocket League players, there are people you can connect with and get the most out of your experience. Schools Rocket League is exploding with more and more teams signing up for competitive leagues. To explore these communities and connect with them, visit acgl.gg/RLCS.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to RLCS, the Rocket League Championship Series. This is the Sub-Saharan African Open Division, where we are finding out who is going to be booking their spot, potentially, at the Paris Major. I'm Sam, I'm going to be your host today, and I'm joined by a fantastic panel that is going to help me try and break down all of the action in, easy bite-sized chunks, because we are now coming to you live not only from Twitch and YouTube but also Super Sports. So my lovely panel that will be trying to make things as understandable as possible. How's everyone doing? We'll start with you, Altruism.
It's good to be on the panel again. And what's nice about this panel is I feel like it's one of the most settled ones we've had. The beginning of the season up until this point, there was so much up in the air, and now it starts to feel like we got some normalcy and predictability to the SSA region.
Glad you think so. Mark?
I mean, I'm just happy I'm back. It's been 2 months for me. I had a bit of a break. Last time around, I wasn't here. And all I'm saying is I'm back here, and Twins is making top eights again, right? So I'm giving myself credit for that.
So what we're saying is that you are not Twins. Gotcha. Pyro, how you doing?
Fair enough. No breaks over here. Been watching Five Fears steamroll the last open and then their way into another top 8. So I'm excited for more top of the line Rocket League and SSA.
Absolutely. Now, this is, of course, the playoffs bracket. We have made it far through the stages. Where it all began was in the GSL stage. So let's take a look at our first GSL bracket and see how we got to this point. And from my perspective, things seem to be pretty as they should be, Altruism. But, what say you?
This is exactly why I kind of led with that point, is we're seeing teams like the Bro Crocos that are tried and tested over and over again, coming through with really nice 3-0 victories. Deathcloud meant to be there at the end. The one that kind of sparked my interest here was E1, a team that we haven't seen before. But when you start to dig down into it, these players change teams so often that the names are still the same. It's just the tagline. So E1, if you guys are not sure, Galaxy, Twinzer, and Tweaks. And they managed to come through, even managing to take a game off Pioneers in the Swiss stage. So I'm excited to see them out of the rest of it. Unity, Deathcloud, Punishers, these are all the rest of the names. And Astronic looking back on form.
Yeah, Astronic certainly does look back on form, but I want to focus on Unity a little bit. They're our resident feel-good teams, right? It's the old guys, like the people that have been, the players that have been here from the very beginning, playing against in that lower quarterfinal against the Wave and having to reverse swept some very unknown players. 2 reunions players together playing together with a Czech from import from EU and having to actually put up a good fight against the young ones coming through. So, ultimately they fell to Deathknob. I feel like that's where Unity belongs, and that's a 9th to 12th, that sort of range. That's great stuff for Unity. And on the other end, yeah, E1 is through, and as you said, it's just a new banner for Twinzer and Tweaks.
And I do want to just pose one question, and you guys can fight it out for who wants to, answer it. But Punisher's there. It feels like they're in that kind of always the bridesmaid, never the bride situation. What is our feeling around Punishers, and do we see them kind of making a resurgence anytime soon?
I think they got what it takes. Absolutely. It's just that we have risen the skill floor so much in SSA that you can be capable of making a top 8. You're still going to find those difficult roadblocks. And that's what we're seeing here in GSL Stage B as well. I wanted to call out a team like Synthesis. Last event, they went through in perfect fashion, sweep after sweep, right through to the top 6. Mind you, not even top 8. This time, they suffer against rounds. And so they actually have to duke it out in the lower bracket, go all the way to game 5. It's just, again, the message that you may get through cleanly one event, but that doesn't mean it's going to be the same for the next.
But and that raises a really cool point, because we've got rounds back, Macht.
Yeah, Rounds is back and playing with Ranchiro, who's actually down in Joburg, I believe he is. He's one of the few that's not in Cape Town. But no, the Finn actually flying down, and for the first time, it actually yielded fruit this time around. Top 8 in the lower bracket against LFO, very strong side in their own regard. And I'm honestly looking forward to what they can bring. And I wanted to add something to that Punisher's point from earlier, because I remember the first open of this season, they were ready, right? They were going to top 8, and none of us saw it coming. And ever since then, we started to put respect on their name. We're like, okay, yeah, they can make top 8s, and they're good enough to make top 8s, and they've not repeated it since.
Yep. Well, let's see how that pans itself out now, because now we're going to go ahead and take a look at our standings. I mentioned about qualifying for Paris, but it's not just Paris on the line, is it, Altruism?
No, the Worlds is the big target at the end of this. This is we're halfway through. For you guys who haven't watched Rlcs for a while, we're halfway through the second half, the second split, right? And at the end of each of the splits, we get a major. So we've got the standard major at the end, but the big tournaments, the Worlds stage, there's only one ticket up for that. And 5 Fears, there was the argument about 5 Fears versus Pioneers at the beginning of the season, and then Pioneers kind of came out of the gates nice and strong. But ever since Open number 1, they have just disappeared from the conversation. It's all eyes on 5 Years now, it has to be said.
Yeah, and I think that, so we were discussing the mathematics of it all, Macht, and, is there still a chance for Pioneers? And, some of us are making the argument that it's negligible, who cares? But you had, your German ways, you wanted to be specific. So, maybe you can expound on that for us a little bit.
like there's one thing being said about reality and one thing about mathematical possibility. And I mean, given what Ult just said, the last 3 regions on the trot, 5 years has sort of like left the fray. They are clearly, at the moment at least, a step ahead of the Pioneers. But mathematically speaking, if the Pioneers win the next 2 opens, this one and the one in 2 weeks, they go to Paris, and then they also qualify for Worlds. So it's not done yet. It's actually still mathematically really close. The one caveat for that is the Pioneers would actually have to start performing again, which, you know, given what happened last time around, could be a difficult prospect.
Yes, and you know
For
what?
those of
While
you guys
Bromeo is
who weren't
not
around.
here,
Yeah.
while Bromeo is not here, I can
4-0
go
win
ahead.
victory.
There
Go
you
for
go.
it. Sorry,
Yeah,
no.
it was quite a painful one to watch, not gonna lie. And we'll see if that does end up happening again. But, you know, I'm gonna take this opportunity to say the word decline one more time because I'm assuming that there's no one here who's gonna argue with me on that point this time. All right, let's head on over and take a look at our schedule for the day because, as always, we have 4 action-packed games coming at you for day 1. And I'm gonna take a moment here because I really feel like these first 2 games have the potential to absolutely deliver. And I'm really looking forward to seeing how they play out, Pyro.
Oh my goodness, yeah, both of them I cannot wait for. I feel like a hot take, though, is that my eyes are on Synthesis in particular. If you remember last event, they went 0-4 and 0-4 because they had to play against the 5 years and Pioneers,
Yeah, I was
right?
about to say, who were they playing?
Was the worst road possible for them. Some teams might like that because it's like, okay, I get a stab at the top teams. Maybe I can maim them. But now they get, like, you know, a more realistic chance to get this victory in the playoffs, and they have to take that opportunity for everything it's worth.
Absolutely. All right, now, chat. You guys know the drill. For those of you watching on Supersport, you can come and join in on the Twitch chat if you'd like. We're running a vote now. Let us know who you think is going to be walking away with the victory in our very first matchup of the day. As we said, it is sure to deliver. Team E1, a bit of a rebrand of some familiar faces coming up against rounds, looking for that second opportunity to make some magic happen. Let us know who you think is going to come away with the victory on that one. Now, let's deep dive into these teams a little bit here. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of time, so we're going to keep this relatively snappy. But Altruism, you were telling us a little bit about Team E1. Give us a little bit more on this one.
77 blocks, I believe, was the previous home for the Twinza Twister matchup, and that was a team that was renowned for their defensive capabilities. This is going to be the first real testing of them, and I think Rounds is a good benchmark. Rounds has been a kind of there and thereabouts team, and that can be said for a lot of, you know, your 6th to 16 positions kind of thing. And they're all set at, you know, this 0.5 goals per game. They're taking a decent number of shots, but the shooting accuracy is not quite there. On the other side, E1 is actually looking like the offensively slightly better team. And I mean, when you look at Galaxy being able to put 5 shots per game, that's 2 players worth there. That's what I'm excited to see. It's kind of like how the E1 chaotic unknown brand of attack comes against a team that we know has the mechanics to be able to stabilize a decent defense.
But they're going to be coming up against Rounds, who have been in this position before, Pyro. So what are we looking for here? And what kind of our, in terms of not just Rounds themselves, but the actual matchup, what are we thinking about how these teams are going to be performing?
Yeah, well, I want Rounds to act with no hesitation and full certainty. I even spoke to the player Renshiro, and I said, well, now that you're down in South Africa, there has to be that trust. And he's like, well, it's not only trust, it's actually our comms. You know, because we're on low ping, our communications between each other are as snappy as they can be. That means as a Rocket League player, you can coordinate those passes, those rebounds, those counterattacks. So when you see them in those full-fledged opportunities, you want to see that perfect synergy between them.
All right, well, this is the moment where I'm going to ask you guys to put it all on the line for me and tell me what your predictions are going to be. We've got a little bit of extra time on this one, so you can expound a little bit. So let's kick off with you. Who do you think's taking this one?
Man, I'm so sad that you started with me because I have probably the curse breaker right now, or the sweep breaker. I don't know. I kind of want to see what E1 does. I think that they're coming through with a really strong roster. I think that they struggled in the previous Open to really make a dent. They kind of got taken out in the Swiss stage. But on the other hand, they are still good players. We have seen them make top 8s, top 6s between their different members. And Rounds is still shaky in my opinions. They've looked better this time than ever. But I still think that if out of all the opportunities here today, E1's got a decent chance. I'm going to go 4-3 to E1.
Okay. Macht, what about you?
Right. So we've talked about Twinza being on that team, and there's no chance. Hell needs to freeze over before I go against my Twinsy poo. So of course I'm going for E1. But now, genuinely, I think the defense from Twinza is going to be the main thing that is going to be difficult for Rounds. These players, especially Onizuma and Marshy, fairly new to this highest level of SSA. So I think actually playing against good defense, that's going to be a big problem for them. I feel like E1 is going to irk it out because of that.
Okay, Pyro looked so done with you. What are we thinking right now?
I'm not going to accept Round slander here. They're not shaky. They have solidified in this split. They're making top 6. Give me Rounds 4-2.
All right, you know what? I absolutely agree with you. I think that it's going to be Rounds, and it's honestly purely on a vibe because as Twitch themselves have noted, it is so down the line, down the middle. It's so difficult to call who's going to come out on top of this one. But luckily, that's where the actual game comes into play. We don't have to sit here and guess and try to figure it out ourselves. The teams are going to put everything on the line for us. So game number 1 of Open 5. 2 relative rookies in the top 8, duking it out for that spot to go a little bit further along in the bracket. Casters, tell us a story.
Some of the best storylines in Rocket League start with something seemingly innocuous. In Open 3, lower bracket of top 16, Tweaks and Twinza on Deathbound reverse sweep this exact Rounds roster and then qualify for top 8. Rounds have not forgotten that day, and now here in Open 5, there is a chance for Rounds revenge as 2 combustible elements meet on the RLCS mainstream stage. I'm Rhino, joined by Ultraism for the first game of this weekend. Let's get things going.
Oh man, Rhino, you know me and my love for chemistry, and when we get some sort of energetic reactions out of us, out of the crowd, other casters, it makes the stage come alive with a bit of magic right now. But this could be a very interesting showdown between these two teams. Whenever you and I seem to meet on the first match of the day on a Saturday, things have a tendency to go the distance, and I, for one, am hoping for that as we go into this in a best of 7 series. Game number 1 for the championship weekend. This E1 taking on Rounds.
Yeah, and it's a bright start from both sides. Rounds with an early attack, and E1 coming back towards their goal now. Galaxy turning on this one, looking for another one of those 5 shots he gets per game. Bit of a team bump on the back lines from Rounds. They will be able to escape as now Twinza pops this one off the backboard, and there's a chance there. It goes by Galaxy. Another shot, a double! Ooh! The opener for match 1.
And that was control around the entirety of this field. Tweaks brought up 2 defenders with them and managing to leave that open. I think Galaxy could have afforded that shot number 1 to be in the top right-hand corner, but adding that extra layer just secures that. That adds up his stats. Most importantly, breaks it in the first basically 30-40 seconds of the game. E1's off to a great start, but immediately under pressure, and Galaxy can't save this one.
That's exactly what Rounds would have needed. They looked shaky, they looked nervous in those first 30 seconds. So to get that goal back almost immediately, Tweaks trying to fly across the goal to try and save from Renshiro. Can't get that done. Renshiro tells him to get on the weights. And already we have fireworks in our opener here in SSA.
The spirit of Pyro is speaking through me right now, telling you to not call Rounds shaky. Just shut up.
What?
But it's absolutely true. And the fact that they're able to equalize it out is, in the length of a series, we talk about game number 1 not always meaning that much, but it still feels good to be able to break that straight away and immediately put on a second attack right now. Linking up is E1 to break that pressure and turn it around, but Rounds and E1 both set their sights on their opponent's goals enough times to be worrisome.
Yeah, certainly high-scoring affair, I get the feeling, as move forward. Just a minute and 20 gone. This is a chance for Renshiro, knocking it down, hoping for a teammate, can't get there. No boost steal either, just a little bit early to the boost pad. Early challenge there from Rounds. Twinza tries to collect, but another early challenge from Rounds. They're really trying to marshal that midfield line, make it difficult for E1 to escape. They do a good job of it. Onizuma gets a shot, saved away by Twinza, will be one of the easier ones of the game. And now, Rounds running back towards their own half. Marzi puts it up on the left side. Onizuma looking for the backboard. Twinza makes no mistakes. Catches and sends long.
I still love this from Rounds. Their shots coming out from the midfield line, and they're on target, decently powered shots. That means your opponent is constantly having to worry about that backboard. And we've already seen Galaxy. He likes to be aggressive, likes to get involved in that action and pad those stats for him. But he needs to be careful about overextending and leaving his team deficit as they are right now. Tweaks manages to clear that off the back line. Still Rounds lingering around. A bit of a chance for E1, and they take a step forward, threatening a counter-attack. But Rounds not going too far and ready to carry on with their little tests, their little pokes and prods as they go into the center. That's Mars trying to find someone in Galaxy, and E1 already immediately break that.
You have to say there was a real opportunity there for E1 to counter-attack with a bit of fluidity and a bit of pace. They didn't actually do it. The communication wasn't really there from the players on E1 to make that play downfield, giving Rounds the opportunity to get back on a defensive shape. And they do a really good job of it. And now they're back in the ascendancy. Look at the resources. Chance for Onizuma. Backboard double, dunking down. Great save. And Browns are going to come again. They're going to try and get a second opportunity, but it'll be Galaxy to send it away. Rounds asking all of the questions, but at the moment, E1 have all the answers.
I mean, that shot, let's take a moment to appreciate that, but I cannot believe that it's on our save. They're going to have to try it one more time. This time, this follow-up jump is not quite there, and Galaxy already streaking down the length of the field, pops it up there. It's a decent attempt to deflect it, and actually, there's Mars up to it so quickly. Galaxy, or at least Tweaks, being resilient on the back line, gives some space, and Galaxy trying for something now, but there's a lot of flourish and not enough spice coming through there. Renshiro picks it up, but just putting that pressure on consistently and tracking it the whole way down the field, gets an extra goal on the counter.
This is where Renshiro brings that X factor. He had no resources when he first stole that ball in his own half, but he picks up minis on the way through. He gets that flick. He continues to maintain his speed across the field, and that makes it really difficult for E1. They might get the immediate response as now Twinza tries to put that middle, but actually he's just shaved it a little bit, and Marzi should be able to bring this one away. Doesn't get the better of Galaxy, but now it's on Azuma next up to bat. Gets the reset, goes over the top of one, won't get past the second, and the relative safety of the corner is found for E1, but for how long for? Marzi down the left side, again asking questions of E1, just making every single touch that they take that little bit more difficult, that little bit more worrisome. And now Marzi down the left again. Well, he just lets that one go, gets bumped off the play as well. 50 seconds for E1 to try and find a leveler. They might have a chance here. Backboard, middle, good save on Azuma.
Really cutting that out, even though it's a difficult angle. That follow-up shot, though, was devastating. Tweaks had some venom behind that one, just denied out. And I think E1's going to be frustrated. Not a lot of time left to continue this play. They've still got the possession, and Twins is doing a great job of tracking this down the field. Galaxy, he's actually got a lineup. He takes it soft. He tries to go underneath. Denied out on the baseline. Still E1 with a couple more opportunities.
Yeah, but they can't convert right now. Onizuma bringing this one downfield. Fakes out the first, goes low. Wants the 50, close. But no cigar. 12 seconds remain here in the first game of the day. A lovely play from Tweaks. Gets the pass. Backboard. Galaxy. He's already found one double today. That's not on target. Onizuma clears away. 2 seconds. Got to keep the ball in the air now. Ball into the middle towards the back post. Rounds do have the answer. Do get the ball on the ground. And Rounds take game number 1. They were probably the team that were the more efficient. That said, E1 came on strong at the end of the game.
Yeah. I mean, shots abounding for both sides. 7 versus 9 is nothing to scoff at, but it's that clinical efficiency that you talk about, that ability to finish the goal that you've worked so hard to construct and get that shooting accuracy up. A couple of really nice saves. I mean, 3 on the side of Rounds versus the 7 on the side of E1 kind of tells that story that you're talking about right now.
Yeah, it does a little bit. Look, we're looking at Rounds right now with the way that they played in that game 1 as probably going based on what Pyro said, finding that stability. This split, they certainly have been able to find a more consistent play style, and that's something that we always talk about. For those who don't know, I am presenting on the Rounds team stream throughout the SSA split 2, and that is exactly what we've seen, right? Renshiro is that target man. He's that X factor that we expect to see. But Onizuma and Marzi really lifting up that level to match him is really cool, and they take game 1 because of it.
I've been reading Twitch chat in the background, guys. Don't worry, I got my eyes on there. My favorite phrasing there for Enshiro is he is the next coming of Zen. And so we'll have to see whether he lives up to that. I mean, that's a high benchmark to be setting yourself for, but certainly doing well. And the other thing that you're talking about, the fact that Onizuma and Marzi are really backing up nicely, both these teams have to be lauded on their teamwork. I've seen a lot of nice movements, some great rotations. There's never been someone or a team caught out by a nice long challenge. It's been really nice constructed goals forced out by now, and this is a great pass towards the center there as round starts. Round number 2, off with a bang, and actually leave themselves now in a bit of a dire situation. Okay.
Yeah, and this is something that rounds have done a little bit more, is those double commits on defense. They're not quite there as far as the defending communication goes, and that is something that E1 will look to take advantage of. The difference is their offensive communication has been pretty lights out throughout this split. There's a chance for Galaxy when Shiro pushes it into the corner. Galaxy with another chance. There's a double demo on the backlines. Galaxy looking at his teammates going, what more do I need to do, guys, to get you to take a shot? But eventually Marzi brings it downfield. Backboard found.
Oh.
Actually, that's not a great clearance from Galaxy, but no one from Rounds is banking on that one going into the middle.
Yeah, that's not a pre-jumping when you're anything above a bronze lobby, so we're going to let that one slide around the outside. E1 managing to keep possession really nicely whenever they do come forward, but it's that last 10% now that they're looking for. Good progress coming out from Tweak says, got Galaxy in tow. Ozzy does too much work, even looking for the buff. That's great read by Twins to stabilize it out as third man, and still E1 maintains that possession.
Just look at that and you just go, Twins is so intelligent. The way that he knows that bump is coming. Tweaks! That's intelligent as well. Finds the top right corner. And what I'm talking about with the rounds miscommunications, they have so many resources to get up this ball. They stay flat. Onizuma makes a mistake on that sidewall. 1-0.
Yeah. That's that explosive power that E1... In fact, Rounds has been showing it themselves. Both teams look so good on the counter-attack, and I think that one just caught Rounds by surprise. 3 members there, none to challenge, and I don't think anyone expected that shot, to be fair. That was from an obscene angle coming through across the play, but this is what E1's putting on. Shot after shot right now. They're feeling buoyed up by that early goal, and looking for another one. Twins there, that one just out of reach past the outside line. Tweaks, at least, in there to try and help out as Galaxy rotating all the way back. Gonna be needed here. That one just wide and the save comes out.
It's a lovely transitional play from Rounds, but now they're looking to go back the other way. Our team E1 has a demo from Tweaks onto Renshiro, but Onizuma has control of the ball, moving down the left side, intercepted by Galaxy. Onizuma wanting the boost steal, not going to find it. That leaves him very, very lacking on resources. A bump on the aerial is enough. Actually, it's not. Tweaks continues to stick with the play. Galaxy off the middle, but cleared away to the corner, and now Renshiro with the ball will try to clear it into the middle. Tweaks not favorite to win that. Onizuma brings it down. Galaxy over the left-hand side. Just over half of this game played. Still 1-0 to E1.
E1 seems to have the better of the aerial game right now, Rano. It seems that when they go into the air, you know, being able to beat 2 people confidently and even challenge the third versus Rounds, they go up and they kind of invest 2 plays just to get it past the halfway line. And I mean, his individual dribbles was really nice. Tweaks was pushed up a little bit too far, and there cuts rotation to be able to make that save on the back line. But Galaxy, he was certainly that spearhead that we were looking for in this game thus far. He has to do his fair share of work on the baseline, though, and look at how crisscross this E1 defense becomes.
Yeah, and it's confusing Rounds right now. They thought they probably had a good opportunity to take a shot there. It didn't happen. That's a great 50 from Onizuma, but again, no one's there from Rounds in the second man position. And now that's Marzi going over to the left-hand side. Onizuma trying to take it through. Galaxy will intercept, take it past the second man as well. Really high pressure from Marzi as third, but he still wins the challenge, so nothing too wrong with that. 1 minute 20 for Rounds to try and bring this game back under their spell. They're going to really struggle to do so with E1's defense, which definitely was talked about on the desk, certainly by Macht, as being pretty good. It's standing this test.
And I mean, it's... Oh, look at the shots.
Oh, my goodness.
For the double. I mean, Queeksy nearly pulls it off as well. Tweaks, my apologies. Galaxy even just setting it up for more. This is just chipping away at the Rounds defense. Tweaks is up for one more. This time saved out by Marzi. And Twins puts it up for Galaxy. No one from Rounds is going to reach this. Marzi brings it down. Renshiro traps it on the baseline. Beats out Tweaks, who's already pre-jumped in for that. And Rounds onto the counter-attack. But man, that was a long period of pressure to have to withstand.
Yeah, it was, but now they've got 100 boost in the tank, and they've got 30 seconds to work with to try and bring this game back. That's a great pass on. Azuma's up, takes the shot off the crossbar. Tweaks with the save. Could have just won E1 game 2. Marzi challenging, but not really able to get much done on. Azuma wanted that to bounce more in field. Tweaks down the right-hand side, setting up a teammate. There's no one there. And Shiro to bring it long. How many more opportunities do the Finnish Orc have? Backboard, pass, not going to be there. But is there another follow-up? There is on Azuma. Backboard, back post, no! Saved away again by Galaxy.
And Renshiro was there to make the shot. Got to keep it up there. That's a great pop up there. It's going to be a double jump, and neither of them managed to make contact with it. E1 going to be leveling up our series. But Rhino, the number of shots from both sides, those were stuff that would have brought you through a GSL stage quite confidently, and we only end up with a single goal.
Yeah, and this is where this game is going to break down. You see that Rounds are still winning the shot battle. 9 shots is exactly the same shots as they had in game 1 to game 2. But the difference is in the save statistic, which we discussed at the end of game 1. E1's defense was lights out in this game. Rounds struggles to really find an opportunity, find a shot that really damaged the E1 defense, except for this one. Tweaks beautiful. Flying across his goal line, just about able to make contact. That's the difference between OT and a game win for E1.
Exactly, right? And I like what you said there. It seemed like a lot of what Rounds was struggling to do in the second half was just take a shot. They were being restricted back at their halfway line before the ball came anywhere close to the net. And that's a big thing, being able to trap it out in the corner. Even when we see a single player left from E1, they hold their nerve, whether it's Tweaks or Twins or anyone really. Galaxy is doing his work there. They hold their nerve. They play the soft little ball to the corner. They buy the extra 6 seconds. And then the rest of the team has got such nice communication and synergy to be able to cross paths and cut those rotations nicely that they're able to catch off those Rounds offense players before they even know what's happening.
Yeah. And that is something that Rounds are going to have an answer to going into game number 3. Best of 7, of course, here on this wonderful Saturday of RLCS action. You'll see 4 best of 7s in total across today. This is the first, and we've already brought that down to a best of 5 with both teams winning the first 2 games. Onizuma taking this one long, a bump downfield, chance for Onizuma, but can't win the 50 against Galaxy. Browns still have possession, but that's a questionable decision from Marzi. Going to set up E1. They won't take advantage.
It was a decent attempt, but certainly precarious moments there for a second. And Shira actually going to be doing more work. Gets beaten out by Twins by a grade 15. You know, Rhino, when you talk about those best of 7s and what's on offer today, the big part about this is the relegation. The fact that these two teams are fighting for their lives has really spurred them on. And I mean, they got a long road ahead of them regardless of who wins. Right now, it's all on the line. I think both these teams are desperate to make it to that championship Sunday in the top 6, but it's looking like E1 on a great attempt right now. They're pushing it wide time and time again, baiting out a couple of the Rounds defenders who are majority low on boost. Marzi only just picking up 1 for now, and they still have work to do in front of their own nets. Tweaks pre-jumps this and goes as high as possible, gets 2 50s in a row, and maintains that right in the presence of their opponent's net. The rest of E1, though, they decided to refuel, and they're going to be coming through for a second attempt, led by Galaxy of 1 boast.
Wow, Marzi will be able to bring this away, but that was a gilt edge opportunity for E1. Gonna now be converted into an opportunity for Rounds, you think. Galaxy, no, will just turn the tables, wins the 50. Renshiro back in time, and Marzi now looking to get the pass down the line just ahead of Onizuma. Waiting there is Renshiro, waiting at the front post is Tweaks. E1 still just about being able to get there, and that's a great shot on. Onizuma gets across the goal line to make the save, and a bit more boom ball starting in game number 3.
I'm okay with this, considering that Rounds have shown that their boom ball is pretty proficient at challenging their opponent's net. So maybe just forcing E1 to break their possession, break their long periods of pressure, and remember to take a step back every so often. Rounds now with a nice jump. Onizuma pushed it down there, not with a lot of control, unfortunately. So it beats Marzi. Instead, E1 taking that pressure for themselves, going to be putting on a decent attempt. Onizuma right up to the task, but Loose starts to strangulate here for E1. Okay.
And Marzi actually has a lot of space. Driving downfield will be demoed, and Twinza gets the save, but he's bumped away. Onizuma trying to get the angle. Galaxy reads that beautifully on his own backboard, and now Marzi comes in. It's just a mishmash of players in the midfield. Tweaks, collects, looks for the pass. Renshiro drops it down to the ground, takes the resource instead of the ball, which means Galaxy can come through, but he's now up the creek without a paddle. Off the backboard, Marzi not going to get there, and Twinza just pushes it away before anybody else can come through.
Either that was the highest foresight play I've ever seen, or Twins are adapting really nicely at that stage as it comes off the backboard. But Round still managing to hold possession for a long time. That's a great shot. Oh my goodness, Galaxy was beaten left flat-footed on the ground, and just the crossbar, the only thing that holds that thing out. And next shot even dunked down with a problem, with voracious intent. See, this is still Rounds harassing this back line time and time again. Twinza finds a little bit of a break. Marzi, in fact, controls two up onto the side, and Onizuma looking for the pass down. It was a little too far away there, but Round still E1 under defensive pressure for a long time.
Yeah, that's one of those where I understand that Onizuma doesn't have the boost really to go for the shot, but even if it's a tame one, I'd like to see it go on net, because there's only one player back for E1. That's going to displace that last defender, and then you try and build off the back of that displacement. Now you're fighting from your own half, immediately getting dunked by Twinza. Tweaks coming through, not able to get there, and now Marzi looks second best, still wins the 50 and cleared away by Onizuma, but it kind of goes back to what I was talking about just a moment ago. Now Twinza moving forwards. Galaxy trying to cause problems for the Rounds defense. Doing enough. Top right corner. Tweaks opens the scoring after 4 minutes and 10 seconds of play.
Look at this micro adjustment on the edge here. Whee! And he pushes it past the defender. That was the tiniest little angle between the near post and the defender. But that's where you want to be shooting if you're a striker. E1 picks up that goal through quite a tense effort by both sides, it has to be said. I mean, Rounds, they've had their opportunities, and they might be suffering a second one. Twinza decides to push it across there. Maybe Tweaks thought he was coming in a little bit more, but they still maintain possession. And now it seems dire for Rounds, considering they have not scored, not just in this game, but in the previous one as well.
Yeah, there's a statement of intent a little bit further downfield where Marzi gets a demo on the back marker. He is not happy with the E1 defense continuing to stop the attack of Rounds, and once again just able to make the adjustment. E1, everything that Rounds is doing is incredibly readable from the E1 side, and then you get counter-attacked, and it's E1 to take it 2-0. They're frustrating Rounds, they're making it difficult for them to attack and taking advantage of that frustration on the other team.
There are so many subtle touches coming out of E1 that must be infuriating. That's completely bamboozling this Round side right now, where it's just past the defender who's jumping for this, or someone hangs around, they're going to make it a third in the final 3 seconds. We talk about that statement of intent. This is more just a signed subpoena. You will come, I will show you how this is done. And for the Round squad, after game number 1 went so nicely in their fashion, even if it was just by a single goal, this now might lead to a timeout, rather.
See, I was about to bring up the that phrase as well. Yeah, it's always a question of how long it takes us to start talking about the legendary timeouts, and with the timeout buff especially being such a thing in Rocket League. But after that particular game, let's put it into a little bit of context here. For over 4 minutes, this game was 0-0, right? And if the game had stopped on 4 minutes, I think we would have agreed, joint, that Rounds would be likely to go on and win that OT with the way that they were playing, with the way that they were setting up their attacks. E1's defense looked great, but Rounds were asking the questions. As soon as that minute mark hit, it was almost like a switch flicked for E1. That top right corner find from Tweaks is incredible. And then a couple in the last 10 seconds. I think the scoreline makes it look worse than it actually was for Rounds, in my opinion.
Absolutely. There is something to be said, though, the fact that it was Rounds in the domination for most of that game and didn't find the back of the net. That's becoming a recurring theme for this team, and I'd like to see them, even if they don't take a timeout, and I don't believe that they are taking a timeout, that just needs to be the conversation, is what is missing? Are we not dedicating enough? I mean, we did see them just get punished with a counterattack right now, so dedicating too much is always going to be on their mind. But they need one more shot, or just some sort of slightly better timing, I feel.
I get the feeling that if they could, they would be demoing the woodwork.
Yeah.
The fourth man is really coming in clutch for E1 at times. And if that thing was combustible, they would absolutely be driving headlong into it to try and get rid of it from the field. It is so frustrating. Onizuma going to take this forwards, but there's always that back marker for E1. This time it's Galaxy moving downfield. Onizuma finds a nice pass. Marzi pops it high, going to maintain possession.
Whoa.
Twins have not found. There's surely a chance. How on earth did E1 rotate so well to keep that ball out of their net?
Oh no, okay, there are beautiful saves, there are lucky saves, there are close saves. That is the first absolutely infuriating save that I think I've ever had the pleasure to cast, because that's all it must be for rounds. They had the overlap, they had the possession, they had all the space and the power, and it was a great shot, and it's still kept out. So we'll see. E1, they hold steady for now. They pick up this possession, or at least going to try to now out of this back corner. Find it and link to Galaxy, who actually keeps it so high up here that Rounds having to do work on their own backboards, even just from a counter-attack. And still, Rounds flummoxed by everything that E1 is bringing. Can they get it past? No, Twins are just a little too obvious on the low fake.
Yeah, well done from Renshiro as well to keep his cool. It would be so easy to jump high there, to think that ball was going top shelf. Decides to maintain his positioning. Won't win that one. Galaxy sends it long. Popped high. Not really out from the Browns player there, as now it's Onizuma working down that right-hand side, wanting the pinch into the middle. No, cleared away by Galaxy. Collected again by Marzi, off the backboard. Opportunity and knocks again for Rounds. That time, he just missed the target, and on opportunities like that, that's always going to cause problems. That demo came out of nowhere from Onizuma, but it still won't go home for E1 either.
I mean, that was Rounds having to throw everyone backwards, and they were in a lot of fortune that they were actually all headed in that way with that demo. But again, a little bit more innovation being shown by E1 that's keeping them a little bit more on the aggressive and finding a little bit more success. It's a nice push towards the backboard. In fact, gonna go straight away and test the goal line. Marzi does well to keep that out, and Rounds not just standing strong right now, looking to take that possession away from E1. That's a great pass towards the center. Galaxy is there for the shots.
And these are this is the difference. These are the passes that Rounds have been trying to get at the other end, but have been continuously marked by E1. They're always that one-to-one man marking in defense, whereas Rounds don't have that same level. They've got two players on the goal line trying to make that save. All Galaxy has to do is make sure he puts that ball where they physically can't reach, and it's 1-0. That's exactly what happens. He has been a sharpshooter in this open. That continues. Marzi, right side, can't find the pass. That's going to make it easy for Twinza and Sweeks to bring it away. Galaxy down that left side. Onizuma gets the better of him, wanting the 50 as well, and actually that's well played by the youngster from Reunion. Opportunity forwards, off the left side for Onizuma. It's a good pass, backboard from Marzi, but once again, the fourth man comes in clutch for E1.
Oh my goodness, right now. Again, Rounds, they've got that construction. The blueprint is all there and perfectly legible, past all the safety checks. And yet they still got in that final 10 yards. It seems that E1 with these very weird, very difficult to read rotations and their incredibly high pace of play. You know, I kind of wish we had Bromeo here to see what the stats, the average speed is. That's the counterattack, though, that Rounds have been looking for. It's taken them 13 minutes, but they finally found the back of the nets and pick apart E1 as maybe that little crochet work of defense finally finds a hole.
When that pass goes across the field, I wouldn't be surprised if E1 thought the same thing I thought, which is, well, that's too powerful for anyone to get on target, surely. But Renshiro makes that play. He gets up well, makes the shot, and Rounds, for the first time in, I believe, maybe more than 10 minutes of gameplay, are on the board. They've managed to break down the wall. They are going to have to do it again before this game is out at least one more time. Onizuma just waiting on that one, needing help. Renshiro there to provide it. Minute and a half for one of these two teams to find a win in regulation. But I tell you something, the fact that we've not had an OT yet, based on how these games have gone, is criminal. We might not get one now. Oh my goodness, good save on the line from Renshiro.
Just a little bit too soft on that shot. Tweaks trying with some finesse right now, and Onizuma doing a great job to rotate around. Doesn't get any sort of distance though, and leaves his team under more pressure. Marzi gets up and gets done straight away. Galaxy nearly finds that down towards the teammate. Renshiro, though, calmly, patiently rotating back. manages to pick that up. Still, like you say, no overtime, although 60 seconds until we may see our first. The big thing here for Rounds is that they've broken that dry spell. And now their frustrations can be abated a little bit. See if they get frustrated one more time.
Yeah, I think if they hadn't scored in this game, I think
Yeah.
you are looking at a real dangerous position for Rounds to be in. They are not in that position right now. However, they are under a lot of pressure. 30 seconds. The clearance is red. There's a chance on goal. Oh my goodness, hits the post. A team bump on the goal line as well. On Azuma, not 100% sure his teammate could get there. He couldn't either, but luckily the ball is cleared away. Now an opportunity for Rounds to try and press their advantage. But we know how strong E1 are in these situations where there are resources to be found. Past middle from Renshiro. He gets a demo as well. There's not really much else to be said. Surely Onizuma takes a shot. That's going to hit the left side. And that's going to roll on the floor. I think both teams want this to hit the ground. First OT of the game in game 4.
Had some tense couple of last shots there. Rounds was there. They wanted to finish this out and bring the series back into a far more admirable position for themselves. Galaxy floating through there softly, gently, finds Marzi on the back line and pass across there straight back towards a leaping Galaxy who seems to constantly be involved in this. There, Thorn on the side once more. Nearly beats out Marzi. In fact, just slows it down and keeps it out of the reach. Oh, this one's coming down at a weltering pace. Picked up by both teams at the same time, and it leaves Rounds now with the momentum to go forwards. The flip was there. The flip reset is enough. And Shiro, the miracle maker, he wins game number 4 for Rounds.
On the Rounds team stream, we always say whenever you need a player to just make the difference, make a play, do something to bring your team back into it, there's no one you want more than Renshiro on your team. He is the calm in the middle of the storm at times. He finds that gap, finds a play, and you can see right there on your right-hand side, MVP for a reason. 2 goals from 4 shots, 3 saves as well. 650 score. That is the talisman for this Rounds team.
It had to be. And it was nice to see there that Rounds got that shot tally up again. We didn't mention it at the end of the last game, but only 2 shots in it was not what is reminiscent of this Round side. Instead, gives away control. In this game, they brought it back. They were taking far more venomous shots. They were taking a lot more space and time on this. This pass towards the center was calculated, drawn up. That was rehearsed a couple of times. They had all the time in the world. And it was just a better mentality from Rounds, I think, to be able to challenge confidently like this.
Yeah, it feels like that was almost a set piece, right? Like they called a specific word in the comms, and immediately everyone knows, right, that's what we're going to do. That fizz pass across, Renshiro goes up to get it. And that's what you want to see from Rounds, right? Those passing plays have been tried so many times against the likes of E1, but because in game 1, they brought out a few of their tricks, E1 remembered them and they went, okay, so we now know what we need to block. We know where we need to be at those moments. But to bring out a different look, something that E1 hadn't seen before until that point, so important. And do they have any more tricks up their sleeve? We'll find on Parc de Paris.
I like what you're saying about Rounds kind of adapting towards it. That's what our benchmark of a great team is. How deep does your arsenal run? How many tricks do you have up your sleeve? And Rounds showing that they got a couple more. And I feel a big part of that was playing from their own side a little more. And that sounds weird, but E1 is so strong at being able to control their half of the field that if you're waiting until there to start pulling out your tricks, it's a little too late and you've been read. On the other side now, Rounds forced in their half with a huge presence of E1. And this one actually going to go the distance. Mars manages to pick up the mid boost, gets an extra little touch, and still not enough to break this. As Galaxy coming in with maniacal mechanics there to try and make something happen.
Yeah, didn't in the end, wasn't able to. Good save away from Tweaks. And when you get across your line so quickly and push it into that corner, you almost immediately spark that counter attack as we saw there from Tweaks. Rounds still able to make a play. Nice pass middle. Off the backboard, will be blocked away by Galaxy. And that backboard defense, that is so important for E1 to maintain because Rounds really love using that backboard. They've got young players, very mechanical players in Onizuma and Marzi who absolutely love a backboard play. And that's great. Midfield play as well from Round.
Yeah, to be able to get that 50 there was so important. There was a shot looming after that, and I mean, this is dangerous. Marzi has to do some work. There's going to be Galaxy, of course, streaking across the sky as he does, but it's enough to still linger around. And Rounds, they're not too troubled, but they're also not getting the progress that they need, Rano.
Yeah. They're not really confident on who's taking a challenge at any given time. The fourth man has decided to switch allegiances for a moment. E1 have had his favor for so long, but now Rounds getting the use of the crossbar. Renshiro goes over to challenge this. He's always favorite to that ball, but off the sidewall, it's not really going to help him. Does have a teammate to help. That's Onizuma trying to play the ball into the middle, and it comes a little bit quickly at Marzi. He can't do too much. Still plays it in the corner, wanting a pass. No. Renshiro off the backboard. Third man press comes through from Rounds. They're attacking. They really want this goal, and they're going to get it too. Renshiro dribbles the ball across the line for 1-0.
Oh man, Ryan, how many times have we seen a team against a great counter-attacking outfit like E1 throw that third man into the fray when it's not secured at all and be punished for it? And this time it works. You know what, Rounds? We asked you what more are you going to bring to the attack. It's apparently going to be everything. The kitchen sink, Renshiro and his booster packs. And Rounds have suddenly been revitalized and ready to show us.
There you go. Twinza just showing a little bit too much of the left-hand side of the goal. And that is going to be left-hand side found. 2-0 to Rounds. And 2 minutes 50 still to play. E1, we know how quality their attack can be. So this result is not by any means locked in. Tweaks taking it forwards, trying to show us some of that creativity. Renshiro will clear the ball away as we just hit halftime.
What a change to the dynamic this has become now. It's the fact that Rounds for 2 games completely scoreless. They only just won game number 1 by a single goal, and now they've managed to pull this back, not just by equalizing up the series as a whole, but by putting 2 confident goals and looking for a third. Oh my god, what a read! Renshiro!
Now this is Renshiro in a nutshell. Doesn't look like he has the resources, doesn't look like he's got anything in the tank to make that play, but a wonderful double off the left side into the bottom right. Positioning of that shot was incredible. Rounds, well, they've kind of turned the tables on E1 here. After game 3, we were calling maybe for a timeout. We were thinking maybe this is a bit too frustrating for them. Renshiro has now got a hat-trick and having a field day in game number 5. Will be a chance to clear away. They don't get it. Marzi backboard, sent away by Tweaks only as far as Onizuma. Gets the pinch off the left side, looking to play this one, but E1 can clear.
Oh man, like you said, for this Rounds team, if there was ever someone who you needed to step up at any stage, oh, what a shot, Galaxy. Gonna show that this game not over just yet, and showing that we can do this just as well as Renshiro on the other side, but Twinza making that first passing attempt with all the confidence in the world, the audacity of Galaxy to finish that off.
Absolutely, but again, it kind of goes back to a conversation we've had before already about the fact that Rounds like to double commit on defense. You saw Onizuma and Marzi both going up for that challenge. Won't matter if they just outscore their opponents, of course, with Renshiro getting his 4th of the game off the back of the kickoff. I mean, where has this E1 defense gone? Tweaks puts it up onto the side. Well, there's no one to help him, and then he's stranded on an island on his own back on defense. That's not the E1 we've seen for the rest of this series.
I love how we always look to Renshiro again to finish that off and makes no mistake. And it seems like in this game, Renshiro's just suddenly realized how expensive that plane ticket was after all, and does not want to give it up right now, wants to stick around and make it worthwhile. So looking now to go towards that championship Sunday. Still a couple of games in hand for either of these teams. No one secures it right now, but going to Neo Tokyo, a game up, especially after 4-1, could not feel better for Rounds, and they're going to make it a 5th!
And this is a lovely play from Onizuma. Renshiro goes over the top, gets the 50 onto Galaxy, but you just never expect Onizuma to be able to turn on that ball the way that he does. Galaxy can't do anything in goal, and it's a Rounds party out here. 5-1, and if we were calling for a timeout for Rounds at a 3-1 loss, I mean, we are definitely going to be calling for a timeout here for E1. I mean, not least because they are facing match point, and that is a scary thing. I think I'm pretty confident in saying that right now with 50 seconds to go, being 4 goals down, maybe 5 with an opportunity. No, Tweaks clears.
Oh, a completely different dynamic, and if not now for the timeout, then when? We'll have to see if E1 seems to still have the general idea, but the chaos has kind of fallen apart. The chaos theory, eventually the butterfly has flapped its wings, and things have kind of turned into a tornado for them. Rounds looking to clear this out. 30 seconds left, almost academic. And now just for a couple of flexing moves. Onizuma.
And this is what he can do. This is why we've been singing the praises of Onizuma all split long. Just getting that extra touch on the goal line. No one there from E1 expecting that play from the young man. And we are 1 goal away from heading to South America. Onizuma wanting to get us there down the left-hand side, intercepted by Twinza. And now Marzi back post chance. Welcome to Brazil, folks.
There it is. You guys thought you were watching the SSA stream. Apparently not. We are very nicely tucked in there. And you know what? 2 rounds ago, if you had asked me to put my money on who would be 7 goals up, I would have had a slightly different answer. So as confident as emphatically as you could possibly want. Round's gonna close off the last 10 seconds. And E1 suddenly have every question to answer and seem to be completely without access to ChatGPT.
Yeah, they absolutely cannot find anything. And I want to make it very clear that when you go to cameras next, this is purely a bit that I have done since I started doing Rocket League. This is not due to rounds being the victors in this position, because I'd do it if it was the opposite way round as well. But, I mean, Renshiro and Onizuma stepping up in that game, just so cool to watch. I mean, E1, we do obviously have to talk about the fact that E1 had been playing such a good series until this game, it feels like. And for some reason, outside of that goal from Galaxy, there's very little from the E1 side that we saw in games 1 to 5 that we saw in this game 5, if that makes sense. It's a strange turnaround from their perspective.
It's a completely different scene. Like, absolutely right now. From both sides, it almost feels like, okay, we're going to cameras. I don't know if I'm emotionally prepared. Oh,
Welcome to Brazil.
Welcome to Brazil. Oh, man.
Yeah. Oh, Holt wants to get involved. But yeah, look, listen, this is not a scoreline we see often in Rocket League, all right? So this is, we get to experience the sun out here. And this is the second time in 2 opens that I've been able to put my glasses on and celebrate a Brazil. But I mean, Altruism, there is a timeout there from E1. Yeah. What have they got to be talking about?
Control the ball more. You can't afford to overcommit. I feel like I'm in the Matrix right now. I'm going to do this. There we go. Yeah, that's overcommitting right now is certainly something that I think that they got a little bit punished for. When you consider how far away Rounds was putting in those attacks from Renshiro, from the halfway line, receiving the ball 20 feet in the air and then still going into the backboard, it almost feels like the fluidity of E1 is not quite there as much. Or maybe they just became a little bit overconfident and thinking that they can control too much space.
We'll see if that is exactly what they're talking about going into Neo Tokyo. 1 game away from Champions Field. Rounds definitely won't want to get there, but I think E1 realize that they still have an opportunity in this game and they will still be able to turn things around if they can continue to frustrate Rounds like they did in games 1 and 2. The difference is, have Rounds got their mojo back after scoring 7 in the previous game? We'll find out as we get underway here on Neo Tokyo. Twins are wanting to open the account very early on, but Onizuma makes a good save. It doesn't matter though. At the top corner, somehow Renshiro makes that save, and the counter-attack might be there. Is that just dropping in? It is from Onizuma. Worst possible way to start Neo Tokyo 3-1.
Insult, injury, salt wounds, everything right now just painful for the side of E1. 90% of the ball through there, but 90 is not enough. That last 10% ends up costing them a goal. And on Neo Tokyo, the field of broken dreams, where this is the last gasp, desperate effort of E1 to bring this back after a disastrous game 4. That is not a great start. I mean, Rouse, on the other hand, jubilant.
Whoa. They would be if they keep this 1-0 lead, and they are going to for the moment. Galaxy, though, looking for an answer. He's been so good creatively in an attacking sense for E1 today. He needs some more of that on Neo Tokyo. That ball is not really going to get challenged on the backboard. Eventually, it gets cleared away. There's a demo on the left-hand side as Galaxy moves forwards. Onizuma clears away. Back in from Twinza, and that boom ball from E1. The backboard not defended from Rounds, and they don't get found out yet.
That I want to see more of. That was what E1 was doing. So, oh, that's a death.
Wow.
That bounce was cruel and unusual punishment.
Yeah, it certainly was. Onizuma getting that challenge, but I mean, when it goes up into that top corner, you just never know where that ball is going to fall down. And it fell favorably for rounds. Renshiro finishes the job, and that's a save that you would expect E1 to make in the early stages of this series. Is their mental broken with those first two?
It can't afford to be. This needs to be a team that if we're ever going to see them in that sort of top 4, top 6 conversation, they need to be able to shake off even 2 goals. I mean, it's early into this game, plenty of time, and we've seen both these teams reaching double-digit shot counts in most of this series. So certainly going to be some attempts, a decent attempt at the bump there to nearly open that up, and it was so close to working, even turning around in the midfield. E1, they're just not holding the possession like they used to. That's the only difference.
Yeah, I think I agree, and that's a lovely play actually from rounds in the midfield as well to get around 2 players. Doesn't matter, Tweak's still able to bring it through. And Onizuma knocking it forwards. They're trying to use that backboard now as well, rounds, as they know that E1 have been struggling to build up from their own half during this series. They've been struggling to... Oh, there's a raw one. It's broken by a teammate. Okay, we'll have a discussion about that at some point, I am sure. No time now, as Renshiro tries to collect this, but with just over half the game still to play, E1 still need to realize that they're still in this, but actually there's a chance at the angle. Renshiro doesn't get the bump, fade away.
I like the bump attempt though. Galaxy was definitely last man back by a while, and so you throw what you can in there, and if it works, you get yourself a 3rd goal on the board. But that seems to be just the name of the game right now for rounds, as they're playing with their food, managing to turn that aside. Out a real conversation here from E1, who's looking to come forward and get a word in edgeways. Galaxy's actually got this, but it's the softest little attempt at the pass. This one's up onto the backboard, but everyone for E1 was already committed, and now it's going to have to be up to the next attempt. But when that's going to come is yet to be seen, though, as rounds now force this conversation to change tack towards the other side of the field. Oh, that's a breakaway!
And that is a mistake that separates the people that are very much have been here before in this top 8 position and those that haven't. And you can tell that rounds have not been higher than this top 8, because why on earth are 2 players double committing on that right-hand wall for a ball that is deep in your opponent's territory while you are 2-0 up? I don't think anybody in this sport in the world could answer that question with a sensible solution other than miscommunication, altruism, and they've let E1 back into this game, but they might have stolen it back. Onizuma, a big 50 win on the left wall, and all is somewhat forgiven, I guess.
Oh, man, that door that was just squeaked open with a bit of sunlight between it now slammed shut with a little bit more force. They're going to see if they can lock it down as rounds, but making up for what, like you say, a huge unforced error for no reason, and suddenly E1 again, the adrenaline starts pumping and up to the next level. Their time diminished even more, and 2 goals still yet to get. 1 you can start to think of as very doable in this time frame, but two needs to happen quickly.
Sure does. Now, Marzi just taking it past 1, and you can see the frustration coming through, and the challenges from E1. There's a demo there, but the ball bounces over the top. Sweets tries to put it on target. Another double commit on the back line for rounds, but they're not really going to care as long as the ball gets cleared away. And it has done. Oops, save on the goal line once more. Rounds doing to E1 what E1 were doing to them earlier in this series, where they're just turtling up on the goal line, making the saves and capitalizing on the counter. Ball played high. Renshiro decides not to go. I think that's intelligent. And E1, well, they don't really want their opposition to be intelligent right now. They want a freebie, and I don't think they're going to find one right now. Tweaks taking it forwards. No resources. Might not matter. Beautiful pinch. Bottom right corner. Game on.
Oh, I love this. Even having that awareness of not having the boost, you psych your opponents out like you're going to take it high. Marzi trying to come off the backboard, tries to bail down when he realizes this is going low, and a pinch along the ground. By the time you've spotted out, it's too late to adapt. So 1 goal, 1 chance, 1 breath here left in the lungs of E1. And the rounds looking to take that away right now. Catch in the throats of their opponents. See if there's any last twist in the tail, if we will get that game number 7.
Yeah, absolutely. Backboard, and Swins are just trying to challenge that Isn't going to happen on this occasion. Tweaks on the left-hand side, 13 seconds remain. Gets the reset. That clearance really isn't very good, but there's a double commit from E1, and Galaxy won't get there. Rounds have possession. If they keep it, they win the game, but Tweaks turns on the ball. It won't matter. Renshiro drops the ball down, and that is going to be that. Rounds, for the first time in the organization's history, make a top 6 in any region in the world.
And you know what? Given a resurgence like that, well deserved. Never have I seen a team that looked that down and out, 2 full games without scoring, come back and do it with such ferocity.
Yeah, it was weird. It was almost like they had a timeout without taking a timeout, right?
Yeah.
Because we saw a completely different rounds come out after game number 3. And they just looked like wildly the better team. And E1 struggling to keep up with the sheer pace, I think, is the big difference in those last few games of rounds, where they're just able to get to that ball a little bit quicker, able to make those challenges a little bit faster, able to fire shots in a little bit more frequently. E1 didn't have the answer in the end, and this was the dagger. There was a lovely goal after that, don't get me wrong, but by the end of the day, it doesn't matter too much, and rounds go through into top 6.
I like what you said there. The number of shots that came out of rounds. Game, series, the whole thing totaling up to, I mean, there must have been over 50 shots between those 6 games. It felt like we were so close to double digits every time. And eventually, you knock at it enough times and suddenly the marble statue unveils itself. So a really nice start to the weekend for us. Let's bring the panel back in, because what a good showing, and what an unpredictable one it seemed.
Absolutely. I mean, that's going to bring me to that first question, right? Because E1, they started off looking really good. We're sitting in the green room and we're like, oh man, where is this going? Are most of our predictions just kind of falling by the wayside? And then suddenly we see this major turn. And one of our big talking points was the defensive line for E1 and how strong it looked in those first few games. GB, what do we feel like happened going into that kind of 6-1 game where it was just a total runaway for rounds?
I continue to be impressed with rounds, and I understand the talk about rounds early on in the season. They were a very sort of up and down, shaky team. Where are they? But it has been a revelation. Well, there's been a couple. Renshiro coming out to SSA, and we see it with Astronic, with Inspire coming out, and I think it is just they are going from strength to strength. And I think with him being here, his own confidence playing on low ping, and he's leading the rest of these 2 reunion boys. And I'm so enormously proud of the 2 of them to find themselves in a top 6. And I think it's for me, it's just the growing in confidence of the team. They realize they actually are very good. And the more they realize it, just the better they're becoming.
Absolutely. Going from strength to strength is a running theme, it feels like, so far in Rocket League in South Africa. And remember that if you want to go from strength to strength, then make sure to come and join the community that we've got going. Come get involved. There should be a link popping up on your screen, or maybe it already did. There it is. Come and join us and join in on the action. It's a great community to be a part of. But for rounds, I mean, the resurgence that we saw, I mean, we could talk about the Renshiro effect until we're blue in the face, but I really do want to maybe just bring it back to E1. And the reason for that is that you've got these 2 players, Twinzer and Tweaks, that have been playing together for quite some time. They've been duoing for a while. They bring in a new player, and they make their top 8, which is amazing. But suddenly things start to kind of take a little bit of a turn. So, Ultrism, what are we feeling like for E1? What's going to be the big kind of takeaway from this game for them?
When they play their game, they look amazing. When they're able to control the skies, their fluid rotations is good, their communication seemed to be there for the first half. So I'm going to judge it mainly on that half, give them the credit on what doesn't need to be fixed. The second half, it just seemed like they were not able to do a lot, or maybe trying to do too much with the ball. I think you'd have to go back and do a nice little breakdown, but there was not the same control. There's not the same tempo maintenance there, and either they're dropping their pace, they're not doing enough with the ball, they're not looking for the backboard nearly enough, or they need to add a couple more tricks, because it just seemed like by the end of it, rounds knew everything that was coming.
Absolutely. All right. Well, Pyro, we're going to have to hear from you in just a moment because we do have our interview ready. And it's man of the match himself. It's Renshiro that's joining us. So congratulations on a fantastic victory. Welcome to sunny South Africa. I know you've been here for a while, but it's the first time we're getting to interview you. So I get to actually say it. Now, on the desk, we were talking about what on earth happened that you guys were able to create such distance after the first couple of games. I want to hear it direct from you. What did you guys change? What was the conversation that turned the series around?
I think it's just, well, especially for my teammates Oni and Marcy, it was their first time in top 8 in their Rlcs careers. So, of course, there's some pressure. You know that you could be making your first championship Sunday in SSA. And I think it was just, I was just saying, like, we just need to do it like before, like, just have fun, enjoy the moment, take control of the ball, like really look and think before we do stuff, and avoid like panicking and trying to play too fast. And I think that overtime on game 4 just was very changed. Like it just brought like good vibes that I got a good solo play there, and then you know some confidence to the team. Then the game 5 just started rolling good, and then they couldn't stop us anymore.
I mean, it's fair to say they couldn't, Ren. Good to talk to you. Let's take a little bit of a wider view at the moment, because, you know, me and you have been together as far as the team stream goes since APAC days now. And obviously it was difficult to break into that top 8 in APAC. You did it once, I think, in Open 1, but it was difficult beyond that point. And then now we've seen you guys go top 8, top 6 here in SSA. What is it about the specific projects? Why do you think you specifically stick with the projects that you do for the amount of time that you do, when a lot of times in Rocket League, it's just all change all the time?
I think for me, it's just the mindset that I understand the bigger picture, like especially from like organization side of things as well. Like if you just stick together for longer, it's just financially better for the org because you have the same players, you can build like a storyline and stuff. And then also as a team, like if you look at like North America and our cheater, it's been the same lineup for years. And yes, sometimes they have a bad tournament, but they show the insane consistency in their region. And I think the same is possible in any other region too, if you just stick with your team.
A lesson in sticking together, certainly. The other question I want to pose to you, Ren, is the first few games, things looked a little bit worrisome maybe from a round's perspective. There weren't quite those potent attacks that we're so used to seeing from rounds. Obviously things changed after game 3, but what was it about those first few games that frustrated you guys so much from what E1 were putting towards you?
I would say it's a good team, so they were just playing their game. They were definitely taking time, and every time they got more the boost controller, just ball control overall in our half, they just really took their time to like outplay and score. And at the start of the series, the pressure was definitely there for us. Like, could hear it in comps and also on the gameplay that it was a little shaky and not so confident. So yeah, it just really like needed that moment where we gained confidence and be like, okay, this is what we need to do. Like, let's just keep it going.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing what you guys can do as the bracket goes on. But a little bit of a less serious question here. There was conversation in the chat a little bit earlier about how much time you've spent in-game over the last couple of weeks. And the questions were, you know, are you seeing much of the city? Are you experiencing, doing some touristy stuff? Have you spent any time doing that?
I mean, a little bit. I've been walking around looking for different places, but I'm alone here, so I've heard that Cape Town has some, sketchy areas, so I'm just trying to be safe and just chill here. And of course, my main focus is still on the game, like that's why I was paid to go here. So, I want to do the best for my team, took it more as a work trip instead of like a holiday, so yeah. But I like Cape Town, it's really nice, beautiful place.
It is. Any Rocket League players who happen to be in Cape Town, reach out. Don't be a stranger. Maybe you can show the guy where to go, where to be, and where all the cool places are. Renshiro, thank you so much for joining us for this interview, and good luck with the rest of your playoffs run.
Thank you, guys.
It's so cool to have finally had him on the interview. I would have loved to have asked about, how it is being in Cape Town, but I really enjoyed the question about, what is he doing in Cape Town. But hopefully we'll have an opportunity for that a little bit later on. So that brings us to what is the rest of the day going to look like? Because if we start off on such a banger, surely the rest of the day will be just as exciting. And looking forward to the next game, Pyro. Are we expecting similar vibes here?
In terms of back and forth, yes, I really do think so. And again, I think Synthesis are hoping there's some back and forth because their previous playoff run was not what it needed to be. So this is their shot at redemption. Problem is, they're up against a very hot Death Cloud. They did secure that top 4 during the last open, and they've got their eyes set on that again.
Okay, we'll go a little bit more into detail on that in just a moment, but a reminder, everyone, we do have our driver of the day, which you can all vote on, and those of you at home, you'll be able to vote on it as well. A QR code will pop up in just a moment, so feel free to go and scan that with your phone. And this is your opportunity to really say, hey, this is the driver that we thought had the most impact over the course of the day. Now, right now, for my money, Renshiro is top of the list. However, we still have 3 more games to get through. So if you want to burn your vote right now, you can absolutely go and do that. But if you want to see what the rest of our teams have to offer, then maybe you hold off on that just a little bit longer. And reminder that you can vote on who you think is going to win our next game. We've got, as Pyro pointed out, Death Cloud taking on Synthesis. So let us know who you've got taking this victory at the end of the day. Now, that's going to bring us to this matchup. And GB, these two teams, over the course of this split, have not come head-to-head, despite the fact that they've had quite a few top 8 appearances over the course of the split. So that's pretty exciting just in and of itself.
Yes, for a couple of reasons, is because the race from positions 3 to 8 has kind of opened up, and it's a very close race between the Bro Crows, Death Cloud, Astronic, Synthesis, and now Rounds has entered that conversation. And we have seen Astronic, yes, last night they beat Death Cloud. That's very important in terms of their case for making it into that sort of top 3. And now Synthesis, for me, who've always been a guaranteed top 8, if they want to have a serious conversation about being in the top 6, have got to beat Death Cloud. They have got to beat that higher level competition. So this is an ideal opportunity for them to do that. And of course, Death Cloud want to continue to say we're absolutely top 4 team and we'll take down Synthesis.
And both of these teams have had some pretty solid performances against some very strong teams in the region. Not necessarily being able to walk away with a victory, but still being able to kind of show, hey, we're here and we've got something to say. So Pyro, as we go into this, knowing that they've never played against each other before and having to go purely based off of how we've seen them play against other teams, what is kind of your expectation for this match?
I don't think they're coming into this with like no knowledge of each other. These teams are super level in terms of competency. And Cam, Nitro, Daps, and Declan, they've been in the scene against each other so long. So they get a shot to do it, of course, on the mainstream, which brings that extra flavor. I just think that for me, Death Cloud, they have the consistency backing them, whether it's with Karka or it's with Kexi. They've made top 4s. They've been in this position before, and they have that kind of momentum, that assurance, that confidence to push it forward.
I mean, when you look at consistency, I mean, that accuracy stat kind of stands out for me. When you see that Synthesis is kind of peaking out at 27%, whereas the lowest end of the Death Cloud side is starting at 25 all the way up to 40%. Like Karka as a finisher for this team is just a little bit more reliable to step up. And on the other side, you know, Synthesis is kind of playing a little bit more defense and then exploding to try to take a big shot, and hopefully it goes in.
Yeah, well, man, where's Mark to talk about the maths when you need him? Because you also have to consider the shots taken across the board. But when you look at the averages, I suppose it's a little bit of a muchness here. So certainly an interesting stat to look at and something that we'll kind of keep our eyes on as we go into this matchup. But that's going to bring us to kind of where we get to the predictions. I feel like, you know, we kind of building up to this, and I want to throw this out to Twitch as well. So reminder, guys, that is available. So make sure that you're letting us know who you think is going to be taking this one. And I'm going to throw this to my analysts, and I'm going to give you guys a little bit more time. I'm starting this a bit earlier than usual because I really want to give you guys the opportunity to deep dive and give me all your points, all your reasons as to why you are backing your particular team, because I think this being such a close matchup, we need that insight. So, GB, why don't we kick off with you? Who do you think's taking this one?
So my long winding reasoning, and I agree with Pyro in terms of Death Cloud have an edge. There is a bit more killer instinct about them. My worry with Synthesis is they're a bit plateaued at top 8. We've seen them make it into top 6, but they kind of like, yeah, we're a top 8 team, and it frustrates me because Declan is such a good mechanical player, and I don't know if it's a case of he's not been allowed to sort of get off the leash and just do his thing, being backed up by the rest of the team. I keep waiting for that moment with Synthesis, and we see flashes of it, whereas with Death Cloud, with Cam the legend, it's like a train that just keeps going. So with all of that, I think Synthesis are going to have their breakout day today, and they are going to beat Death Cloud Esports. It's going to be tight, but it won't go to Champions Field. It will end on Neo Tokyo. 4-2.
Okay, GB, you had us in the first half. I'm not going to lie. All right, Pyro, what is your response / rebuttal to that?
Yeah, the reasons are stacked against them, and that's why they'll be resilient against the hardship. I love this story, but I don't love the reality. I agree with the idea that they've plateaued. I feel like Synthesis have solved a lot across this season. Declan has been unlocked mechanically. Daps was having some frame rate issues with the PC. That got figured out. He's feeling a lot smoother on the field. But now that they've solved those things and they've had time to mesh, it hasn't still been enough. And for Amapiano to come together and get a top 4, and now they almost level up with Karka and do it again, it's just such a difficult team for me to bet against. I've got 4-1 actually in favor of not Synthesis, Death Cloud.
Wow.
Sure. Brutal.
Okay,
Brutal.
I'm not gonna lie, that's a bit crazy to me, thinking it's gonna be that one-sided. I think he's possibly questioning his life choices. But Ultraism, why don't you tell us your life choices for this one?
Well, I'm going to be upfront and say right now, there's going to be no bait and switch like Greybeard does, but I'm not as confident as Pyro. I'm going with 4-2 towards Death Cloud, and here's why. These 3 players, when we talk about Cams, Nitro, and Karka, are 3 of my favorite players in the scene. Cams has been around, like Greybeard says, he's kind of a legend. He was kind of like neck and neck with To Die For when the scene first took off in the beginning as those young next generation players. Nitro has been one of the fastest improving and consistent players with an incredibly high mechanical skill ceiling. And then you've got Karka, who's arguably one of the best imports in the region right now. This team is just, in my opinion, a young team. But I would love to see Death Cloud go to the point where they're not just arguing about, who's in that 3rd spot in the country. They should already be quite comfortably there and should start looking towards top 1, top 2. Let's get someone else into the front. And to me, Death Cloud is that front runner.
So something that's been said before I give my prediction, and it's not going to change, but I'm curious. Something that's been said a couple of times has been the word plateau. So Pyro, when you guys say plateau, are we talking ceiling or simply we need to break through?
It's a ceiling that, yeah, they need to break through. I kind of see both in a way.
Okay.
To be completely honest, but we've seen expectations exceeded already by Synthesis, especially in the form of Declan. So I called out the X factors of this team. If they win, which there is a reality for that, then that's what I would see happening, is Declan absolutely popping off. So give me that. I love being wrong on the analyst desk, but at the end of the day, you got to pick a side.
Absolutely, and I suppose it's time I did the same, and I haven't changed my answer. I'm looking at a 4-3 to Death Cloud because I think Synthesis have got a lot to show for themselves in this one, and as you saw Twitch chat, it popped up there momentarily, but it seems that you guys are also on the Death Cloud train. Even the droves and masses of Synthesis fans could not skew that vote this time around. But it doesn't matter what you guys think at home, and it doesn't matter what we think here on the desk. It all matters about what goes down in the server on the pitch. Death Cloud versus Synthesis in the top 8 against each other for the first time this split. Who's going to take the win?
A deep purple storm is brewing as Synthesis take on Death Cloud Esports, and Synthesis is the team that is perhaps the most unpredictable one out here. They may have plateaued, but they are still a hard task to beat for Death Cloud, who has solidified themselves at a higher echelon here in the RLCS SSA community. But Ryan, we know one thing, and that on the pitch, on the best of 7, everything's possible.
Everything and anything, and it comes down to the question of which Synthesis shows up here today, because on their day they are fabulous, and if they can bring it, they're gonna have a good time of it. But my goodness, from a consistency perspective, this Death Cloud roster, I mean, top 4 every single time, and looking to do it again.
Yeah, and even during the transfer window, they got rid of Kexi. They got in Kaka, still top 4. Nothing there changes. The consistency from Death Cloud is something that Synthesis can only aspire to get. But still, Synthesis, they do have some weapons in their arsenal. One's coming here and one's showing the complete power of that weapon. Daps 112 kph right into the back of the net.
Despite the little double commit there, we'll overlook that. It ended well, and they do take a lead. Maybe an early boost of confidence for Synthesis, but still a long way to go. Cam, right off kickoff, what a save from Declan.
They erratic
dear.
start to the series. Nitro nearly taking out 2 defenders as Karka comes in, but still Synthesis tasked with defense, but a task they do successfully.
And that was a rough time from kickoff. This is going to be the 4th, or should have been the 4th Death Cloud shot. That is the 4th Death Cloud shot. 3rd save or so. It is wild. Synthesis with the early goal, but their backs up against the goal line. Shot after shot since that kickoff. And they do survive it, to their credit. And you feel like they're going to take a deep breath, reset, and get themselves their heads back in the game.
Yeah, Synthesis finally alleviate some of that pressure, but Kaka's got no interest of taking prisoners. Bumping, I believe Meshin it was, Declan from the back wall, opening the path, and Cam will oblige.
Yeah, and I think Declan is still trying to land after being pumped off that way. That was, but it was right after the kickoff, and they conceded that opening goal. It was just Death Cloud all the way, and that goal had a sense of inevitability about it. A brief respite for Synthesis, but man, Death Cloud kept to their task. They do level it up. It's now been good for Synthesis since the reset of the game. They might have an opportunity, a clear, desperate clear, and maybe Death Cloud. No, I keep saying they're about to break out, then they don't, but they have now, and they'll have an opportunity again on the Synthesis net.
How does this Death Cloud try to break down Synthesis now that they do not have the luxury of the counterattack? It's an infield pass from Kaka to Cam. Crossbar denies Synthesis, still not able to get a clear. Declan taking the long way around, finally getting a good contact to the ball, together with Meshin into the opponent's half. Fake pass to Meshin's got an opportunity. A double tap is open.
Oh no.
Unfortunately, the Hungarian veteran, he lacks the boost to make anything useful with that opportunity that was given on to him.
Kind of a defensive error followed by an offensive error. You know, so Death Cloud get away with one there, but Synthesis will feel a little aggrieved they didn't take advantage. A shot there just going wide. And here we go. Here comes Kaka up against the defensive Synthesis, cleared away. And it seems to have leveled off a little bit. I mean, the pace is fairly frenetic. But since those 2 goals inside, it was the opening minute, I think it's kind of settled down.
Well, the goal scoring certainly has. I feel like still, as you said, it's quite frantic, like pace-wise. Especially if we compare it to the first round that we had between E1 and rounds. This one feels a lot quicker. It feels a lot snappier from both sides. But right now, neither team really finding the way through. Karka, ground double tap's going to make some way into the opponent's half. Still, though, nothing to be gained from it. Synthesis clear their lines. How long, though? Dabs in retreat, having to touch it together with Declan. That old duo still performing high, but having to work once again. Cam pushing forward. There's Nitro. Does he have the opportunity?
Nitro.
No, he tries to go for the pass, but the pass is wayward.
Yeah, it feels a little bit, in a Game 7, you want to be setting the tone early on. There it is, Nitro. This time, makes no mistake.
Doesn't need to be fancy. Sometimes you just need to hit the ball really hard. And that is exactly what Cam has been doing onto the backboard. No one there to defend it, and then Nitro's just got that natural advantage that you have as an attacker, driving towards the ball and not reacting to the bounce.
Kickoff number 4, done and dusted. It is Synthesis taking the early lead and now find themselves behind inside the final minute. Daps is alone at the back. He's going to get removed. The shot is not going to be on target. Synthesis now get away with one.
Open net missed the first from Karka. Not a statistic that he necessarily wants us to track, but one that we're going to track anyway.
We have to compile our fails of the day. Not a difficult shot and easily cleared away. Last 30 seconds. Synthesis trying to get themselves back into this. I'm going to predict the overtime. Overtime in game 1 if Synthesis can lock it out.
Surely not. 20 seconds. Deathcloud looked fairly comfortable on defense. Cam, can he find him the dagger? No. He leaves it for Karka. Shot wide. Nitro moving in. Deathcloud doing everything correctly up until this point. Trying to move the ball as far away from their own net as possible. Cam, back pass, keeping possession at all costs. Karka taking control, evading the demo, and then just killing the ball on the ground. That is how you do it. That is how you perfectly wait out the timer and kill a game.
Isn't that against the rules, Mark? I thought there was a hard and fast rule about 0 seconds and not grounding the ball. That was just a flagrant abuse and ignoring of the rules.
You know what? Normally, I'm with you. Right? Like, normally I'm 100% with you, but it's not ranked. It's the RLCS. So I can understand you being like, okay, it's 2-1. It's a little bit dicey, perhaps, on defense. My teammates aren't there with me. I'm just going to ground it.
So it felt to me like game 1, you're always trying to set the tone for things in a best of 7. And it felt for me for large parts of game number 1 that it was each team desperately trying to set the tone. Like neither had found their rhythm in terms of their team plays, the passing upfield. It was just we want to be hard, fast, and show that we're here to dominate, which made for entertaining play, frenetic play, but it didn't seem altogether organized play. But in the end, it was Deathcloud who got themselves together enough to take a 1-goal victory.
The thing is, though, I feel like it's that freneticism that sort of both teams want. We've known Karka for more than a year now as well here in SSA. We know Cam. Nitro's a young player. They don't necessarily want to play that sort of like rotationally sound, basic, old school 3v3 Rocket League. They want they want that chaos. They seek out that chaos.
Yeah.
So I feel like both teams just try to outspeed each other at the moment, because and trying to overspeed the opponent, because that is where they feel most comfortable. That is where they feel they are in control almost.
That was a good little play there, read by the defense, avoiding the bump and getting the clear. Here comes Daps. Meshin taps it back. Karka's going to have a fairly easy save. Low boost clear. It does keep it there and thereabouts for, it was a pressure play there for Synthesis. That's going to be done and dusted now. Is that open on the other side? Cam screaming back, gets the clear. So early pressure, good for Synthesis. No result from it yet.
Where's the 50-50 that will go through? It's nowhere to be found for now. Nitro could have taken some time there, instead just elects to boom the ball downfield. But alas, that is something that actually does work from time to time. Karka's got an opportunity. Great fake Cam, a little bit too close, but Nitro comes in. Daps, heroic on the goal line, keeps it out. Still 0-0. Still a clean sheet on both sides.
Well, I said the early pressure was good for Synthesis. That's kind of evaporated. There's a breach. There's an open net. If Declan can get there quickly, oh, he's rushed it off the ceiling. Can't get a pass, can't get a shot. And you think perhaps an opportunity for a goal has gone a begging.
And that's always something that you have to be aware of when the game is at this higher pace. There is always the option of delaying. There's always the option of, using the tempo and using a slow play to your advantage. Something you get carried away with so easily when you try to rush everything as a massive pinch gun's coming through. Surely Nitro doesn't have the read. Tell you what,
Yeah.
nearly did.
I think the problem is you develop sort of short-term muscle memory. And in the game one, it's all rush, and you can easily forget those moments or fail to recognize the slow down, take your time moments. Good pressure here from Death Cloud. Oh, it's a little bit awkward for a moment for Synthesis. Daps gets a bump heading toward that net, and it is cleared out. Shoko Meshin realizes he's not going to get up. He aborts his play to make sure they don't get counted on, but this is good from Synthesis. Here comes Daps. He's going to be looking for a teammate. Surely goes for a bump, floating high in front of the Death Cloud net, but no one there for Synthesis except Meshin. Double tap, leaves it for Declan. Declan shoots and scores!
What a strike from Declan. He's been pointed out at the desk earlier, sort of like the talisman of that Synthesis side, and with shots like these you can clearly see why. Perfect placement, top left. Cam can't get to it, Karka can't get to it, and Synthesis up by 1 here in game number 2, trying to make this a close, very, very close series as Daps follows along. Meshin with another opportunity, 2-0.
Yeah, look at this. A little bit of daylight now. Synthesis and Death Cloud. And what I liked about that first goal, and I think it's going to carry them forward in terms of confidence, is it felt like a team-constructed goal. There was a build-up of pressure and then a real team play to look for a pass, look for a bump while the teammate came in, and they got it together and scored the goal. And it's really the first goal we've seen like that. And now they've got the second shortly after the kickoff. So Synthesis in the driving seat, at least for now.
These goals where you sort of work the defense down, where you wear them down, these goals always feel the best, right? Obviously you take any goal you can get, and obviously you can take goals that occur from unforced errors as well. But once you actually break down a defense, it gives you a lot more confidence as well in your own offensive capabilities. So I feel like for the duration of and for the rest of the series here, a big one for Synthesis is mental, if anything, as Cam comes down
Now,
and slashes the lead in half.
yeah, and from the other side, Meshin missing here, plus the demo left Daps all on his own. And it just looked precarious for some time, and Death Cloud pounced, giving themselves plenty time to level this game back up.
It's going to be 80 seconds of terror, perhaps, for Synthesis. But first, it's going to be terror for Death Cloud on the back line. Karka did not have that read and now has to deal with the smoke screen. Does both in the end with no harm done. But still, Synthesis doing exactly what you're supposed to do at this point. Treat it like it's all square. Treat it like it's even at this point in time. You cannot rely on a 1-goal lead to carry you through the rest of the game.
Here come Death Cloud. Cam, high up, he's over the ball, but Meshin gets under it, gets half a clear. Only as far as Karko's going to keep it there and thereabouts. Daps can't keep it away. Danger for Synthesis. Declan does clear it, but that pressure play we were talking about, Machtfish and Death Cloud trying very hard to build it up for themselves and get the game equalized. Synthesis need to hold on for the last 30 seconds. They've been undone in the midfield. Here comes Karka. Can he find a teammate? Passed into the middle. Shot blocked.
Not well placed from Cam, but Nitro comes in for a second bite at the apple. Declan over 1, crucially. Buying a lot of time for his team. Cam, can he find Karka? No. Karka rotates back instead, and Dep's gonna milk some aerial time of his own. Oh, that's not a good pass down from Declan, and nearly punished. Pass was there, everyone saw it coming, everyone was ready for it, but in the end, Death Cloud have to build from their own backline. 0 seconds, ball needs to stay up in the air. Nitro gets a lot of distance on that ball, but it's too much. Synthesis are able to take game number 2 and equalize the series.
And now Daps fragrantly breaking the rules, grounding the ball at the very first opportunity. And to be clear, I am not in favor of any of these phantom rules that exist. The Rule 1, the Rule 0. When you're in RLCS, this is Big Boy Rocket League. Do it properly. But Synthesis, very important game for them to win, Macht.
Oh, 100%. I feel like, especially for a team that is so irate with their performance, that is so inconsistent in their performances, getting the mark down late early is very good for their mentality. Getting the mark down that, yes, we can beat them. Yes, we can beat them on the day. And we have taken the game of them is something they can build on. Is something that they can look at and be like, okay, yeah, actually, this all works well. This all works in our favor today.
And we don't have to rely on them making a mistake or trying to counter. We can actually score and do something by building an attack, building a play, which was very, very good to see. So as it stands now, nobody predicted a sweep either way. So all predictions are still on the cards. So which is good to see after 2 games. And this does have the makings. After 2 games, this does have the makings of a game 6 and even a game 7 here. But you still feel that Synthesis are the team that have to kind of force the issue, that are going to have to take a lead off of Deathcloud and win game number 3.
Yeah, certainly agree with you on that one. It's just that Deathcloud, just on paper, and given the careers that some of these players have already had, looking at Cam in particular, it's just you have the natural understanding of, okay, yeah, if the going gets tough, these guys can just, see it out, take the win. Whereas, although Synthesis, we've known Daps and Declan for years and years now, they don't have that top level experience that a Cam, for example, can bring. So it's always, the onus is almost always on like the lesser known quote unquote players to lay the foundation first, rather than having to come from behind.
Yeah, 100%. That's an excellent observation. There is that experience beyond top 8, getting into top 6 and into the higher levels. But good passage of play here for Synthesis. They are building attack, but Deathcloud not looking rattled by it yet. They're doing their defensive work quite confidently and quite calmly, but not getting convincing clears nonetheless.
Yeah, Nitro doing some acrobatics on the left wing. That intimidation dance seemed to have worked. The shot afterwards quite threatening on the Synthesis net. Now Karka has an opportunity, goes for Cam, the layoff is good, the shot is good, but the save is even better! And so is the second one from Dabs. Fantastic stuff on the goal line for Synthesis.
Wow, after having so much pressure play on the other side, suddenly forced back, and 2 back-to-back clutch saves to keep the score level at 0. No goal scored. 2 minutes in. Here comes Declan trying to work his way through the defense. Does well, but can't pull off a pass to set up a teammate, and now they're going to have to be back in defense.
Cam rising to meet Declan early on. They know how dangerous he is in the air. He's someone that you cannot afford to give space to, and quite frankly, at this point in the SSA RLCS career, it's no one you can afford to give space to. Long clear. Dabs rotating in behind, seeing the worst happening in front of his inner eye, but he didn't see that one coming, did he? Cam, 1-0 for Deathcloud.
Well, I spoke quite favorably about Synthesis and their first goal in that last game, that team-constructed game on the goal on the end of some pressure, and that was sort of done beautifully by Deathcloud here in Game 3, building up pressure play, and then the pass, immaculate pass to... Okay, that feels a little bit like a goal that shouldn't be scored right now. Deathcloud should have done better.
I completely agree. Cam obviously called off Karka. Cam said, I have it. And, I mean, Karka respected the call. That was completely correct from, like, a communications perspective. But I feel like Cam underestimated how quickly the Deathcloud player was able to get to that ball. So it's a failure of communication in the end that hurts Deathcloud here. That makes all their hard work go awry, and nearly they have to be very different. They have to be very observant here. They could get a second one. In fact, they will concede a second one. Meshin for the second time for Synthesis.
This is the first time I've seen Deathcloud look a little bit rattled after that mistake that led to the first goal. They were dealing with the Synthesis pressure so well in the opening minute, and suddenly this fragility's been exposed. It's almost a case like, well, where did that come from? We haven't seen that from them. They've got to get their heads back into this ASAP.
Oh, might be a third one though, Cam. Snatched that one from the upper 90. Yeah, where is Deathcloud in offense? Where's their vigor? Where's their voraciousness that they've shown so many times? There's nowhere to be found, but there's... God, Declan! Open net! Oh, that one needed to be in. That would have been such a good goal to score for Synthesis.
He definitely, Declan definitely stood on his tiptoes to pull Deathcloud off the hook on that one. My goodness gracious, that should have been a third, and that would have put this game on lock. And now, as you pointed out in game 2, relying on a 1-goal lead is never a comfortable position. But having said that, all the action is from Synthesis right now, and Deathcloud continue to struggle to get their defensive formation back in order.
And here's the big thing, and I feel like you're struggling to understand, as am I, to really understand why Deathcloud is struggling all of a sudden. That's another easy goal, 3-1. It's because Deathcloud have the boost, Deathcloud have the resources, but it just feels like the touches aren't there for Deathcloud.
Yeah, it's sort of like, I mean, how often do we see this, Muck? Whether it's over the course of a series or in a single game, a tiny moment can turn things around. And I think that opening goal from Synthesis did that to Deathcloud. They just... it was so uncharacteristic and so strange, and they just haven't been themselves since that moment.
Whatever it is, they're going to fix it, and they need to fix it fast. Because Synthesis, and that is something that we do know, one of the very few things that we do know from this very inconsistent roster is if you give them a finger, they're gonna take your entire arm. As Karaka puts another shot on target, but perhaps they're able to get it away to the side, and that's gonna secure game number 3 here in favor of Synthesis. No way Deathcloud is coming back from it. In fact, mathematically impossible. And Synthesis leads the series 2-1.
Yeah, excellent game from them. So we spoke about them in game 2, sort of building, their teamwork and building on that and not having to rely on mistakes. They did take advantage of mistakes in game 3, and there's nothing wrong with that. In fact, it's worse when there are mistakes and you're not there to punish. They did punish the mistakes, and when they saw that Deathcloud were down, they pounced over it. However, Markfish, I do think we did speak about how important it was for Synthesis as the on-paper underdog to win this. Now that they've done this, my worry with Synthesis is the capacity for them to blow it from here is still there. They have got to keep going. You said in game 2, they got to play it like, even though they're ahead, they got to play this like it's level. I feel like they got to play this series like they're 1 game behind.
Yeah, they can't be satisfied now, right?
Yes.
You've got Deathcloud in a spot where you perhaps didn't expect to be at the moment. Perhaps you did, but you can't finish now. The series is far from over. It's only 2-1. It's not a best of 5, it's a best of 7, right? So they would need to win at least 2 more games. So I feel like, yeah, Deathcloud, they maybe not need to play it like they're behind in the series, but they should treat it as it's still 0-0, lads.
Well, when it comes to predictions, Pyro's prediction is dead.
So is mine.
Okay. Well, but even look, Deathcloud may still go on to win here, and then he gets the overall result. But the 4-1 is out the window. Mine's looking good. Sam's is still possible, but that's going to depend on who ultimately wins this. Important game now for Deathcloud to level up. If Synthesis can keep it going and bring out a win here, my goodness, what a position they would be in to take down which many of us regard as the number 4 team in the region.
And number 3, number 4, depending on where you see Jeff and Ravi, certainly conversations to be had. It's certainly one that Death Cloud could lose at the moment, considering they are struggling in this series with Synthesis. Dabs now gets a reset. Can't get it past Nitro. Good recovery from the youngster, but still, Synthesis does well defensively, buys some time for their teammates to rotate back into proposition. Oh, that's a backflip though, but Cam can't punish.
Yeah, important moment there. Feel like it should have happened. Here we go. It's 1v2. Daps goes high, gets it over 1. Karka can't get a clear, but he does enough to make sure that the rebound shot can't be on target. But it is. Synthesis pressure, another shot on. Here comes Daps. Keeps it in the blue corner. Death Cloud finally get a bit of a reprieve.
For how long Declan and Meshin already chomping at bits to come back forward. Meshin past 1, but not past Cam. To try to get as much distance as possible. Dabs going into it. Every time Synthesis, at the moment at least, in game 4 here come forward, it's always in the less dangerous areas. It's never right in front of net. This one might be dropping in. Meshin together with Dabs, but unfortunately not on target. Death Cloud can clear their lines.
Is there going to be a Death Cloud goal here? Tapped forward by Nitro. Should be cleared. Oh, that's heading wide. No! Oh, my goodness. Sorry, the angle. I thought that was an own goal. I was going to freak right out. But take a breath. We're all good. But Synthesis are under pressure. They've had the lion's share of the pressure over on the Death Cloud side. But they survive. Death Cloud on their net. Here we go. Shot on. Saved.
What a 50-50 there from Meshin on the sidewall prior to his shot. Right now, not going to count for anything if Death Cloud score the opening goal here. No faking through for Karka. Cam has to drop deep into his own backboard. Gets absolutely clattered by Declan. Just as a little how do you do.
Oh.
Another demo comes in. Daps, can he pinch at center? It's lacking in the power, but it's also lacking in teammates. Neither of his teammates were really in a position to capitalize, even if the pass came through.
Well, we're kind of evening out here on attempts and plays on either net. And it's sort of fallen into that rhythm we so often see of a little bit of pressure one side, a clear, a little bit of pressure on the other side, a clear. And that's reflected in the scoreline. 90 seconds to go, and we're still at 0-0. And opportunity, here comes Karka, dangerous and saved.
Naps needing to stretch, and now Declan deleted. Sent to the scrapyard. But to no avail, nothing will come from that demolition. Another shot opportunity, Karka this time around on defense. To make sure that the shot is not going to be harmful in any way, shape or form. But here comes Declan, backboard defended though by Cam. Not good enough, the double tap nearly comes through anyway. Cam missed the ball, Daps keeping up the pressure here for Synthesis. Daps through the skies he goes. Reset pass, but unfortunately cannot find his man.
Are we going to see a goalless overtime here? I mean, this has been a titanic struggle out there. And neither have been able to break through on the other side. Nitro gets it past 1. Declan, very low on boost. Does great, gets it. He might have an opportunity. He's 1v1. He's short boost. If he had 24 boost, that might have been a goal. He couldn't commit, couldn't get the better of the final Death Cloud defender. And so the tussle continues.
Back to the own corner. Is there another attack in Synthesis? Oh, and Death Cloud. Cam, mighty dunk from him. Gets a reset, gets a pinch center, but Karka did not see that one coming. No communication there between the two to allow Karka to move into center early as Dabs. Can't keep it up. We do! Greybeard have an overtime. 0-0. Game 4 will be decided with a golden goal.
The guaranteed one-goal game. Only one goal separates, and it's the very, very next one. Opportunity here. Declan being chased down, tries to get a pass. He misses. So Deathcloud will have an opportunity. And so far, in the opening 20 seconds of overtime, it's kind of following the pattern of regulation of action on one side, a save, a clear, action on the other. And right now, it is Deathcloud's turn to have an opportunity, have a crack on the Synthesis net. They'll have a second one. Here comes Cam, dispossessed high in the air by Meshin. And now it'll be Synthesis' turn.
It's a great read, though, from Karka on the 50-50. A lot of time, a lot of space, and a lot of an awkward bounce as well to deal with for Synthesis. Seems like the script may be partially broken. As Deathcloud get another look at the orange net. Time. Lot of time now for Dabs. What will he do with it? Not much as it turns out, but it's still in the dangerous area. Couldn't quite get that ball on top of his hood. Mesh in, another shot. That will be caressed wide by Cam. Still Deathcloud in defense, now finally breaking out, moving forward. Cam taking over from Nitro, but missing the read.
Here comes Meshin. Karka full boost in the corner. Meshin does incredibly well, but then the ball just disappears into the Deathcloud corner, but the pressure's still on for Synthesis if they can make something happen. Here, Cam has gotten over one, it's pushed back into the Synthesis corner. And yeah, a very good Synthesis opportunity comes to an end. Deathcloud will now have a crack. Synthesis do get it out. And my goodness, that we've had 7 minutes of pretty much the same thing happening. That's in. Leveled up. Oh dear. And the series, 2 games all.
Fantastic read from Karka onto Meshin. Absolutely stunning read from the Spaniard. He knew exactly where that was going to be going. He knew exactly what Meshin tried to achieve. And he simply outsmarted him. A goal that will be difficult to swallow, I feel like, for Synthesis. And coming at the correct time for Deathcloud.
Now look at the scores across both teams. Karka out front there, 690, which is like double the score of anybody else just about. So Karka putting in a double shift in that overtime game. Now Muckfish, as we're going to get a highlight, which is really a highlight. I mean, sure, there were some good saves along the way, but effectively 1 goal. I would so love to see a LAN where we have all these Spanish and EU players in the same room with their SSA counterparts. I mean, can you imagine Karka being here, Meshin being here, Stake being here, alongside the Renshiros and so on? Oh my goodness, that would be a glorious weekend. I'm going to spend the rest of today fantasizing about how do we make that happen. But where we are now, the state of play, 2 games apiece, the best of 7 became a best of 5. It's now a best of 3. And game 5, how important is this game going to be?
Well, short answer, very, very important. But I mean, having a LAN, I can't quite shake the idea of having a LAN here for like one of the play days. Like, everyone plays worse on LAN though. Some people just play less worse on LAN.
But that's the joy of it, right? Is you don't quite know what you're gonna get. On paper, it's amazing, but then you have wild and crazy things. Oh, mistake here. Oh, Synthesis should have been punished there. They're not, and now they might have an opportunity.
We spoke so much about the mental, especially for Synthesis. How much damage did that seemingly lucky dunk do to their mental that ended game 4? Meshin. Through the sky he goes. Here's the Hungarian Eagle flying high, but in the end, shot down by Deathcloud.
Man, oh man, the ankles of Deathcloud were spared, but Synthesis pressure continues. Daps can't quite put anything dangerous on, and that allows Cam to get a long distance clear and sort of release the valve of the pressure that was building on them.
Well, they found the valve, but it seemed like the valve was being shut again at the hands of Deathcloud Esports. Nitro goes through the skies. In the end, lacks the resources to anything of significance. So we'll have to drop back, and so does the rest of his team. Dabs gets the read in front of Cam, but Nitro has hurried back and will get not just the clear, but also a continuation touch against Declan, buying his teammates a little bit more time to get back into proper defensive positions.
Well, here we go. Another synthesis foray on the Death Cloud net, and an almost cross-pitch clear from Karka allows a potential opportunity for them, but we're right back, and it's getting a little frustrating for Synthesis, because I feel like over the course of the last 2-3 games, Muckfish, Synthesis have had the best of the attacking play, the pressure play, opportunities on the Death Cloud net, but not getting the sort of result they would expect, want, or need from it.
It's the clinicality on shooting. It's getting yourself on the ball at the right time and then actually just executing the shot on a technical level. That's maybe like the one differentiator here between Synthesis and Death Cloud, where Death Cloud, I feel like, have to be able to make more from less.
Yeah.
Compared to Synthesis, as Cam runs down, doesn't quite get the reset mesh and ushers the ball into the side corner.
Here comes Daps, heads it forward. It's going to be high and loose in the midfield, and Cam will get on the end of it, picks up a full boost, and here he goes. I'm sure he's going to look for a pass and or a demo, or maybe just try and bludgeon his way through the defense on his own. Neither option comes or works.
Cam crucially has to get it past Daps, which he does. It'll be awkward now, but that's a good demo in the midfield there onto Nitro, allowing Daps a lot of time on the ball. He doesn't quite know what to do with it, mind you, but still, no harm done. As Synthesis, with 100 seconds left, still find themselves deep in their own half. Not now. Now Meshin flies. The Hungarian finds his master and the Spaniard.
Man, my money was on him breaking through there, but great bit of defending from Death Cloud. Keeps them in. That's a goal, surely. Oh, my goodness gracious. The most important 50 of the series was just executed.
Massive 50-50. Where's the reward? Where's the reward for either team, to be honest? 4 minutes of game time. Still, we're looking at a possible 0-0 overtime. Cam keeps it that way. Nitro follows it. Went from Synthesis to challenge immediately. They will retreat to the back, to the halfway line. But that allows Karka to come forward, and that's not something you want to see. Trying to dunk his way through. Cam has got another opportunity. Got Nitro with him, but is immediately challenged by Declan.
Yeah, and that's good to see, giving them no time on the ball. Here comes Meshin. Oh, his first touch, couldn't get to it, and he's dispossessed high in the air. Daps will have a crack at it. Here he goes, gets the block, followed by Declan. Someone from Synthesis needs to get into the middle. No one's there, but the pass doesn't come. Meshin tries to set himself up, but is obliterated from the field, so there will be no attack there, and that's allowed Death Cloud to maybe break through. Here comes Cam. He's got no boost, so he just sends a calling all pockets kind of shot forward. Synthesis, last 15 seconds. They might have the dying opportunity. No one there to pounce.
Declan, there's another opportunity perhaps. No Nitro, massive dunk. Once again, now Meshin to the skies. What can the Hungarian do? Gets one reset. Can he get a second one? No, he can't even get it over. Cam still hunting for some opponents. Declan has to be wary. Still on 0 seconds. Still the ball airborne. And still Synthesis trying to pressurize. Still Synthesis trying to find the buzzer beater. But once again, as happened on game 4, Parc de Paris will have its winner in overtime.
So that's 10 minutes of regulation Rocket League opportunity for Synthesis, but cut out. 10 minutes of regulation Rocket League without a goal being scored, having to be decided in overtime. So far, that little battle is in favor of Death Cloud, having scored after was it a minute and 16 seconds, I think, that they got the winner. So a critical, big overtime underway here. Synthesis and Death Cloud. Game 5!
1 minute 52, the length of the overtime in game 1! Nearly only 34 seconds, but a miraculous stop from Cam is going to add up some time here into this overtime. What a stop at the low end of the right post. That is one of the clips of the day for sure.
Man, oh man, what a save. I thought they'd done it. Synthesis would have gone into game onto Neo Tokyo in advance. Oh my goodness. Huge problems here for Synthesis. That shot goes wide. They survive, but a little bit of panic on the Synthesis goal line, and they haven't reset themselves yet. They're still in that panic mode. The demo's really going to help to maybe get them to clear the ball high in front of their net, but they will get a clear here. Meshin, does he get the follow? He does. Does he find a teammate? He does. Can they find a pass? He can't.
Cam really is the immovable object on the Death Cloud defense. Kaka having to take his space for now. Long boom, looking for Nitro, finding Nitro on the left wing. Not finding a way through into the dangerous areas of the box. Good demolition there from the Spaniard. Now he's got another option there. The pass is lacking. Nitro already turning back and now having to deal with Daps and Declan moving forward. Meshin trying to fight the kill shot. 152!
Yeah.
Just like it was in game number 4. 112 seconds exactly is what it takes to end an overtime between these two teams.
Wow. And a tiny bit of a mistake there from Deathcloud, a double commit in defense, allowing the opening for Meshin to exploit. And with the game level, if Synthesis lose that game, I think they easy lose on Neo Tokyo. It's all over. But now, I think we got a mouth-watering prospect as we go into the game's highlight.
I mean, there were a few. That solo play
Yeah,
from
fair
Meshin really
enough.
was fantastic.
I hope we see that stop.
Oh yeah, from Cam. Oh, I think we're about to. Yeah, we are.
Bang! Wow! Amazing.
Yeah, I've made a New Year's resolution to talk more about defensive play and to talk more about saves that are really good, because I feel like we glaze goals enough as it is, and
Yes.
saves do not get their just appreciation. That save from Cam is, I
Huge.
would love to see it from his POV. That is absolute mental stuff. How did he get to it? I don't know.
And if Synthesis do somehow go forward to win this series, I think they can look back at some of the saves they've made during the course of the series. In particular, I think it was game 2 or 3. There was like those back-to-back clutch saves. So they've shone there. And you know, they say you can't win series in defense, but my goodness, you can avoid defeat multiple times with outstanding defense. And I think over the course of the series, overall, Synthesis have looked very good in defense. Was it game 2 or 3 where for a period of about 60 seconds where Deathcloud kind of just fell apart and they lost that game. So yeah, we can't underplay the role defense is playing in this series.
I mean, it's the old adage of, you know, offense wins you games, defense wins you championships. Right, that's exactly it. Not one save will win you a game. Not one save will, you know, give you all that momentum that a goal would. But in the grand scheme of things, they are still important. They are almost sacrosanct, in my opinion, at least, to getting a good foothold of a series. And that's exactly what Synthesis is showing. That defense really can get you out ahead. Now, though, they're gonna have to, well, unfortunately for them, do it again. It is the best of 7. They are leading the series 3-2.
Yeah.
And with that comes a bit of a problem, because Synthesis is good. We know that. That's not the problem. But Synthesis and closing out tight series, I've got something spinning in my head that says, ooh, that was a problem in the past.
The reason, so I went pretty much against the grain to predict a Synthesis win, and I predicted 4-2 for an important reason, is what you have exactly highlighted. I think they have to do it now. I think if it goes to game 7, in theory, it's all equal, it's all level. They've both won 3 games. But I give Deathcloud that game. If Synthesis are going to win the series, they've got to finish it out here. They have to close it down on Neo Tokyo. So for that exact reason, and perhaps if they do that, it builds them up enough, gives them the confidence that they can do better in these sort of situations going forward. But yeah, in my mind, Synthesis, they got to shut it down right here, right now.
I'm looking back at Open number 2 in the playoffs. Losing to Astronic in game 7 at this very stage. Back, it's a long time ago in January, but it's still that it can be a problem for Synthesis, which I don't think that. Again, it's the experience talking again. I don't think someone like Cam is gonna have that struggle. I don't think he, quite frankly, he cares whether it's game 6, game 7, game 5. It's just another day at the office for him. So. Yeah, I feel I'm with you that I feel like on Champions Field it's probably more 60-40 in favor of Deathcloud, but on Neo Tokyo it's going to be different. And whilst we wait for the next game to get started, we want to show you that fantastic save from Cam from his POV. Great stuff. That is actually that we can just show you that on such a short notice.
That's brilliant.
And W observers at this point. Thank you very much for everyone, to everyone. And look at that. Turns around. Has got, just about enough boost to make it. But, to read the placement on the shot as well is so good.
Well, listen, and it wasn't too far from like having that gorgeous pinch off the post all the way into the other net. I mean, we've seen that before. Yeah, exactly. Oh, fantastic bit of play. Shout out Hazza, who I'm sure was involved in getting that POV shot. So that was awesome. Now that there is a technical issue, it does give me a moment to go back a little bit to talk about rounds. Because there were two things I wanted to say. I wanted to shout out Renshiro, who I think is such a good ambassador for the game. I love how he approaches the whole thing, his whole vibe in the community. He's just so incredibly supportive of himself, of his teammates, but also other players in the region, other teams, and I just love what he does. And then also there was comment about the Finnish accent. So I'm no longer going to be calling it vibes. We're going to talk about the vibes. We got good vibes here. So shout out to him. And then second, just to Onizuma. I'm so thrilled that he's in the top 6. We'll talk more about that later. We are in a huge match. Game 6, first series of Championship Saturday. Synthesis in the lead.
Yeah, Onizuma and Marcy by extension. More reunionese players, even though it's a difficult word to say, is always better for our region diversity, because right now this is still a majority South Africa. Yes, it's the biggest country, but we've got one Namibian in Tweaks in the top 8, and we've got a few reunionese players in the top 8 as well, and certainly more diversity and more different countries participating will always be better.
All right, and it is Deathcloud pressure, game 6, Neo Tokyo. Oh, Nitro completely undoes the entire Synthesis roster to put Deathcloud in front.
Well, that is what happens if you don't challenge or force the issue from your opponent. Oh boy. 1-0 in favor of Deathcloud, a lapse of concentration. No one really knowing who wants to challenge. And that is the price you'll pay in the meantime. Over in North America, NRG leading their series in the lower bracket as well.
Well, of all the predictions, only mine is live in terms of result and score. But in order for me to fully flex that, Synthesis got to sort themselves out here. Surely they score now! And Declan was trying to go wide of the defender, but didn't have the sauce on it to get it through.
It reeks a bit. I can smell it even here in Germany. It reeks a bit of, is that self-appreciation? Not a good smell. Nearly. But let's see for how long your prediction is still alive. Moving forward, Synthesis having to combat a 1-0 deficit. Cam moving it up, laying it off for Kaka, but unfortunately for him, the Spaniard can't make contact to the ball. Still 1-0 though. Nothing to be worried about yet for Deathcloud.
Now, interestingly enough, with those 2-0-0 overtimes, that's got to go in. Surely saved off the line, this time by Kaka. In considering those goalless overtimes, Deathcloud have never had more. Correct me if I'm wrong, because now I'm not sure. More than a 1-goal lead?
I can't remember a stage in the series where they had quite frankly. So I'm willing to go with you on that one.
All right,
And
well-
overall, it hasn't been a high-scoring series. Let's not forget that this series overall is incredibly low scoring. We've had four goals in a game was the maximum we've seen, and mostly it's been 2-1s or 1-0s.
It's been a great series, very close. Death Cloud continued to have the lion's share of the pressure and the attacking, and Synthesis, we've spoken now at length about how important it is they take this, and will they have the mental fortitude to take Death Cloud in a game 7. Right now it is only 1 goal, and for as long as it is, they're still in with a chance, but they're going to have to defend this. My word, Kaka was trying to get nasty. He is shut down. There's an open net. No, it's not. There is Nitro, who was blending into the background of Neo Tokyo. Didn't see him there, and he makes sure it doesn't turn into anything dangerous. Oh,
Nitro activated the ninja stealth at the other end. Mission is trying to activate the equalizer. Declan! That shot high as well from Synthesis. First proper looking offense here for what it feels like here on Neo Tokyo, but Nitro can deal with that one rather easily. Now tries to blend in again into the attack, but this time the ball was seen. Karka trying something but cannot find contact on Daps.
here they go, kind of a little bit randomly into the middle, hoping someone will pick up on it, and it is Death Cloud who now pick up and try and move forward. The double touch off the sidewall, going to trying to make it awkward for Death Cloud. This is good from Synthesis. If they can finish it up, if they can... Oh, there's been a demo. Where's someone from Synthesis to punish that? Great work up front, but they got to finish these off. Another opportunity saved away.
Synthesis coming alive late, but at least they're coming alive. Right now, 50-50 Declan. Oh, that's well controlled from Karka. That's such a good 50-50 from Karka against Declan. Nitro is in a perfect position to pick it off, but the control on that 50 is sublime from Karka.
Unbelievable. And I don't know where the time has gone. There are 29 seconds left. We're heading to Champions Field. I think we got to make our way there unless something huge happens from Synthesis and you just don't see it happening. They're going to have to score this right here from right now in order to have a kickoff opportunity. They do save it, but this is one of those cases. Saves are not going to take you the game. 10 seconds to go. Machtwish. Hello, Champions Field.
It seems like we do have that date on Champions Field after all. Yes, we do. Game 7 awaits as Death Cloud is unfazed by a well set up Synthesis, is unfazed by having to face Matchpoint, and is simply playing their game. Nitro with an inspired performance on Neo Tokyo.
Okay. Well, if my prediction, my score prediction is completely out the window, but maybe still the team prediction. But in my mind, Death Cloud are currently the team to beat. I feel like they're the team that would have to lose here on Champions Field. But you never know. Maybe the pressure gets to them. I don't know. But I think the point you've made is very, very valid. Cam, that experience at this level, he's not going to be panicking.
He very much won't. And that is, well, bad news for Synthesis. Good news if you're a Death Cloud supporter. But in the end, I feel like Champions Field is still always such a different stage, because even though the players will never admit to it, like loading onto that map in an RSC, in an official match, just does something with you psychologically. You know it's the last chance. You know it's not business as usual. This is the stage. This is the arena where all world champions are forever heralded on the banners, up in the rafters. This is the stage where you have to perform if you want to be the greatest. Champions Field. Game 7, let's go.
Well, this is Rocket League. It is Game 7. Winner here advances to the top 6. Loser is eliminated from Open 4, and it has been Death Cloud with all the pressure early on in this Game 5. There's been a bit of a mistake. Declan makes pretty poor use of an opportunity time on the ball, and he kind of gives it away too quick, but it is still Synthesis pressure. High in the air. Here comes Declan trying to find a pass. High and loose in front of the Death Cloud net. No one from Synthesis there, and Death Cloud should be able to break down the pressure now.
Declan trying to take control. So is Dabs. Speed having slowed down ever since the beginning stages of the series, as both teams have now sort of gone into a rhythm. Meshin finding Declan there for a quick little 1-2. Dabs ending up collecting the ball. No danger emanating from either team yet. Smoke screen's going to make it difficult to see what's going on. Nitro takes over, has the clairvoyance. Nitro can't quite get it through Declan.
And a point of frustration for me with Synthesis is a couple of times a player has manufactured an opening in front of Death Cloud's net, and there's not been a teammate to punish, whether it was a demo or a pass or whatever. So I'd like to see them tighten it up. And I understand the nervousness. You don't want to get countered like this sort of shot going into your net. Okay. You know what? If Synthesis win it, they got to look back at that moment and say, man, we were given a gift that's heading toward the net. It's high and awkward. Who's there first? It's saved.
Synthesis live, but they live with a deep, deep, dark eye. Oh boy, they should have been 1-0 down. But alas, not to be. Death Cloud having to move forward yet again. Cam over one. Meshin easily getting it away. Nitro putting on the pressure, finding Cam in the center. Is that another opportunity coming here? No, it's not. Karka just keeping it up, just asking the questions, but right now Synthesis seems to have the answer key to the test.
Yeah, but still it feels like they're in the time of living dangerously. Opportunity, who gets on the end of that? It's Nitro, pushes it to the Death Cloud corner. The rest of Synthesis, though, have all backed off to go and collect some resources. Collect some boost. Shot now! Popped up and high and wide. Death Cloud survive, and we've seen the Synthesis very good at getting to this position. Not so good at getting it over the line.
It's what we talked about earlier. Getting to match point, converting match point is two different things. Getting the opportunity and converting the opportunity, also two very different things. Pass into the center is good, but Cam is beaten by both defenders. Dabs, low boost. He needs one touch. He can find Declan in the midfield. Meshin looking for an opponent. He has dislocated Cam, and that's going to be enough. Declan 1-0.
Man, oh man, they are 87 seconds away. What a touch from Declan. The little doink, and then to pop into the air instantly to follow it up. Nicely done. Well, that should give them some confidence. But Machtfish, huge kickoff here. They have got to defend this and defend it well.
Oh, Declan can get it past Karka, but not past the second. Still though, Death Cloud. Well, if a storm ever needed to be brewing, if ever they needed to be the cloud, the angry cloud of that the organization's profile picture would suggest, and now is the time. No more niceties! But Dabs has no interest in letting that happen.
My goodness, look at this. A daylight lead for Synthesis. 2 goals. They went up 2 goals in game 2, and they did not lose that one. Which is not to say history will repeat, but my goodness.
Meshin looking for Declan. Is that going to be the nail in the coffin now? Is there going to be a third? Where is Dabs? He comes, but he comes a little bit too late. As again, we fly to the skies. We fly there with Meshin. It's only 40 seconds. Game management now taking over, now having to take the front seat here.
Oh, what a bump.
For Synthesis, only 30 seconds left. They cannot concede here, and they will not concede here as Death Cloud is disorganized in offense.
My goodness, and for the long... Oh, it's goal number 3! Yeah. That's all she wrote. And my word, for the last 45 seconds, there's been a spring in the Synthesis step, a little bit of a sense of that fragility gone, feeling good. And my goodness, I mean, barring a monumental choke, Machtwish, they should have this done.
It would be the mother, the grandmother even, of all throws. If Synthesis were to get that away, but it doesn't seem like it. Synthesis, hello and welcome to the top 6. We've missed you at this point. Have you missed us as well? And defeating DeathCloud to get here, that is quite the accomplishment. Synthesis onto top 6.
And Machtwish, I am so thrilled with this victory for Synthesis for a number of reasons. One, I've been a Synthesis fan for some time, and it's great to see them have success. But secondly, they've made top 6 before, and there's been kind of the thought that maybe they've had easier bracket runs into the top 6, like not as hard as some other teams might have. And then thirdly, they have beaten a team that is undisputedly in the top 4. This is the first time the roster of Cam and Nitro have not been in the top 4 since they formed in Open number 2.
That's absurd. Absolutely absurd. And Synthesis, yeah, they've come here, they've shown up on the day, they've shown up their erratic nature. It's not necessarily a bad thing all the time. It can produce standout performances, and it has produced a way into a Championship Sunday where tomorrow, honestly, they're gonna be playing the loser of, I believe, Bro Crocus or 5 Years. Not an easy matchup, but still, if they can beat DeathCloud, you can beat Bro Crocus.
They've beaten one top 4 team. Why not another?
Wait, no.
Sam audio. Sam's audio. Oh, loud and clear. We good. Okay, good.
Okay, I was about to say,
It
surely
seems like
not.
we're clear. Yeah. My bad.
I've not been a Synthesis hater. I've been very questionable. I found their performances questionable from time to time. They are
Fair.
the most inconsistent team I think we've ever seen in the entirety of the SSA, in the entirety of the history of RLCS SSA.
Bro manages to still be a downer after being called out for being a downer. You know what? I respect you sticking to it.
But with that comes great peaks. There comes great troughs, but there also come great peaks, and I believe we've just seen a great peak of Synthesis. This is the Synthesis I want to see. I don't have anything against these players. I love the players. I love my big Hungarian uncle coming down to SSA to teach the kids how it's done.
Incredible. Well, there you go. I did that for you, Synthesis, because you called us out on Twitter and you took a terrible screenshot of me. So I felt like I should vindicate you, and maybe you'll be nicer to me. Well, but speaking of vindication, DeathCloud maybe didn't meet most of our expectations here, GB. I think, a lot of you obviously going for the Synthesis, you had an inside track, so to speak, but for the rest of us, DeathCloud didn't really deliver.
I didn't have an inside track. I just always go with what I want, and what I'm an eternal optimist. And the great thing about that is occasionally you get it right. But having said that, I think Synthesis were fabulous. They played really well, and they overcome the doubts of themselves as well as people. Like, I didn't think they would prevail in Game 7 if they didn't close it out on Neo Tokyo. They did that, and it is glorious, and I'm incredibly happy for them.
And it was so, closely contested. The fact that we had 2 0-0 OTs, it was so down to the wire, Rhino. So how do we separate these two teams aside from just Synthesis just won, right? It feels like they could both be contesting for a similar spot, how do we figure out who our kind of who we're going to have the most or put the most stock in going forward?
Oh, okay. So the question started with an easy answer, and now it's got to a little bit of a difficult answer with how much stock
do
we
that
actually put in.
sometimes, yeah.
Because we've spoken a little bit about the way that Synthesis played yesterday, for example, in the GSL bracket. It wasn't their best day, losing 3-1 to Rounds. We know Rounds are a fantastic team, but that's a surprising result to kick off the day yesterday. They do come through the lower bracket, but then they go through in a 5-game series against the Bang Bang Boys. So you're like, how much stock do we put in it? I think what they showed today is that they have got ice. They have got the ability to ice out a game in those big moments. They've got that mentality that you need to be able to do that. And that is why I think at this point, I'm putting quite a lot of stock in Synthesis.
Okay, well, I'm sure that they will be grateful to hear that after some of the slander that they've been feeling like they've been receiving. But here to maybe expound on that a little bit is Declan as we jump into our interview.
All right, welcome Declan, and firstly, congratulations. You win a huge match. You score 2 bangers in that Game 7 win, and you proved Mocked and I wildly wrong on our predictions as well, so congrats on that. But I want to talk to you about your immediate reactions. What a thriller of a match. How's it feel to come out on the top of that one?
It feels great. We struggled a bit, but we just iced up in Game 7, but it feels really good.
Is it the dark gamer hacker man room from the mid-2000s movie, or what?
Yes.
What was the ice?
I don't know what's clapping in my room at the moment.
No, but evidently it worked. I mean, for tomorrow, I reckon just keep it like that, and you'll be fine. But because that was, I feel like, the best sort of team performance that we've seen from you all season. We've always seen flashes of brilliance from you, from Dabs, from Meshin, but never really all three happening in the same series. What do you think is the difference between the past, perhaps, or what we've seen today?
We just played because there's nothing on the line for us, so we just played for fun, and it seemed to work really great. So we're gonna keep that into tomorrow and then open 6 as well.
Like, is it a case of you making yourself too much pressure before, or
no? Well, I think so. I mean, if you look at the paper, on paper, we are a good team. We just need to show it. But yeah, we also just put pressure on ourselves constantly between all the regionals.
Okay, I mean, now it's like you've beaten one top 4 team. That is like, maybe now the pressure really is off for you, and you can have actually like acknowledge and have fun. But tomorrow, I think you're gonna play the loser of Bro Crocus 5 here, so most likely it's gonna be Bro Crocus, right?
Yeah.
Is there an opportunity where you can make top 4 beating the other 2 top 4 teams? Do you think Bro Crocus are just as beatable as Deathcloud is?
Definitely. I think it was previous regional, we beat them to make 3-0 or 2-0 in Swiss to, yeah, we beat them to make it. So yeah, we can beat them tomorrow.
Okay, I'm excited about Championship Sunday for sure. I want to ask one more just about the match itself, Declan. A lot of people in chat in the community, they're just excited about what they see in terms of your gameplay, your mechanics. I'm thinking about even just that last game, that air dribble for the first goal over everybody, crossbar down and in. It was a gorgeous shot. What goes into preparing to executing on those mechanics? Because we know a lot of players in the scene can do it, but you do it when it matters most. Is it a thing about staying calm, as you've mentioned, or is it something else?
You just do it. You just do it. That's all I can say. You just do it. Don't be scared to do it.
No hesitation.
Yeah, Pyro just do it, I reckon.
That could be part of it for sure. And final one for you, Declan, as we're wrapping up here. We talked about playing Bro Crocos, but I'm also curious about what takeaways and insights you took from the last event. You go up against Pioneers 5 years, you don't get the results you want. If you face them again in Championship Sunday, how is that matchup going to look different?
We don't know yet. I wouldn't know. That bracket was not nice. Nice.
No, well, I'm glad you guys get the chance to prove otherwise and show off in that Game 7 thriller. Declan, thanks so much, and we'll send it back to the desk.
Thank you, Becker.
in the immortal words of Shia LaBeouf, don't let your dreams be memes, just do it. That's where it is. That's where he's drawn his inspiration from, and fair enough. Well, congratulations to Synthesis. They defied the odds, they defied all expectations, and they will be moving forward in that bracket. And speaking of the bracket, we can go ahead and take a look and see how things are shaping up now as we move forward. We are halfway through the first broadcast day of this weekend, and as predicted, our first two games were absolute bangers. But as we head into the second half of the day, GB, do you think we're going to have similar bangers, or perhaps maybe something a little bit less adrenaline pumping?
Every Saturday this happens, right? The first two are bangers, and then it's kind of sweep. We're done for the day. I think we might start to see something different, and what's leading me to think that is, I think our top 7 teams are forming very nicely. Outside of Pioneers, Five Fears, we've got Procurocros, Deathcloud, Astronic, Rounds, and Synthesis battling. And what is great is we're seeing these teams beat each other. So Deathcloud beating this one. It's just fabulous. And I would love to extend that one position further into the next. So I think we might see a bit of chaos here.
Oh, it's definitely been a little bit of rock, paper, scissors, Rocket League, except for, Five Fears. But even KCP have shown themselves to be a little bit mortal. However, that start to the bracket is done and dusted. And speaking of KCP, they're going to be taking on Astronic now as we move into our next game. But before we dive into that, a reminder, folks, to go ahead and vote for your driver of the day. My money is still on Renshiro, not gonna lie, but feel free to go ahead. If you've seen somebody in that last game that you think absolutely trumps it, get that vote in, or wait till the end of the day, which is the smart thing to do, and then you can do that then. And now, also a reminder that you can vote for which team that you think is going to be taking the victory here. And I don't know, KCP versus Astronic, I feel like it's another, maybe not as difficult, but I'm looking forward to seeing what Astronic are going to bring to the table. And on that note, I am going to rely on my fabulous panel, to my left, almost pointed the wrong way, to give us some insight into that. So, Rhino, what are Astronic going to bring into this matchup?
Confidence.
Yeah.
That's what they're going to bring into this matchup. They beat Pioneers in Open 4, let's not forget, on the GSL game to get into the top half. That's why Pioneers were in the lower bracket in the previous Open. Astronic feel like they've solved the puzzle, especially considering the fact that when we spoke to Tadai4 after the first game of Saturday in Open 4, he said specifically that they always play bad against Astronic, and maybe they've got our number. He said those two phrases, right? Mm-hmm. So for my money, there's going to be a lot of confidence coming through from Astronic, because they're not going to be looking across the field with the same fear factor, the same fear level that a lot of other teams around them are going to do, because they're like, well, we've already beaten these guys once. We've proven we can do it. Let's see if they can do it again. Let's see if it can be consistent.
And speaking of, that has been our favorite buzzword here in SSA. One of the things we've spoken about when it comes to KCP has been that kind of very gradual but noticeable decline. For the longest time, they've been the undisputed second best team. Prior to that, they were undisputed best team. Are we expecting that decline could, progress further? Or maybe we'll see them kind of step up a little bit today. How do we think that this is going to shape up, Mart?
Yeah, they are in decline, but it's relative, right? It's not not absolute. They are still most likely one of our grand finalists. They are still definitely in the top 2. Have they lost an argument towards being the best of the region? Yes, they have. Undeniably so. But I feel like you can lose once to Astronic and it can still mean we're still the second best team in the region. Losing twice, now that would really open the can of worms. And I feel like today is sort of a make or break day for the rest of Pioneer's entire season. If you lose today, you will most likely end up on 5 Fears side of the bracket. You will most likely have to play them tomorrow in the semifinals. And that's bad news. For your points overall, for Paris Major, for Worlds, for everything. That is just not where you want to meet 5 Fears, because the opportunity cost is so high. So I feel like Pioneers today have to show everything that they got, and they have to be firing on all cylinders.
All right, well, on that note, let's see. Astronic have done it before. Do we believe they can do it again? GB, hit me with your predictions.
This is make or break for Pioneers. The rest of their season hinges on today and tomorrow. There might be its own special kind of cinema, though, if they are to meet Five Fears tomorrow in a semi-final, and maybe they lock it all down right there in a semi-final, not a grand final. So why not? I think Astronic are on a resurgence. And from what I've seen from Pioneers so far, I don't think they are the Pioneers that were here in Open number 1. I think they're struggling. I think Astronic can do this. 4-2 once again to Astronic.
Okay, not debated by GB this time. Very good, very nice. Rhino, what about you?
Yeah, I went with GB in that last game, and it proved to be exactly the recipe that I needed to get that victory. Unfortunately, that will not continue. Look, I really try to sell, Astronic having that confidence, having that win under their belt. It's going to take a lot to do it a second time, especially on a championship weekend, because we know Pioneers thrive in that space. Give me Pioneers, give me 4-1.
Ooh, okay. Macht, what about you?
I wanted to be the one to throw the spanner into the works, but I guess Ryan just beat me to it. I started, when I initially did my predictions for the day, I started just, oh my god, I'd be like, okay, yeah, this is going to be a Pioneers win, no questions asked. I was actually on the same page as Rhino with a 4-1. It's changed since then, because I like to be an agent of chaos, and I can't win our predictions battle anyway, so I might as well go out having fun, and I feel like, again, if you could do it once in a game 5 in Swiss, it's a good showing. I feel like they can do it again here. Inspire on, let's not forget, he is in South Africa, so he is playing on low ping. Has been on high ping even really good. Devour brings a lot of youth, a lot of freshness, and then Skill Steal being that experience factor. So I feel like all the building blocks are there for Astronic to do the unthinkable and actually upset the Pioneers. I'm going game 7 for Astronic.
Wow, okay. Bold prediction there. I'm keeping this one in far more relative safety. Mine is a 4-1 in favor of the Pioneers. I was the one that said it, the decline, but I think KCP are still a very strong second best right now, so I suppose time will tell. And Twitch do seem to agree that KCP are still just kind of pipping over the edge at the moment. But like we said, Astronic have done it once before. KCP have done it multiple times. We've given you all our aspersions and our predictions and our thoughts on the matter. But as I've said before, what we think really makes no difference. So let's go ahead, put it all on the pitch, everything on the line here. KCP, this is an important one for them to win, and for Astronic, it's all about making that statement and finally beating those demons.
Match number 3 is about to be underway, and it features a Pioneers team that has an essential task in front of them: turn the tables. Not only will they look to defeat Five Fears later in the event, but they'll also want to beat an Astronic, another team that beat them in their most recent rematch. I'm here with Greybeard and GB. I'm wondering, what will it take for Astronic to repeat history?
Well, I was pretty confident in my prediction, a lot of optimism there. The Synthesis win over Death Cloud was an upset, but not an earth-shattering upset. A win by Astronic against Pioneers on Championship Saturday in a best of 7 would be a region-shaking upset, and it would put Astronic firmly in the conversation for 3rd place. Either way, we're going to find out. Are Pioneers on the comeback, or are their wounds still unhealed?
I mean, a year ago, we think it's crazy to say, hold on, you're predicting to die for and Sweaty to not make the grand finals or to get kicked down into the lower bracket in a matchup like this, but we remember fondly of moments where that has happened, and Skill Steal has been on the other side of the field, so we'll see what this Astronic team can put together.
And mentioning Skill Steal, I mean, this man is still relevant, still a force in SSA Rocket League, and I'm just in awe of what he's going to be, what he is bringing. Early opportunity there for Astronic. Now on the other side to dive for, looking to shatter the dreams of Astronic. It doesn't come off, but still the Pioneers push forward, and Astronic having to defend, looking for a way to break free from their own half.
Yeah, this is a bit according to expectation. Pioneers are bringing the heat, but Astronic remaining formidable on the other side. Skill Steal challenging that early. Inspires up right away. Lewis P takes care of it into Dive4's there as well. Closing up all the angles as they can, but Astronic giving Pioneers a bit of a run for their own money as well. As you see, Skill Steal hunting that bubble to Lewis P. It's a top corner shot. That one's off the bar, and the rebound goes loose.
And we didn't even talk about on the desk that Pioneer. Oh, is that okay? It's going to be pushed wide by Lewis P. Pioneers dropped a game to Stanislas, which is a reunion team comprising Clays and Zion, who are 13 and 15 years old, respectively. So I think that says more about Stanislas and the potential they have. But interesting to note that they dropped a game there.
Yes, I agree that it says more about Stanislas and the fact that the skill floor is improving in SSA. And the Pioneers, well, they don't have really much of any free passes on their road here. And they will see once again obstacles in their way to score in game number 1. It is Sweaty with half a tank to try to pick this ball up at the center of the pitch, but it gets sent right back at them to die for. The trusty hand, though, to deliver it from the backboard.
Astronic certainly not being overawed. Half the game gone. Still a goal to be found. The opening goal. So Astronic giving as good as they're taking at the moment. Keeping it level. Shot on is going to be cleared away. Who gets us in the midfield is going to be picked up by Devour. A little low on boost. I thought there was an optimistic play by him, but he actually does get past one, but not past the last to set up a shot on net. And we remain deadlocked at 0 as we come to the end of the 3rd minute.
There are 12 shots in this game already. You'd think that one of them would have found the back of the net, but that's not the case. Instead, it is the defense on display here, and we'll get another save for the books. Why not? Inspire. Player that a lot of people have been raving about ever since they moved here to get that low ping. Is starting to make the headway on the defensive side, and as well on that 50-50, we'll get another touch. That's a great challenge to put it within striking distance for Astronic, as they will climb back to it again. Counterattack, Skill Steal, a wild touch there on the ground, but it gets taken care of.
And we can see Inspire is taking this game seriously. He's rocking the Octane. No Venom and wagon wheels for him today. He's
not
like
yet.
he's not yet. He's locking in. He wants to see this win. Devour building pressure for Astronic on the Pioneers net. Lewis P will get it out. Oh, he might have an opportunity here. Skill Steal reading that lovely. Make sure he gets up, gets the block in. This is going to be a shot save.
Skill. 1 minute remaining. This one on target. Lewis P was back and ready. This has reminded me of the last series. We had 2 games, I think, in a row go to overtime with no scoring in regulation. Oh, I thought that wouldn't be the case on that chance for Astronic. They could not find a good shot at it. That's a double commit, though, from the Pioneers. All 3 of the Pioneers are cooped up in the corner. The shot won't be found for Astronic instead. They leave it across the field, and Pioneers won't close on the chance either. Nobody can score until to die for puts an end to it.
Yeah, that's a dagger through the heart, right? What an opportunity for Astronic. That would almost certainly have given them the game. But now, 25 seconds from time, one sneaks through. We're not going to have the goalless overtime, but it might still be decided by one single goal unless Astronic can do something fabulous, miraculous in the remaining 20 seconds.
This would be their chance. Devour on a long clear. Will not get that midfield boost. And so it's up to Inspire off the ceiling instead. Look how well they do, though. Pioneers to get each and every challenge, keeping this ball out of dangerous distance. It is Skill Steal with the tipper that will shut down the play. Pioneers on a late goal take the lead.
We spent a lot of time, Macht and I, talking about synthesis to Death Cloud, where the importance of synthesis sort of taking advantage where they can, winning important games. You feel it is even more so in a titanic struggle against a team like the Pioneers. If you're going to take games, you want to take them early. You don't want to have to be fighting such a strong team like this from behind for too long. So it does mean game 2 takes on huge importance. They got away with that one, Pyro. The long distance touch away, but then they couldn't keep it out. They panicked.
It was like a bait and switch, like Pioneers all cooped up in their own corner, like, go ahead, score on us. Oh no, we're not in the net. Psych, right across the field, and then to die for gets a rebound chance. I'm with you that Astronic may have really liked this game, number 1, but in that best of 5 that they won in last event, they went back and forth. It was Astronic with the game 1 win, but then it was Pioneers Astronic, Pioneers Astronic. So I think that they feel reassured that they can go back and forth with the Pioneers in this series. And also, I think it's going to take a return to form for Astronic, something we discussed a ton in the last event, but not really yet here, is the fact that Astronic rely on the demos. They only got 1 demo in that last game. There's still some levers to pull here for Astronic.
And it was only 1 goal. I mean, they must take huge encouragement from that. They're certainly not being overawed by this Pioneer side. They are going toe-to-toe with them, and only conceding that single goal is pretty good, and they are on attack here. So they don't look like a team that are trembling in fear against the great Pioneers.
No, they are a formidable foe, and they've proven that as such before. They want to prove it again. Despite not having allowed Pioneers to score many, it is still Astronic experiencing a drought. That is 0 goals with more than 5 minutes, maybe 6 minutes or so now of Rocket League gameplay without that respite. So how quickly can they end that drought?
Well, they're keeping it 0-0 inside the first minute. No goals yet, but it is Astronic pressing forward, flying in front of their net. They haven't cleared it yet. Devour's going to try control it. Oh, he's kind of messed it up. We had a brief Rule 1, but as is the norm these days in RLCS, it is quickly broken up and play regular scheduled programming resumed.
Yeah, they were jockeying for that boost that it was taking a bit of a minute to respond. I think players are still getting a hang for that boost indicator. It can be a little too tempting sometimes when it's glowing like that. But OSP,
maybe the problem is worse now, Pyro.
Yeah, I think it is. I think it certainly is.
Ooh.
Though I will say, in some VOD reviewing of Pioneers and some of their grand finals matches, I do see a couple of the players sitting on the corner for too long. So it is something for Pioneers to improve in general, as well as their defense against shots like that from Devour. Skill's going to go for, I thought, the double, but instead he backs off the play. He'll be inspired to continue that possession.
But a great passage of play for Astronic. They're building some fantastic pressure. We saw this from Synthesis in the last game, and they struggled to capitalize and finish off their pressure plays. Same with Astronic here. Great period of play. They are just shot after shot. They're getting it there and thereabouts, but Pioneers able to just defend it. Keep it out. Surely now. No. It is going to bounce away. Sure. Oh, man, another opportunity. But Skill still can't get on the end of it to put on a decent shot on net. And finally, Pioneers break free and make it over to the Astronic side.
Well, the good news is the ideas are there for Astronic. That was a lovely pass, but unfortunately the connection wasn't there for the goal. Instead, Pioneers will be happy to turn the tables. They don't have a shot registered yet in this game. And we're already 3 minutes underway nearly. Looseby could change that. This is the ball off the sidewall, so Sweaty will take this as To Die For gets the boost. How far across the field can Sweaty take this one? Goes for the reset, skill steal. Saw it coming and intercepts right away.
To Die For, out of boost. I'm not sure. Okay, so he is dispossessed. That's heading toward the net, and oh my word. Well, there you go. Shot one, goal one.
All you need is one. Sometimes, and Sweaty had the right position on the wall. You could tell Astronic were a little bit out of boost, and so I think this is what happens to teams when they feel a little bit exhausted, right? They try to use all the resources they can to get that first goal of the series, They don't have much left on the other end. Speaking of which, Inspire, that's not
Oh
a
my.
good one.
Oh
Falls
my.
right under the balls. Lewis P gets it through.
You know, so many of these short games of Rocket League are battles of attrition where a team will just be, you know, going around and around, putting on pressure, take a shot, but keep it in the opponent's half. But I do think that can work the other way. If a team can just keep defending, you just blow the wind out of the sails of the attacking team. What is going on? Suddenly, Pioneers have just turned it on. Astronic can't get within a mile of the Pioneers net.
I mean, the Pioneers are taking insights from game one. It's exactly what you said. The Pioneers just have to bend but not break, because eventually Astronic will. And now that Astronic are picking up the pieces, Pioneers can take advantage. They're punishing them on every blow that they can. And it's given them this 2-goal lead, nearly 3, which we saw on that laser of a redirect. This one also finds its way towards the Astronic net, and hold on, Skill Steal having a hard time controlling that ball on the goal line. Treacherous territory, but they don't get scored on yet.
You know the old expression about everyone's got a plan until you get punched in the face kind of deal? It feels a little bit like that with Astronic, because they had a solid plan. They were working that plan. It was looking good for them. And then suddenly they've just been pelted, and they look a little bit punch drunk, a little bit unrecovered from that, and haven't been able to find what they've had for so long. And the point you've made, we're approaching 10 minutes now. They are yet to find the Pioneers' net.
And that's going to be a struggle to figure out for Astronic. In the meantime, Pioneers will enjoy their shutout victory thus far. 5 seconds left at this point as Devour tries to get it over Lewis P. There's the potential shot, but the Demolition closes things. We'll pick up a demo at the end, but still scoreless for Astronic after the Pioneers win.
Pioneers are they're trying to make a point. They are coming by their standards, certainly by the standards of Open number 1. They're digging themselves out a fairly deep hole here, and they've got to find that point of turnaround. And their GSL performance, I mean, look, they made it through GSL. They didn't drop a series. They, went 1-2. They were done, but they're not back to where they were. So conversely, we're talking about Astronic and how good they've been looking and so on. Pioneers are on a mission. This is not about winning this series. This is about bringing the conversation about Major and Worlds back into the conversation. So hugely important series for them from that point of view. So 2 shutouts against Astronic, they might feel like they're well on the way to that recovery.
It does feel like a tone shift as well, because when you get into Open 4, it's like, okay, we have the whole split in front of us. Yeah, we dropped a match in GSL, but I remember the interview with To Die For. He says, some teams fail and then they still go on and win the whole event. Like, we're not too worried about it. But then you get into Open 5. You already lost an event. It's kind of put up or shut up time. And as you said, Gravy, this team is putting up. In the meantime, Astronic will call a timeout. Talked about them taking a punch to the face and really not looking the same afterwards. A timeout is a good way to level set.
And for me, they've looked really, really good in game 1 for all of that game, and then up until they conceded in game 2, and then it kind of wobbled and fell apart. And it's really just converting the opportunities that they are creating, because they certainly are, but man, Pioneers are just locked down in defense and will not let them through. So the theory is very simple, Pyro, is okay, build that pressure, make the opportunity, but this time score.
They've got the pathways there. They really do. Even in game 2, we saw some that pass from Inspire right down to Skill Steal. Had the opening, just couldn't strike accurately on the ball. It's there. Right? There isn't too much to change. It's just being confident in yourself, not hesitating, and following through on those shots, on those chances. Then in game 1, they got burned for overexerting themselves on a possession, but you still have to have that confidence in yourself. Game 3 is going to get a chance for Astronic to renew it.
And on the other side, oh, look at this. This is going to be our earliest goal yet. To Die For, 5 seconds in, right off kickoff. Pinches off the wall to die for, is up in a flash, burns the last 6 or so of his boost to get up to it, and manages to get it in at 92 Ks an hour. So reversely for Pioneers in pursuit of their recovery. Oh no, what's this? Oh, my
It's
whole
the
narrative.
Nomad.
The Nomad makes it to the pitch. It was there all of GSL. The little kickoff pinch strategy works out for Astronic.
The only unfortunate aspect is I didn't see the Nomster goal explosion that came with this car, but it is looking good out there. So good that we got a tie game. I was gonna knock Devour for losing that challenge against To Die for the kickoff,
What?
but now he's popping off. Look at that, another strike at the net.
And we thought Inspire would be the one to change the car and come out there wild. But look at Inspire in a boring Fennec. It's Devour in the Nomad, making things happen. And that is Astronic's first goal in 2 games. What a redirect. I think that was on target. But Astronic, the timeout's done them good, Pyro.
It has, yeah. Skill Steel said, I don't find the Fennec so boring. Take a look at this top corner redirect. It looked fantastic, and this is exactly the Astronic team you want to see out the gate if you're hoping for this team to come back. But in the meantime, Pioneers have hardly slipped up in this series. Part of the reason is players like To Die for. Takes the challenge against that big bully of a Nomad.
And to finish my little narrative about Pioneers in their pursuit of recovery, getting themselves back into the conversation, is they want to close this out emphatically. They'd love to sort of sweep this and make a little bit of a statement in that. But to be fair, Astronic not making that easy.
Not whatsoever. And even Devour's going in for the demolitions, but it's Inspire with the top rope shots. Nice dunk on that play. Sets up Skill Steal for the bottom corner blaster. Ooh. That's a beauty from Skill.
And look at that. They were listening. I'm telling you, they listened in. They're following the strategy I laid out for them to the letter. Do what you've been doing, but this time score. Bang, bang. They have a lead.
A good one. But no team is confident in holding a 1-goal lead against Pioneers for 3 whole minutes. How about a 2-goal lead? I think Astronic would like that.
Wow, wow, wow. Look at this work, though, from Inspire. That first touch into his corner and then the follow-up. Fantastic work, and Skill still doing a manful job of not saving Inspire's shot.
I already did the work. That demo in the back line helped a ton for that team to get the opening downfield. 3 goals in 2 minutes for Astronic. This is the first time that we'll see Pioneers not play that war of attrition. Instead, at a certain point, they may need to press forward a little harder on that gas pedal.
Oh, is this going to be number 4? No, it's not. Lewis P does get back, clears it off the line. Sweaty will have a bit of time to pick up. Doesn't have a lot of boost, though. And now Lewis looking for To Die for, high on the sidewall. He pops it toward the middle, looking for the 1-2 pass. Doesn't come out. And now Devour's in a race toward the Pioneer net, but gets tripped up by Lewis, and he'll bring it right back.
Instantly dealt with there. To Die for did not get the side of the ball that they wanted on that pinch, and it does set up Inspire to get the pass back over to Devour to close it down. Another one for Astronic, 4 in a row.
I'm trying to think what the inverse is, because it doesn't feel, in game 2, it felt like Astronic had been punched in the face and they were a little bit punch drunk. It doesn't feel that way with Pioneers. It feels like Astronic have come out. Their coach whispered something in their ear during the break, and they've just come out swinging and fighting hard. It is so good to see. But Pioneers aren't gonna go quietly into that good night.
Exactly what you said was right. Astronic may be peaking, but Pioneers haven't really missed a beat, right? They're not going to stumble as easily, and that counterattack set up by Lewis P is fantastic. More of that, and we will see KCP get right back into this game. It's set up by Sweaty across to Lewis P. That connection will not work out for them as easily this time.
Here comes Astronic once more. It's Gonna get picked up by Sweaty. Sweaty going 1 against 2. Oh, you saw what he wanted to do. The flick lets him down, takes his eye off the ball for the briefest moment, and it kind of ends in a damn squib. But here comes to die for. Pass, shoot, score. 1 goal game.
And Devour picked a slightly bigger car. Maybe he could have saved this one, but in the 1v2, to die for executes perfectly to bait the shot, send off the pass, and bring this game within 1.
And to die for doing a manful job of not saving the shot, driving into the net to stay well clear of the shot. That was, oh my word! What a play, what a save. But my goodness, it feels like Pioneers suddenly finding another gear. They have come from 3-1 down to bring this within a 1-goal game with plenty of time. They are on the attack. And now Astronic looking a little bit frazzled in defense because they're being forced to be frazzled in defense.
And it feels like the scoring isn't done. Every single player on the field has scored. Devour the only one with more than a goal. So that just shows that this upper matchup, everyone is locked in to try to get the win. This rebound off the backboard could be it for the Pioneers. It will not go. Save comes just in time. And what a tipper from Skill Steal to send it the other way.
Well, Astronic have gone from that sheer confidence in everything they do to go, okay, guys, hold on for 30 more seconds. You know, they don't want to score. They just don't want to concede. Skill Steal going to punt it downfield and hope it doesn't come back with any interest or more interest than they can comfortably deal with. The net, the pinch. Oh, it's a scramble. Sweaty looking for the double steal. Skill Steal clears. And 15 seconds, it's in. We've had 8 goals in the game.
Sometimes it's not a knockout blow. They just fall apart eventually. And there was nothing left from the Astronic defense after that last shot. Pioneers score 3 in a row to bring this one level. And off the kickoff, to die for's got the ball. He's scored a kickoff goal already this game. Devour won't see it through, not this time. Sweaty from the backboard, reads there. From Skill Steal, can they reach to the ground? Not quite yet. Devour above this ball. It is killed. Here we go. We got OT.
Well, what are these low-scoring games? Game 1 and 2, like these tiny score lines. We've had 8 goals. We're guaranteed 9 in the game. Sweaty is undone by the clear off the backboard, but it's Pioneers still in attack. Devour does fantastic work to ensure the clear. But Pioneers have possession. Heavy touch from Lewis. Gets them into trouble. They've dealt with it for now, but suddenly, by looking like they were going to score, looking a little frantic in defense, but another opportunity that's heading toward the net. Devour clears.
There's so much pressure on Astronic right now. You lose this game, you've got to reverse sweep. This feels like a goal they have to score. And they've got everybody in the same corner to try to do it in. To make matters worse, to die for has gotten the boost, has gotten the demo. Without a touch there from Skill Steal, it's a goal from Pioneers, but he stays on form.
Popping up. Devour's got no boost to follow that up in the Nomad. Pop now into the midfield. The pass doesn't find its mark. Inspire picks it up and maybe... I could see what he was trying to do there. I thought he might have just given it away, though. But Astronic finally have an opportunity. Maybe make something happen. Inspire's going to be looking for a teammate. It floats in front of the net. It clears. Skill Steal, who was lurking like a predator, waiting to shoot. Doesn't come to pass. Devour. There's a bumping play. Floating it. Oh, awkward in front of the Pioneers net. They survive. And overtime continues.
And honestly, Devour could have continued on that possession because it looked pretty confident, I think, from Astronic, but he played back as that third man and instead said, no, we will not be outdone on the counterattack once again. But look at Devour trying to read that save from Lewis P. Credit to Lewis P. Finds the angle away from Devour, but Inspire in position to close down this overtime. They couldn't stave off the OT, but they're able to stave off the loss in this finisher.
Man, and you saw as that play developed over in the Pioneers' half, the combined total of the Pioneers' boost was about 36. They weren't in good shape there, but what a play from Astronic. I mean, they came out swinging hard, got themselves to a 3-1 lead. gave that up into overtime, and then to find their way back, to play through that period of craziness to then find a winner. Fantastic work from them.
I might have to page a ultimate statistician of RLCS to see if a Nomad has ever gotten an MVP title in an RLCS game. If it's never happened, it has happened now. And my Nomad preset will see some more action. Devour does it there with 2 goals and 4 shots in that game. Was all over the place between bumps and demos as well.
And it was so good from Pioneers, because I was like, wow, they're going to work themselves from 4-1 down and win a game. That would have been so huge in what they're trying to do, but undone by the little tap-in redirect there at the end from Inspire to take Astronic. And now they're 2-1. And the point you made, very true, Pyro. They lose that overtime. They're in reverse sweep territory, and we know that's... you know what? Yes, it's a best of 7, but you almost want to, you want to get the ref to stop it at 3-0 just as the bleeding doesn't continue. But they have stopped that bleeding. They are now within 1 game. It's looking far more realistic for them.
Well, amazing how we went those 2 games in Astronic. I mean, we couldn't see them get a goal, and that is 5. On the count for game 3, they've turned it around after their time out, and now they've got to do it again. Skill steal. Bold decision there to wait for the ball off the bar, but does get the read on the touch. And yes, Devour will stay in that beautiful car.
All right, the crossfield pass, skill steal, sends it there and thereabouts toward the net. Look at this work from Sweaty. Gets it over Devour, puts it into a position where maybe they can build an attack. Lewis P comes streaming in. This is good from Pioneers. Suddenly, Astronic maybe running a bit low on boost in defense. They have done very well to get it out and maybe build something of their own over on the Pioneer side. Not to be. Here comes Sweaty. He's going to be looking for a teammate. Finds Lewis P. He pops it once, pops it twice, follows. Can he pinch? Can he pop? He can, but it is saved.
A little bit like those earlier matches where either Astronic or Pioneers could get their way around the defense, so they just settle into a familiar fight. There really is no settling down for any of these players. It's still full throttle. And Devour's going to experience the product of that with the demolition.
Oh, wow.
What a fake from To Die For, the stutter step for the opening goal.
Yeah, that was so savage. And you know what? When you're on the receiving end of this, Pyro, because you've been there, I know certainly I have, and you feel so dumb. You're like, really? But it's such a good play, and To Die For does it magnificently. And 90 seconds in, Pioneers have a 1-goal lead. Lewis, he lays it up for To Die For. He puts on the shot. It is saved, but there is a double commit. So Astronic are looking a little bit fragile in defense. Skill Steal does get the touch away over to the corner and almost getting a pass in for his teammates. But so it is just the 1 goal for now.
Yeah, the 1 goal that does 1 point in physical damage and 100 points in mental damage. Especially when they watch the replay afterwards. That's got to be the worst part. But nevertheless, you got to shake it off and get right back up. This is a nice pass over to Sweaty, who actually allows To Die For to continue the play. And look at that, taking 50s against every player from Astronic. Devour? It inspires at 3 demolitions on all of KCP. We're coming back from the graveyard just to play this game.
Well, they don't concede because of it. Into the middle. 50 is going to keep it loose on the Astronic side. They do get it out, but for how long? The redirect toward the net, but easy for Sweaty to pick up. But he does get 50'd, and this is good from Astronic. They're not rolling over. They are still building. They are still finding ways forward. But after the chaos of 9 goals in the last game, we have had 1 in 3 minutes.
It has costed a little bit more to get that point on the board. And Astronic are ready to take that measured approach to the net. High Flyer's going to be taken up by Sweaty. Not going to be able to get the double off the ground. It's taken away by Devour. Lewis P stretches across the field here. Is thinking about grabbing that corner boost and eventually does as well, being awarded with the demo. That's part of the resource battle. It not only takes away the resources from your opponents, it slows them down so they're easier targets for those demos.
Well, here we go. Sweaty trying to find a teammate. Doesn't inspire with the long clear skill steal. A little bit of a hopeful chase on 0 boost. No one. Oh, the pass from Inspire straight into the middle. Devour, though, in the fat nomad does get the save, but Inspire putting his team in a bit of strife there. The defensive demo might open up a bit of space for Astronic to get out. Oh, but the return demo might just keep the pressure on. Although here come Astronic into the middle. Don't find a shot. Don't find a goal.
Listen, I asked for Astronic to return on the demos after only 1 in game number 1, but this is another level to it. Unbelievable double tap from Inspire. Will not find the goal. It's another demolition as well. Astronic taking the gloves off for the final minute here, doing whatever is necessary to get their chance at scoring.
And that's the problem, the chance. We spoke about this game 1. Another demo, shoot, score, and finally pays off. There it is, Pyro. They've tried it a few times, didn't work, but now they have the leveler. 25 seconds from time. That's when Pioneers scored their winner in game 1, the equalizer from Astronic.
Yeah, that must not taste well for them, and neither do all the smoke screens from the demolitions. I think we're averaging 5 players on the field right now instead of 6. There's a flip reset there. It doesn't work out for Lewis P. Astronic may be looking towards an overtime as we were the victors of the last one, but this is to die for with the air dribble all the way to the net. It is saved. Sweaty with a chance off the backboard. Set away by Inspire. Can Astronic get one final block, or will Lewis P have the last laugh? It's an air dribble tipper to the crossbar that Skill still saves. To die for and Sweaty both up to the challenge as Lewis P gets it right across the net. Ooh. Pioneers will not die until they see this ball with another chance at the net. A demolition against Inspire. Lewis P with the dunk to die for in position. The goal is taken away. We'll take it to extras.
What was that, 35, 40 seconds in the air? That was absolutely nuts. Pioneers, though, can't close it out. They do have early pressure right off the kickoff in overtime. 10 seconds in, to die for, looking for a pass. Inspire reads it, gets the clear. And a huge game for a number of reasons, because if Astronic win here, they suddenly have massive confidence. And conversely, Pioneers sort of retreat into their shell and start the seeds of doubt start to flower.
Yeah, it is a mental game as much as it is a physical game. No doubt about it, but got to be locked in. Moments like these, and Inspire proves just that. On the beat from the sidewall, this will go across the face of the net. But Skill Steal can only watch in pain as they're not there in time, and certainly didn't expect Inspire to get all the way across to the net. But it does show a ray of hope for Astronic. That said, they need to take away this triple tap from Lewis P. They're unable to do so. What a brilliant goal from Lewis.
My goodness gracious, that was so good. And so the seeds of doubt that were flowering have just been stomped back into the dirt. Pioneers with a 3-1 lead. They can close it out here in Parc de Paris.
I think that Pioneers have no reason to doubt, but I feel like Astronic still have reasons to be confident. How do we only have 6 demos from Astronic? Is that really true? And 8 demos from Pioneers? Well, okay, we were right that there were a lot of explosions there. And I think that's part of what's helping Astronic, because it's putting Pioneers in disarray, right? You have to disrupt those top teams in the region. Otherwise, they'll pull off plays like that, like we saw from To Die For.
What I am liking, regardless of the result here, and honestly, it would you feel like Pioneers would have to choke to lose this series from here. Oh, just another look at that Lewis P finish there, just glorious. What I am loving is that, Astronic had quickly fallen out of the conversation by the end of Split 1 in terms of their relevance in the top 6, maybe even the top 8. But my goodness, in the last 2 opens, they have come storming in. And just that whole, from places 3 to 8, is a real fight, a real competition. Yeah, we're talking Crowcrows and Deathcloud, and they probably still hold those 2 positions after the top 2, but it is becoming so wide open. And seeing the performance of Astronic, whatever the result here, is just great for that ongoing battle.
They already have the chip on their shoulder that they're the one to take down Pioneers in GSL. And now they're giving them a worthy fight as well in this upper bracket matchup. It is very important from the lens of Astronic, but here at the Paris map in Rocket League, it is very much in the minds of Pioneers to not miss another step.
Yeah, well, for me, this very map was the turning point of the season after that 9-minute 45-second overtime against Five Fears, which they lost. So I don't know how much players really care about the map they on, or if they have a mental, or if they prefer one map to the other. But I know if it was me, I'd still be traumatized.
Oh, absolutely. Especially as the map just got released, and that has to be the memory burned in your brain about it. I am right there with you, but part of the mental game is putting that aside and playing what's in front of you. And Pioneers did a great job of doing that in overtime of the last one. Gonna continue that rebound here as they are able to get this one away from Astronic, but it looks like they want to bite back. Sweaty. Misses the reset off the ceiling. Lewis P fakes past one, gets past the next. He's on a scoring spree.
And this comes on the back of some fairly persistent pressure from Astronic. And Pioneers have absorbed that pressure and turned that around. And with the winner from Lewis P in the last game and that little play there, my goodness, I feel like Lewis P, okay. Oh, this is the second time Astronic have done this. I'm telling a whole Pioneer story, and then they come and equalize right off the kickoff. Look at this from Inspire, undoes Pioneers, and we are level. The point I was really trying to make is that if Lewis P comes back online, then the Pioneers' return to glory has a much better chance. Oh, skill steal! Can't get past to die for.
I was going to say, please continue it because Astronic are enjoying the fact that they might get another kickoff goal.
Oh, Lewis P!
I guess not. You wanted Lewis P to come online. You'll get it.
Yeah, this is good. This is good. He's such a good player, and I think he's been an unhappy camper for a little bit, and that's never a good time to be playing Rocket League at your best. And Astronic going to do this to me again while I'm talking about them. They are! They're going to level it up! They won't die!
All right, I refuse to talk about a play-by-play at this point. I have to see this continue one after the other. Unbelievable fashion. Just as we hope for, Astronic will not quit in this matchup. And Inspire, what a chance off the kickoff. Will we see this game settle?
Well, the only thing, is it a concern? It's a data point, is that Astronic have not won a game in which they went behind first. So they've struggled to overcome a lead from Pioneers. They've done quite well. Okay, never mind. Oh, I thought that was dusted, but the save makes my point moot.
It's Lewis P again, by the way, on that incredible pre-jump read for the save. Talk about having a crystal ball, especially when this is a player who has the highest ping. You have to make those measurements in your brain. Just the same calculations done on the goal line by Skill Steal and Devour.
Opportunity here, but the ball's pinched away, so it's going to give Pioneers a lot of time to regroup, reboost, and for Lewis P to do something wild and dangerous like this. It is out for now. Huge opportunity here. There's been a demo. The Nomad gets in the way only as far as Sweaty. Here comes Sweaty, another player that needs to get himself back online to die for. Will pick it up. That gets a little bit ahead of him, but he does keep the 50 and keep it there in the orange corner. And Astronic are still under huge pressure here, but for the time being, keeping Pioneers at bay, but only just.
Pioneers looked pretty jumpy on that attack, too. You saw Sweaty lunge in for a shot that he ended up late to. and not fashionably. I think it kind of devolved into Astronic transferring possession here and now finally getting a chance. But they're cut away by to die for. That quickness is tough to beat. A player like him, Lewis P, will accept the demolition. The drive challenge paying dividends. Double demolition as Astronic will not let Pioneers settle down.
And we've seen this from Astronic before. We've seen it from them a lot. Great at building the pressure. They've got to make this count now. They've got to overcome what was a Pioneer lead. They've done great work to make sure they level it up, but they want to take the win now because they have to win every single game from here on. From here to Champions Field, maybe now, floating awkwardly in front of net to die for, gets it at least into the corner, but the Astronic pressure not done. They will continue to press, continue to build. Sweaty gets it past one, but not past Inspire. Here he comes. He's bumped off the ball. He's still on it. Pass into the middle to die for, says Nine Dunker.
I feel like Pioneers are playing Frogger, the way that they just have to avoid getting run over on every single possession. It is about demo evasion. Or can they avoid a shot incoming from Skill Steal? Great idea. Lovely cross. Couldn't connect. Devour sends it towards the top corner. Another shot comes from Astronic. It goes the other way, and surely not. Not like this.
We made the comment all the way back, game 2 maybe, where Pioneers have shown how much they can absorb pressure. And it is absolutely devastating when you have so much pressure and you just can't score. You're like, surely now. And it really does open the door to exactly what we've just seen.
What a matchup that may not be done. 8 seconds, Astronic, what do you got? The pinch. Responded to by Skillstill. He's going to leave just for boost. He didn't see the chances, something that could result in a goal, so he goes back and Devour will keep that one alive, but it lands on the ground, and Pioneers fight and claw their way to a victory.
Yeah, I mean, look, in the end, it's a solid victory for them. It is 4-1, and in the what seems like the very, very long march that the Pioneers have to make to get back to their glorious open number 1 selves, they did what they had to do there, but it was it's almost like a very sprightly, a very good-looking Astronic team that challenged them. And ultimately, that may be good for Pioneers to face that kind of competition and overcome it. But either way, it does mean that Pioneers are in the semifinals.
Does indeed. Credit to them. They won this series 4-1. And as you said, they had to overcome challenges. It was funny, after the first couple games, we hadn't seen Astronic demo a lot. I'm saying, this is their bread and butter. Like, where are the demos? And they made up for it. The average demos is probably equal to what it usually is because it came through in tenfold. And that's just another obstacle. As I was trying to say, the Pioneers are just overcoming. They've got to avoid those demos. They still got to stay on the same game plan. And they've got to punish Astronic on the chances that they could, as we saw on that last goal. So through a formidable defense and maybe a peaking Lewis P as well, it is Pioneers with that win.
And Sam, they have...
Go ahead.
I was just going to say that the nightmare scenario of 5 Fears and Pioneers in the semifinals might be avoided for now, but it is still possible.
A nightmare for some, peak cinema for others. You know, one man's trash is another man's treasure. But as you said, crisis averted for now. Reminder to everyone, if you want to get involved, there is a way for you to do so. You might be watching this thinking, how could I ever get on a stage like that? And it all starts down below at that link, acgl.gg/RLCS. It's where you grow, it's where you improve, and it's where you meet like-minded RL individuals. So please do come and join the community. I'm sure they are looking forward to welcoming all of you. Now, let's chat about this matchup, because I mean, it's the conversation we've had quite a few times where we've talked about how Pioneers are showing that they do in fact bleed. And I think the fact that so many of us came in today with a prediction of Astronic are going to take at least one, some even saying Astronic might even win the whole thing. But KCP still managed to win it out at the end of the day. So, Rhino, as we look at that and as we kind of look forward towards the semi-finals, how are we feeling about what we've seen from KCP and how we expect them to perform over the rest of the weekend?
There is a really difficult position that KCP find themselves in that they need to prove themselves to us if we are going to believe for a second that they are going to be able to win the Open. Did they do that today? Absolutely not. Like, no disrespect to the way that they were playing, but Astronic were just at that level where they were able to make it so difficult for KCP. If you wanted to give credence to the idea that KCP are here to win this Open, you really needed to see that go in a 4-0, close to a perfect sweep. It wasn't that at all. Astronic proved their mettle. They were very good in that game, and they made a real game out of it. And just like we got told in the last Open by To Die For, Astronic do seem to be a bogey team for them.
It could just be their Achilles heel or their kryptonite, pick your favorite metaphor, but it does seem to be the case. However, still not a victory in top 8 where you could argue it counts the most. However, Astronic now will be dropping down. They're going to be playing against a Rounds who looked pretty good in the game earlier, Mark. I mean, I saw that face you just made. What's going through your head on that one?
I don't know what kind of face Mocked is making, but I could definitely impersonate him as much as possible. No, it's totally fine. I feel like this is Rounds' chance to really surprise because they've done so well to become that team that has really entered their form. I've talked about the comeback story of Onizuma. Renshiro is grinding to become this hero of the day. You keep mentioning it, Sam. That's been your pick of driver of the day. Maybe that's the momentum that it takes to topple the next team, but it's Astronic. It's one of the only teams that can make the top squad of the region bleed. So, man, that is a matchup that for sure I can't wait to see tomorrow.
Yeah, I want to jump in off the back of that because Rounds versus Astronic is already the game that I'm kind of pinning on my wall. Remember this one, because for a top 4 spot, there's so much history between those two rosters. Onizuma originally on Astronic this season, being replaced by Inspire and Astronic doing the run that they have. Onizuma, Marzi, and Renshiro playing against Astronic quite a few times over the last couple of Opens, and Astronic having Rounds number at every turn. It feels like tomorrow is such a big game for both of these organizations.
We're looking forward to seeing how that one is going to pan out. Folks, we are just getting ready for our interview. And since we have a little bit of extra time on our hands, GB, I know that the community is something that is very near and dear to your heart. So if you want to maybe expound a little bit on that while we wait, the floor is yours.
I'm amazed at when I'm playing Rocket League, and I say with no degree of shame whatsoever, I play a lot of Rocket League, but I'm always amazed at how many people I run into who aren't aware of the broader community, and there's no easy way in the game to find out about these things. So, whatever your interest in the game is, there is a community you can be a part of. If you're just a casual player but want to find other casual players to hang out with and play with, there are communities for that. If you have got your eye on being on this very stage, competing at the highest levels, there is a path you can follow. Communities you can be a part of to get coaching, to get insight, to compete with other people, to find teammates. So whatever you want to do, there is a community for you. And it is so important that we let people find out about these communities. And that's what this page is all about. acgl.gg/RLCS. Every significant community you can be a part of is listed there. What they are, why they might be right for you, and most importantly, how to connect up with them. So go and be a part of it. If you're brand new to the game or been grinding away for a while, there is a place for you. Come and hand.
Absolutely. Yes, please do. I think we're all kind of waiting with bated breath to see all the lovely new faces that are going to be getting involved and, of course, making a lot of new friends along the way. I do believe that our interview is just on the horizon and it's going to be an exciting one. We're going to have Sweaty joining us very, very shortly. So looking forward to kind of picking his brain a little bit and getting a little bit more of that insight. And as I say that, welcome, Sweaty, to the broadcast once again. Congratulations on the win. And
Thank you,
here
thank
I'm
you.
going to kick things off with, so we've heard from you guys in the past that you kind of feel like Astronic might be a little bit of like an Achilles heel, a kryptonite, so to speak, but you've got another victory over them in top 8 where it makes the most difference. So how are you feeling about this matchup and, you know, by extension, the rest of the bracket this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, Astronic, they always seem to play well against us. I think it's that have fun meta, I guess. I definitely think that they have proven themselves quite a bit. But yeah, it doesn't really matter if they lose the series now. It all matters tomorrow now. So I'd be interested to see if they keep that level up for whoever they play tomorrow. Like, that'll be very interesting. And
So
I
Sweaty,
guess-
oh sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say for the rest of the weekend, I think we're just taking it one match at a time, trying to have fun with it. It's not many regionals to be played left, so yeah.
So, broadcast people, talent like myself and Sam and Pyro and Macht and Rhino and Bromeo and all of, we are by nature drama hounds because we're looking for to entertain and to make things interesting to the people who are watching when the players are not on the pitch battling it out. And so we've had much discussion about Pioneers, how you started the season. You're looking fantastic in open number 1, and we're still looking good in open number 2. The wheels kind of came off. So we've been talking about that. It seems like Pioneers are like stuck and having a problem regaining where they were. What is the scoop on that? How are you guys actually feeling about your comeback this split with an eye on Paris and Worlds?
Yeah, I mean, I'm always gonna say we're feeling confident. Like, I can't not say that. But yeah, it definitely sucks missing out first major. I mean, we were so close. Like, it just wasn't meant to be, I guess. Then the first regional, yeah, it's a throwaway warm-up regional. We go next. Yeah, it starts now.
Okay.
If we win the last 2, then we make it. That's all that matters.
And then what I enjoyed about the series we just watched is it feels like Lewis P's kind of making a bit of a. There were shades of Lewis is such a good player, and I feel like he has not been at his peak, but seeing him in that series, it feels like he's on the cusp of the Lewis P we know. What are your thoughts around that and how he's doing?
Yeah, I mean, Lewis played great this last series, so it's always nice to be carried. It feels good. Keep it going, Lewis, every time, please. Yeah, I mean, Lewis playing great, so we're all confident. He feels most confident on his home setup. That's why he's in Spain still. And yeah, we back that. We're a team, so.
Well, despite that, he's
Good.
still, as we've said, absolutely showing up. Now, obviously, we didn't get to talk to you at the end of the last Open, so we didn't really get any insight on that one. And I'm sure it must have been rough with the way that it went. So what have the conversations been like in the last 2 weeks to kind of keep your spirits high coming into this weekend? Because obviously, and we got to lay it out there, it's everything on the line tomorrow. So like, how have you guys bounced back?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of top secret information. So
Okay.
I'll be keeping it close to my chest. But yeah, I mean, we don't have much pressure on us. Like, yeah, we got to win the next regional and the one after that. But I don't think anyone really expects us to win because the last regional. But yeah, it's always nice being the underdog. I prefer it that way. I'd rather be the hunter than the hunted.
Oh.
Okay, I like that. I like that a lot. Put it on a sticker. Thank you so much for joining us, Sweaty. Congratulations again on your win, and we look forward to potentially speaking to you again tomorrow.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Okay. They've gone from prey to hunter, and it might not feel that way, but it certainly is a twist that you could take on how things have gone recently. So we wait with bated breath to see how that is going to continue on. But for now, let's take a look at our bracket. We are 3 games into our day, and only 1 game remains. It is, of course, the undisputed top team in the region taking on those upstarts. Pyro, got your name right.
All right, there we go. Yeah, 5 Fears. They are apparently the hunter, and Bro Crocros are the prey today. But, Bro Crocros also coming into this matchup looking really solid. 2 sweeps on the day from GSL, including that matchup against Team E1, who we already saw put up a great fight today. So I think that 5 Fears are looking at that close Pioneers Astronic matchup thinking, okay, let's not underestimate our opponent.
Absolutely. Well, it is going to be an exciting one. We've seen what Brococros have been capable of over the last couple of opens, and it does kind of feel like they've been going from strength to strength. So, Rhino, what are we kind of keeping our eyes on here for this team? And do we think that they could maybe surprise a little bit today?
Yes. Yeah, sure.
Question mark?
It's tough. Yeah, there's a question mark there for sure. Look, I don't think anyone is disputing that the 2 South Africans on Bro Crocros are next up in the region. Ravi, an exciting young player, always looks really good when we get the opportunity, growing in mechanical ability day by day. And Jeff has been a bit of a revelation in that 3rd man position. He's been really good in the backlines for Bro Crocros, making them really solid and making it so that his 2 teammates can kind of go forwards. I mean, Stake is also doing a fantastic job at the back line as well, and kind of letting Ravi be that first man at the front of the line. But as far as is there an upset on the cards today, they are going to have to catch 5 Fears on a very, very bad day if that's going to happen, because we've already seen the way that 5 Fears play is unlike anybody else in the region. They just appear to be that extra level above, and there's going to have to be a huge step up from Bro Crocros if they're to match it.
Just a quick reminder, it did pop up briefly on your screen there, hashtag BCC or hashtag 5F. Let us know, Twitch, who you believe will be taking this series. We're going to get into our predictions in just a little bit, but got to get through a couple of things first. One thing that I did kind of forget, whoops, driver of the day. Remember to go and vote for that, because I've been on the Renshiro hype train, but Lewis P has started to make an argument for himself in that previous game. So go ahead, put your vote in, let us know who you think your best driver is, and of course we'll be announcing that at the end of the day. Now, getting back into this particular matchup, because you know what, GB, both of these teams, I think they both have players that could arguably be up for driver of the day by the end of this one.
Without question. And certainly if Bro Crocros go and win this, I think the entire squad would, take your pick, blind vote for one of the Bro Crocros as driver of the day if that were to happen. It certainly is there. But my goodness, 5 Fears have only lost 1 series this entire season, and that was all the way back in Open number 1. So, Bro Crocros, I hope they got up really early and had their cornflakes or whatever they need, because, any team coming up against 5 Fears at this stage of the tournament has got their work very much cut out for them.
Yeah, we'll see if they got it all this morning. Lots of time to figure that one out, but not lots of time left on this desk. So let's dive into our predictions for this particular matchup. We just finished with you, GB, so I'll let you just kind of keep rolling on through with this one. Who do you think is taking this series?
I know what I want. I want that clutch of teams from places 3 to 8 who are battling it out for who's better than who. I want it to be for the entire top 8. So what I want is Bro Crocros to deliver the upset of the season. But I don't think they will, and I think all my optimism is done for the day. So I think 5 Fears are going to take this.
That's a good time for the optimism to end at the end of the day. Perfect. Pyro, where are you putting things?
I've been following Five Fears the whole season, cheering them on. Why would I defect now? This team looks fantastic. Guns went from, he's in RLCS Grand Final, what can he do, to an absolute stunner last event. MVP performance in the Grand Finals. This team is on form. I think they'll blow through a win here in this matchup.
Rhino, any spanners to throw in the works here?
Oh,
Come on,
Robbie and
Rhino.
Jeff might be next up, but they are not up now. It is all about the Five Fears here in SSA, and I think it's going to be a sweep as well. I think it's relatively simple on this occasion. I would love, as GB said, to be proven wrong. I just don't think it's going to happen.
GB, did you... I can't remember. Did you also vote for a sweep, or did you at least give one to Bro Crocos?
I didn't give a score, but I do think that Bro Crocos will get two. I'm that optimistic that they're going to find 2 games here.
Okay, because I saw that Alt was in our little spreadsheet. Alt was the only one that had given them 1, because yours hasn't been filled in just yet. So I thought, oh, well, only one person having any sort of faith in this team. But nice to know that there is a little bit more faith to be had. Let's have a look and see where Twitch chat are putting things. Because if we remember, Twitch was a little psychotic last weekend. They were kind of crazy. Okay, we're back to some normalcy here. That there is a little bit of belief in Brocrocros coming through, but it does kind of feel like the Five Fears show. All right, I'm going to throw this one to you, Rhino. If you had to pick one thing that you think will be or could be the saving grace for Brocrocros that could potentially bring them into a scenario where they might be able to make this upset happen, what would that one thing be?
I'm going to say it's measured aggression. I'm going to say it's being able to challenge early and put Five Fears off of their game without overextending, without committing too many resources forward and getting caught on the counterattack. If they manage that really well, and they have done that historically, I think there's a chance.
Also, if Gun's PC catches fire while he's playing in his kitchen, I think that would go a long way to helping Bro Crocos.
Fair enough. Pyro, anything to add on to that?
Yeah, I'll add to the tally. Tekos is averaging an assist per game. You got to set your eyes on the guy that's carving out the lanes to score. Tekos and Snowy is my favorite duo right now in RLCS SSA. They have some beautiful link ups, and yeah, start at the stem. Keep your eyes on Tekos and what he's delivering.
Oh, fantastic. I love to hear it. All right. There's a little bit of faith and then there's exploding PCs. But again, it's all about what's going to happen here on the pitch. So, it looks like we might have a slight delay here. Just wait for some confirmation
Excellent.
on that one. Yeah, you know what? These things do happen, unfortunately. Online broadcast, what are you going to do? So hopefully we'll get that sorted out as quickly as possible. So I'll open this up to the floor. Is there anything that I didn't ask that you guys have been burning to make a comment on with regards to this matchup?
Ooh.
This matchup,
What's
no,
your prediction?
Oh, did I not give mine?
I don't
Bro,
know.
I
think
completely
so.
forgot. All right,
think
no,
you said-
you're right.
yeah.
I didn't. Well, 4-0 sweep for Five Fears as well, because, you know,
Sure.
that's the non-psychotic response, but fair enough. Sorry, GB, what were you saying?
No, I wanted to go all the way back because I wanted to give a shout out for a couple of things because we kind of glossed over it. Is that or it wasn't mentioned because our schedule's been incredibly tight today. But Stanislas, who played in GSL, a reunion team, has a 13-year-old and a 15-year-old in it, which makes me so enormously excited for the future of the game. But the Clays does become the youngest person to ever play an RLCS Grand Final. Sam, over to you.
Oh, there it is. Now we can jump straight into that hype chamber. We can talk a little bit more about that later on, but for now, it's the Prey versus the Hunter. And you know what? Only time will tell which team is which.
5 years continue their crusade across the brackets, the mantle of undisputed champions of the region resplendent on their shoulders. They have not been forced out of the upper bracket in either split so far, so Bro Crocos have a reputation set in stone to break today. Still, if any team could do it, it's the team touted by most as the third place in the region. How big is the gap between the best and the rest? That's what we're here to find out. We started off the day, and now it's the pleasure for myself, Altruism, alongside the wonderful Rhino to close it all off.
Altruism, we are here on the final game of the Saturday, and I cannot wait to get things underway. There is so much to talk about, as we already have done on the panel, about this specific series. Five Fears look to be the team to beat in SSA this season. They have been so far. However, of course, Bro Crocros, they are nipping at their heels, and you're just waiting for those two graphs to kind of intersect, where Bro Crocros look like they could be making their way up the ladder. However, of course, we are going to have to wait a little bit longer before we find out just how many rungs up that ladder they can go.
Because that's the big question, right? Is Greybeard kind of talked about it earlier, was the idea of we've got these teams fighting it out for third place, and we would love to see that close. So long of this series, we have, or for this region, we've kind of been sitting with one team at the top, or two teams at the top. But we are into the game. We have Bro Crocros versus the Five Fears, and right now, all eyes on Bro Crocros, who take off an amazing lead.
This is exceptional. Snowy trying to play this out of the corner, but played forwards by Stake, and Jeff just gets in front of Guns. There are very few players in SSA who can outspeed that young man, and Jeff has just done it, 1-0.
And even fewer with the audacity to try. That's the best part. Is even the one or two players who can normally challenge him know his reputation, and well deservedly so. But Jeff stepping up again, one of these young upstarts of our region that's joined in the last couple of years and has just been going from strength to strength. But that may be it for Bro Crocros right now. They've gotten their one goal up, and right now, in front of their own net, a bit of a precarious situation.
Yeah, but they managed to deal with it. This is now Tekos off the backboard. Looking to bring it long. Five Fears in a position they don't find themselves often in, is one goal behind. Stake now to try and bring it away. Drops it down on the ground. Now fakes another one out, but Guns is able to deal with it. Jeff on the right-hand side, looking to play a 50. A team bump between a couple of the Five Fears players. It does not matter. They make it work. Snowy from the pass off Tekos. It's almost like Pyro J knows what he's talking about.
What a pass coming out through there, and you can see the third man from Bro Crocros just baited into it, seeing the consternation, but gets punished, and that little slip pass towards the center. Snowy could not have had an easier shot to his life, and Five Fears going to be happy that they have now settled the nerves and brought this back into a little bit of normalcy, but the rest of the game still looms with 4 minutes to go.
Yeah, there is no team really outside. Oh my goodness, that's going to be just a double demo from hell for Five Fears, and Guns will finish the job. I can continue my point though, and that is the fact that there is no team outside of Five Fears or Pioneers who have more momentum coming into this weekend, because Bro Crocros went 3-0 in Swiss, and they swept their bracket in GSL yesterday. So they really haven't been challenged so far. You know, they had a couple of 3-1s in the Swiss stage, sure, but they were still pretty convincing. And then sweeping through the bracket yesterday, 6-0 in games on Friday. That does not happen very often for teams that aren't at the very top of the region. So they are playing their best Rocket League right now. They are unfortunately 2-1 behind, but they're going to try and bring this back now. It's not going to happen with Tekos cutting that path.
Certainly, the Bro Crocros side has just been going through an amazing change, a rebirth of their side, and it just seems like these guys coming together at the beginning of the season, no one really knew what to expect from them. We've seen them individually, but now seeing them come together, unfortunately, they're missing the center. 5 Fears is going to punish that time after time, and I mean, look at the awareness here, knowing Ravi was going up for that. I think there was even a little bit of a bump. Just check me if I'm wrong there, but Ravi with the audacity to push up that high when there was someone jumping.
Yeah, and this is where that experience comes in for Five Fears that Bro Crocros just don't have. They're going for a set play here off the kickoff. It doesn't work out for them, and actually Tekos is bringing that one down. They'll get met by Stake, and actually a few of the Bro Crocros players eventually Bro Crocros put boot on ball. However, yeah, Ravi as the third man there, he needs to play a little bit more patient. He knows going for that is going to discombobulate Five Fears, and if he's able to win that 50, it's going to be a real net positive, but it's not a high percentage play. It's not one that you look at and go, oh yeah, everyone's going to be going for that. I have a high likelihood of pulling off this play. Just got to pull that, rein it in a little bit in that moment, and Five Fears capitalize.
I like what you said. Those high precision plays, those high percentage plays are exactly what you need to beat a team like Five Fears. Just you can't afford to. That was a tense shot there coming out from BCC for a second. All three players were forced into it. But that's the thing. You got to be very, very careful and very guarded with your resources. We see a 2v1 right now. Stake keeps that nerves alive and actually comes out the better from it. It goes straight away into the attack, now finding some distance down the field. Tense moments there.
Yeah, very tense. Less than 2 minutes to go. 5 Fears still 3-1 up after a bit of a scary start to the game. They clearly have not lost their momentum, and Guns, well, he's just able to solo play this one through, takes it high, gets the reset, uses it right at the last moment, wins the 50. Thank you very much, 4-1.
Man, and that's the difference. You can see, like, where the rest of the teams, you're going, maybe we need to make 2 mistakes in a row. Here, it's just as simple as you don't clear it perfectly. There is going to be someone like Guns who's going to exacerbate that tiny little crack into a gaping chasm in your defense and make short work of it. And the series starting to loom, at least from the evidence of game number 1 and the small sample size, to be firmly in control of 5 Fears. And certainly, Ryan, it's got to be said, game number 1 almost completely wrenched away from BCC.
Yeah, it feels that way. 3 goals in a minute and 15. It might be 4 now. Tekos with the reset flick. Top left corner. 5 Fears. I mean, this is exactly what we expect from them. And I think it goes back to what the desk was saying a little bit. When we were predicting for Pioneers against Astronic, we gave Astronic a goal pretty much across the board. A game, sorry. You gave them 2. And as far as 5 Fears goes, one person has given Bro Crocos a single game. Sorry, that's 2. That's yourself and Greybeard. The difference, the disparity in these predictions just shows you the stock that we hold in the way that 5 Fears are playing right now. And frankly, how unbeatable we see them being.
You know, I'm actually glad you brought up the fact that I put predictions, or at least a game for both of our challenges in these 2 upper semifinals, is because they're all looking strong. They've got their moments that they can shine, but you'd think that it could come together for 5 minutes, right? Just something goes right. And we did see Astronic on a couple of attempts there in the previous series. They were, 4-1 up in a game that you would be like, okay, that's the game that we'd have prescribed to them. And I do feel like BCC has that in them as well. We're just going to quite comfortably say it's not game number 1.
I think we are. Yeah, 20 seconds for 4 goals. Team bumps definitely aren't going to help. I really do think this is going to be game 1 done, although 1 for the road won't hurt, and they will find it at the back post. The Spaniard able to finish the job. 7 seconds to go, 3 goals. Yeah, definitely not going to happen, but some confidence at least going into game 2.
And again, you can see everyone from Rokoko is like linking up there at the front, showing some aggression. It might be that mentality of if we lose by 4 or lose by 5, it doesn't matter too much. But having Jeff flying over the front there starts off a lot, and even looking for something towards the dying seconds. It's a nice sign from Rokoko that they're not willing to just GG out and go to the next game. They still wanted to test and find any sort of weakness that they could.
There are a few teams in that kind of top 6, top 8 position that are going to take games against the likes of 5 Fears and Pioneers incredibly seriously, rather than kind of go in expecting a loss. Bro Crocos are one of those teams, because they know if they have that mentality, that will serve them well in the long run, because they expect to be getting to Championship Sunday for many, many more SSA Opens to come. And so from that perspective, I would never for a second doubt the fact that Bro Crocos are looking at a game or looking at a final 30 seconds and going, it doesn't matter if we score or not. They are aware that an extra goal, that's something to take with them into the next game, is good for mental, it's good for, the team morale, it's good for communication, and it's a good test, right? You scored a good goal against this outfit. That's going to help unlock the door later and give you that key that you can use in the future. So good stuff from BCC. See if they can make the most of it going into game 2.
When I see a constellation goal or something like those late second academic things, where it doesn't change the scoreboard, I see it as making your opponents respect you. Because against a team like 5 Fears or KCP, these people that have been around for so long, I mean, we have come to know South Africa as a flavor of Rocket League. And a lot of it for our top teams tends to be extended periods of pressure. And that's something that BCC will be happy that they've been able to just check 5 years on. Just make sure that you are looking back at your own goal line, because we're going to be putting in some testing shots. And they managed to put in 6 in game number 1. How many can BCC muster here for game number 2?
Find out. Snowy on that near side. Actually, that's a clearance over the top. Is there someone back? Tekos just about gets through. Ball into the middle, cleared away by Guns. Blocked by Ravi, and now Jeff has an opportunity. Just took a little bit too long on that ball. Was rushed into the play, but now he's got control. Now he hits the backboard. Tekos reads it well, and Ravi can't control.
Oh man, that was a great pass down there, but the intercept just read it perfectly. Now this one up to Jeff, but still a little bit close to their opponents, and maybe this is something that a team who has met up here a couple of times, but is not quite used to the pacing after the weekend of success that they've had. That is such a nice long shot to test it down, but going to be a bit wider and game taken care of. But certainly being able to stand tall against someone like 5 years, calibrate your pace as the series goes along is a nice start.
Yeah, for sure. And we'll see again if they are able to maintain that level of consistency, which is a buzzword that we use quite a lot on this stream, but it's for a good reason. It separates the good from the great. If you're good for a game, that's cool, but if you're not good for a whole series, that's going to be a problem. And Bro Crocos need to be able to find that level where they are at, really good for that full 7-game series. And a little bit of miscommunication in the midfield is going to give 5 years an opportunity to break downfield off the right-hand side. Still an opportunity. No, the 50's won by Bro Crocos. Tekos tries to collect, but he doesn't have any resources. He might not need it. Wins the 50. Saved on the goal line by Jeff.
And this is the respect I was talking about, that 5 years is so far lacking a little bit from BCC. You can see turning at mid-boost with 12 boost and still wanting to be involved in the play and nearly getting rewarded for it is a big part of why 5 years was able to just hold their ground a little bit more and keep putting on pressure. And now BCC, led by Jeff, off their own backboard, trying to find some sort of distance down the length of the field, but it's being corralled, it's being caressed into the net time and time again by 5 years and no quarter given.
Yeah, and I do feel like it goes back to a specific phrase that I used on the panel, which is managed aggression.
Yeah.
You can't go all out all the time, and 5 years are aware of that. But Tekos, even though he has 12 boost, he understands the state of the game. He knows that if he turns on this ball right now, he's got 2 players behind him who are going to be able to sweep up. He knows that he's the closest to the ball, the most likely to be able to get a touch on that 50. So it just makes sense for him to go. That's that management, because if he's the last man in that moment and he takes that challenge, that is a much lower percentage play that he's going to succeed in. So 5 Fears have that locked down. They know what's going on. Bro Crocos, I'm still seeing a couple of plays where they're not managing that aggression. They're just being aggressive, and they either get found out or they don't.
Yeah, and that can come at any timing in your play, as we do see Pro Crocos taking a little bit of residency up on the other side. But over-aggression means diving into it. Oh, what a dunk! Steak! Through the air! Hope there's no vampires around, because this steak is lethal!
Yeah, this is beautiful. It's a miss from Snowy, really, that causes the problems. Guns wasn't ready for his captain to miss that ball off the corner. So the ball flies home, and Bro Crocos, just as in game 1, take the lead. However, we all know how game 1 ended, and it might just go back immediately. No, Tekos denied at the near post by Jeff.
I mean, that was as close as you could possibly want, but it's a nice breakaway, actually, all the way down to the other side. Now it's a pass towards the center, halfway between a pass and a shot, and neither of them going to find purchase there from Steak. BCC, they give away again what could be given as an optimistic opportunity there on the other side, but at least not investing too much, and a little bit more sign of your managed aggression that we talk about and we're hoping to see from BCC.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like I want to use that phrase all the time right now. Oh, no way!
No ways!
No way! It's not going to matter. They do get the equalizer, but if that had gone against them, I mean, Tekos getting the save onto Guns, but that bump from Guns is otherworldly and gives Snowy an easy finish. 54 seconds, 5 Fears managed to convert a potential blunder into a goal.
I mean, Tekos had no control over his positioning at that stage, but it would still have been a little frustrating there for Guns, and you can see him taking it out on the defender. And then there, oh my goodness, This seems to be more a failure in defense than something miraculous from 5 Fears. Let's take a quick look here.
Oh,
Yeah.
Jeff. Atoms
Yeah.
away. Millimeters. That is so close to being able to spark a counterattack down that side, but he just does not have the length of cart to be able to get to the ball. And that 50 win by Tekos is really going to cause some problems, but the clearance away. Who's waiting there? It's Guns on the halfway line, wanting the redirect. I love that he's going for it. That youthful exuberance we see from Guns to go for the absolutely incredible. And it comes off more times than not, so why not? That push over the top might go home. No, Jeff, back in time.
Yeah, you know what? You miss every shot you don't take, and Guns is going to try every shot that shouldn't exist. And that was how close he got as well. But it is a goal lead up for 5 Fears. Closer than game number 1, certainly. 5 seconds left. BCC on the wrong side of the field. Now need to hope for some miraculous pinch. Trying to keep it up desperately at stake. This is going to be just a quick tap down from Snowy to put paid to that. And 5 Fears, they continue their lineage of success as they take game number 2. Not as convincingly, but still it felt rather one-sided. I mean, those shot tallies kind of lend credence to that.
Yeah, 12-4. Goodness gracious me. But the on the other side, Bro Crocro is getting more demos than 5 Fears. Now, that does not happen very often. 5 Fears are known as one of the highest demoing teams in the region. The stats back that up. So the fact that Bro Crocros are still displacing 5 Fears with the efficiency that they are and not getting the results for it, it's just watching that again makes me cringe. But, you know, the fact of the matter is still there. They just aren't getting the victories that you feel like they should be getting from the aggression that they have. And that is off the back of 5 Fears' positioning being absolutely immaculate.
You know, there are still some mistakes coming out from 5 Fears, and we saw it a few times, whether it's they just don't finish it off and they've overextended slightly, and we see Bro Crocros take off on a counter-attack, or there's some sort of chaos in front of the nets that sometimes you're more lucky and grateful for than calculated. But the big question for me is Bro Crocros, I'm not worried about their mistakes in the defensive line. I'm waiting to see how many more times that they just give away those golden opportunities that are handed towards them. Those are the things that separate a great team, is being able to take every moment for everything it's worth.
Yeah, and 5 Fears do that. We've said it before, give them an inch, they'll take a mile. But that's a lovely pass. Ravi backboard, double no. He wasn't able to catch up to that ball as he played it off that backboard. Now 5 Fears marching back down the field, an extra touch across, but it's too heavy for a teammate. Now an opportunity for Snowy. Ravi sends it away.
Tekos fighting it out in the corner. Staker's actually found a really nice line up and over the top. Guns gets to it, but hard pressed. And I mean, this is another thing that we talk about when we look at 5 Fears. It's almost just part of the furniture when it comes to analyzing their plays, but the amount of efficiency that they get out of it, the fact that they come from their own backboard with 3 different touches and still cleared half the field for someone like Guns, and even looking for the redirect now. Also a heads-up play. But there's so much that they get done, and a lot of teams can't match them resource for resource.
No, they can't, but that's a shot, and it's a recovery from Guns that works out in his favor, able to clear down the line now and get in front of that second player too. Lead to some problems in the backlines for BCC. They break away from one. Tekos hunting for a demo, but there's no one present. Guns takes a shot. There's a bump on the goal line. Jeff, the Superman, to fly across the goal line and make the save.
Snowy and
Not
Broad
that
is
size.
always, but the shot, the placement is there. I mean, all 3 defenders between you and the goal here for Tekos, and you find that angle. Jeff, unfortunately, just not able to catch up to that ball, and you can see Stake was already rushing ahead, had full faith in the teammate. And faith in your teammate is good, but you gotta understand that they don't always have the read on it perfectly.
Yeah, and I mean, Tekos is one of the only players in this region who can make that read, right? Who could see that opportunity coming down from the ceiling. He gets a nasty 50 here, just delaying the challenge so that he goes low. The Bro Crocro's defender can't do anything about it. And all of a sudden, 5 Fears are 2-0 up. However, this is what I wanted to see in Away Ultraism, because so far Bro Crocros in this series have taken the lead in both games, and they've lost both games. So now 5 Fears are in the lead. Maybe it's time for Bro Crocros to turn things around, or maybe it just gets even worse for them. Yeah, maybe it's the latter.
I'm interested into what flavor your copium is at this stage. You seem to have a good supplier right now, but yeah, Funfi is very quickly draining that tank, I think, for many of the fears. As Bro Crocos, you could imagine they're going to get 1 goal, maybe 2 in each of the games so far, but so far 3, despite all the time ahead. Just feels like, okay, there's 1. The caster's curse has never been proven wrong, I'm just saying.
I believe it's actually scientifically being proven, much to Mark's dismay. But yeah, Snowy just not able to get to that ball. Shot with too much venom from the left-hand wall from Bro Crocro. So back now within 2, and that is much more manageable in 3 minutes and 10 seconds. So Jeff down the left side, looking to get BCC back in contention. Stake makes a little bit of a misread, but makes up for it. If there's a shot here, there's a chance to get back, and there is. Ravi brings BCC within 1.
My goodness, the vision of State to send this all the way down. And what's more, I keep using the word audacity for this Bro Croco side, and in fact lots of the players here, because what are you doing as third man going that high up? And it was there, it was open, it was perfect. And you know what's the best part about this for me, Rano, is that goal number 1 didn't inspire confidence for me for BCC. Goal number 1 didn't seem to me as a big constructed goal. That second goal was better, way better.
Yeah, absolutely. But now there might be a 4th on the board for 5 Fears. Snowy from downtown. And this is the third man press we've been talking about. All 3 5 Fears players in and around the Bro Crocro's net. But when it goes home, that doesn't matter. 4-2.
Oh, and everyone from 5 Fears getting involved. They were there, each with their own attempts, and that little challenge by Guns again in a dangerous position, or at least a very advanced position, an unexpectedly advanced position at least. It's enough to cause the pressure, and then taken all the way to the bank is this 4th goal. And once more, 2 goals manageable, but BCC continue to have work to do.
Yeah, absolutely. Ravi trying to get that work done, but with very limited resources, can't do so. The clearance away from Snowy. Ravi's next up. He catches beautifully. Reset, looking for the flick. Snowy is going to thwart that attempt. Now it's Stake. He gets immediately stuffed by Guns, so now it's Jeff off the left-hand side. Again, he's got nothing in the tank. He moves away from the bump, but he still can't get the play forwards. 5 Fears clear their lines, and really, in a nutshell, is what's causing Bro Crocos the biggest problems. By the time they're in the 5 Fears half, they are running very, very low on resources. Snowy having to save this one away. Ball out of the corner. Chance for Jeff off the backboard. Won't find the puck.
And like you say, most of the time your first phase of your attack is with the minimal resources. Now they've stayed around for long enough. Woo! I mean, that little skip pass coming out from Ravi off the wall here is glorious. In fact, goes for the bump on Snowy, creates a little bit of extra time, and Stake out of nowhere emerges victorious.
Really smart. Ravi, I think, wanted an extra touch there to maybe get the pass a little bit further on, but he adjusts mid-air because he is aware that Stake is right next to him. So he instead goes for the bump onto Snowy, who's the man who's going to go for that 50. And then Guns is left on an island because he's expecting Snowy to be able to at least get the 50, get a touch on the ball. Great work from BCC. Well crafted. It won't matter though. Snowy turns around. Every time Bro Crocos inch back towards 5 Fears, 5 Fears move away again, and they move the goalpost.
And I mean, it seems like 5 Fears is taking yards at this stage with every one of those steps. Is long distances, because 2 goals now with 70 seconds left is a far more daunting task against this 5 Fears side. Like you say, 3 goals is better than I would have given credence to for BCC, and it should have been enough. But once more, it's the defensive line just not being able to make enough of the saves, and Tekka is actually going to go through with style despite Guns' best attempts to steal this.
Yep, and that is going to be a rough one, certainly, as it's going to be 5 Fears winning game number 3. 55 seconds to prove me wrong, but I get the feeling they are not going to, as Tekos plays that one over to the sidewall. Jeff manages to pinch it far. There's no one over there from a BCC persuasion to make the play. Good 50 win from Stake, though. Spaniard looking to get the pass down to Ravi. He's not highest, and that will be 5 Fears able to clear their lines again and take some time off the clock.
lingering around here, looking for this two-phased approach that we talked about earlier with being able to get the boost that they need, and they use it so well. It was a great attempt, but Tekos more than man enough for that task right there and manages to get in the way. Still BCC linger, but like you say, it's kind of with every second that goes down, your hope diminishes. There's no more chance for them to bring back this game, and oh, you're going to suffer that at the end.
Yeah, 12 seconds to go, and 5 Fears get the go-ahead. It's a lovely play. It's a great pass. It's a good finish from Tekos. Can't take that away. But, yeah, it's pretty tough right now for the Bro Crows. And, listen, they have shown a lot in this game, right? To score 3 goals in a game against 5 Fears, this may sound like the Copium tank is still full, but genuinely, there are so few teams in the region that can do that. Like, you go back across all of 5 Fears games in this split. Let's not even talk about this open. The split as a whole, 5 Fears do not concede that many goals. And at this particular moment, you know, scoring 3 against the top of the region, there is at least things that you can take from that. There is still 1 game to go as well.
Yep. I mean, their shot tally has been respectable in every one of the matchups so far from Bro Crows. I'm not 100% sure what it was in the last game, but I think it was still about 4 or 5. So, like, I enjoy seeing that. Is you're making your opportunities, you're getting yourself out of the dire situations and putting pressure on your opponents. Those are the big key moments that you're talking about that we love to see from one of these challenging teams. I think this is just a highlight of how good 5 Fears is right now, how well they're playing as a unit, and the depth of individual mechanics for each of them is sublime. And it's exactly what you'd want to see, this sort of definitive victory from your ambassadors of the region.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you got. And it's kind of what I talked about after the Pioneers game as well, is the fact that, you know, the Pioneers game was not convincing. It did not look like they were that team that are right at the top of the region. 5 Fears do indeed look like that team. There is going to be a timeout taken from Bro Crows. Would I have liked to have seen that taken a game earlier? Maybe, but here we are, all right? They're still taking the timeout, and they still believe there's a way back. The reverse sweep is alive.
That's the secret, right? You store up all of the timeout energy. It takes in every loss that you've had before, and then it pushes you forward. So being able to, like, try and rely on that for the next 4 games, optimistic certainly, but I do think it's good that they took it. At least, you know, don't just throw in the towel and be like, okay, we're done. We're coming back tomorrow anyway. It's fine. Let's actually sit and think about this when you've got your opportunity against the best in the region. And I do really want BCC to take a game. I think that they're there and thereabouts. I mean, they were so close in a couple of these attempts. But here we go. The last gasp effort.
Yeah, it does feel like that, doesn't it, a little bit? That last gasp, that final moment where you're trying to, you know, get things over the line and get things going. You've run out of ideas during the game, so now you try and time out to kind of put 5 Fears on ice. The problem is, well, 5 Fears aren't going to mind too much. They're not necessarily the most momentum-based team, so if you put them on ice, well, they're still going to come at you with mechanics and plays, and a passing play off the kickoff just like that proves my point.
Adapting so well. I mean, we see 5 Fears slowing down. Not at all. Not at all. Not even a little bit.
Yeah, so that's Ravi off that left-hand side. Tekos, oh my goodness. That is ridiculous speed to be able to deal with that. And there's a third man back in the goal line that can't really do too much. It's just... Like, what do you even do in that situation? Like, you know, I'm scratching my head here trying to analyze what BCC maybe did wrong, or were they misplaced? The only position where they were misplaced is if they don't put 3 people in the goal. And because that's what 5 Fears just find a gap every time they're given the opportunity.
Yeah, the replay review of that is, what the heck did Tekos just do? Okay, don't let him do that. Whatever that was, let's just know that that's not a calculation. And you know what, we'd expect 5 Fears to be getting a goal or 2 just from pure individual skills. And you know what, we'll give it to them. That's what they deserve. 1 goal, though, not the entire game. And the big problem right now for BCC is the fact that they haven't seen what the other side of the field looks like for what seems to be the entire match.
Yeah, that's not nice either. Tekos, right side, pass middle, looking for the bump, but actually not on the same page there for a change with the 5 Fears. Guns just absolutely takes out 2 players there as they go forwards. Stake, nice redirect, but again, first up is a 5 Fears car. Now, Tekos, with limited resource, is going to try and get back to this defense. And 5 Fears, when they are in that defensive shape, they're so hard to break down. BCC are finding that out right in front of them.
Yeah, and I mean, this is again just a restriction, a war of attrition, it seems, against this BCC side, who arguably has done well to be able to keep up their boost reserves. They're always looking for the push forward, but I mean, immediately turn back towards their side, draining that tanker Stake to be able to make that save. And it's still not the threat taken care of. It's still 5 Fears lingering around and looking quite comfortable to extend their vacation for as long as they need.
Yeah, certainly. Now Ravi, reset, trying to keep up with this play, but as soon as that ball just goes a little bit away from your bonnet, there will be a 5 Fears car waiting to try and take it away from you. Back post, junk down, no, not going to happen this time for Tekos. But I'm sure he'll have a few more opportunities before the game's out. Guns into the middle, Jeff sends away. Snowy bringing it forwards. Stake goes low to make the save. Now Tekos bumped away, which means they can get back into the play and make the save. Just under half of this game has already gone by. And 5 Fears, I don't think they've lost the ball for more than maybe 80% of this game.
I think it's generous to actually give BCC up as much as 20%, as we see an infrequent foray into the orange side there for a second. Jeff trying to find something, but just half a step behind when it comes to that dribble, and gives away that possession immediately into attack is 5 Fears, and looking great. Coming off the roof here is Tekos!
The Magic Man from Spain does it again. Left side, over the top of Jeff, takes it through, and then takes out the remaining 2 defenders. I mean, it's just Tekos. But the problem is that just Tekos, in quotation marks, is a monster in the region. Stake has completely gone by. BCC are checked out of this one with 1:50 to go. 3-0, game done.
And this is it, the unforced errors. As long as you are making those more than once per series, it feels like at this level, you are not making it to that grand finals. And this is the differences. Pro Crocos, they get punished immediately as soon as there's any lapse in judgment. And I mean, right now, that was the most obvious example of an unforced error, but there have been enough inefficient touches or slight misreads that just, you get the touch, but it's not what you wanted to, and that's enough.
Yeah, absolutely. Stake actually getting a fake, but won't matter too much at this moment with Snowy coming across and cleaning up. Now Ravi knocks it forward. Stake favorite to this ball. Double touch potential. No. Just can't catch up to it. Doesn't have enough boost to work with. Now on this left-hand side, Guns out of the corner looking for the redirect. No. Jeff bringing it away. Ravi backboard. Chance here for Jeff. He moves away from the play. That's a very intelligent fake there from Jeff off the left-hand side. Makes 5 Fears completely confused, and Ravi has an easy finish, really. 3-1.
Easy for these guys, certainly. It's still a tricky angle, but like you say, Jeff has been an element of chaos today, where he's jumping for things and just putting 5 Fears a little bit on edge, and the confidence that he goes forward with there makes it seem like he's trying for some shenanigans. He had no shot, but he does enough without even touching the ball to put the 5 Fears back. 1 minute left, still a tough ask. BCC have gotten a glimmer of hope, though.
I mean, that word glimmer is doing a lot of heavy lifting for you there, Ultrarism. Certainly is, down the left-hand side. I mean, a goal here really would put the cat amongst the pigeons, but unfortunately there are no cats to be found as Snowy into the middle, looking for the pass back. That extra touch, just able to find it still. 20 seconds remain. There is maybe one for the road. No, Ravi makes the save, and it's cleared off the line. 15 seconds to go. There just isn't enough time, Ultrarism. This series is donezo.
Oh, the belief. Nope. Stake towards the center. Something with the miraculous kickoff attempts. No, the timer. It ticks down. The inexorable end of the upper bracket. And 5 Fears, they go to Championship Sunday without dropping anything really of note. And I mean, what a showcase of what it means to be the best in the region. 10 shots there, finally restricting Brococos down to 2 and just pushing them onto their back foot in the most, I don't want to say decisive in terms of scoreline, but certainly it felt like in terms of possession.
Yeah, sometimes it's just the eye test, isn't it? That you base whether a team was dominant or not on. And I think if you look back again, and I'm going to talk about the Pioneers game because I feel like it's a good storyline thread. You know, in the Pioneers game, the stats probably do look quite in favor of Pioneers across those games, but they didn't look like they were the better team. They didn't look like they were really taking it to Astronic. In this game, 5 Fears, the stats are going to back them up, but the eye test is as well. They were the better team on the field on the day, and they walk away with a 4-0 sweep.
And I think one that they can be very proud of right now. It's exactly what they wanted to. They probably won't even be jubilant about this. No extra levels of happiness. It's just this is the job that we came here to do, and that's a different mentality that'll carry you through. But we're bringing the rest of the panel now because no surprises there, I think, to many.
Depends who you ask, I suppose. We had some interesting predictions, but ultimately, yes, it did go the way I think on paper we all kind of expected it to. So there it is. That's going to be 5 Fears, of course, locking themselves into that next round of the bracket, the semi-finals, ready and waiting for them. But, you know, for Crocos, they now have to take on Synthesis tomorrow. Synthesis have been looking pretty darn good. We've always had a lot to say about them, but, you know, Rhino, it really does feel like maybe Synthesis are starting to make an argument for themselves.
It does, and the Bro Crocos that we saw today versus the Synthesis we saw today, that would be a very interesting matchup. Is that the matchup we're going to get tomorrow? That's going to be what we need to find out. But seriously, based on the performances of both teams, I really think that's a tight affair that is going to take a lot of breaking down to figure out who's going to be able to take it.
And let's talk about this for a second, because Brococos, I mean, I heard you guys saying it in the cast as well, to have taken some rounds off of 5 Fears, and it's an argument we've made for other teams in other opens, taking rounds off of KCP, taking rounds off of 5 Fears. You know, GB, how much stock do we put in this? We've kind of constantly said Brococos are on the up and up. Are they kind of getting close to that ceiling where we kind of hope for them to be in the future?
No. And not because of them. They're great. Death Cloud are great. Stronic are great. Rounds are great. Synthesis is looking good. But there is a hard cap. There is a hard ceiling at the top of this region, and that ceiling is made up the outer layer of the Pioneers and then the foundation by the 5 Fears. And there is no breaking through it right now. What has to be done to do that? I don't know. But we've seen it time and time again. Outside of Pioneers and 5 Fears, this is as far as any team gets.
Yeah, it is a little bit sad, you know, we come off of this victory and we look at it and we go, wow, it's you know, what we expected. This is the 5 Fears. And there is a comfort in that, I suppose, particularly because we've been talking a lot about KCP, who were the undisputed best, and kind of how they have maybe backslid a little bit. And that's part of the story. The other part of the story is 5 Fears looking so good. But there is comfort in that reassurance of this is still the best team, and they haven't started to backslide. They are still looking absolutely phenomenal. And that's what we want when we want to be competing on the international stage. We want to be sending the best possible team that we can be. Now, I do believe that our interview is just about ready. We're just getting that sorted out. But I will say that there's a little bit of a bait and switch here. I was very excited to be chatting to Tekos, but we will be graced by Guns once again, who, you know what, to be fair, he's a great interview just in and of himself. So looking forward to seeing what he has to say. But, I mean, seeing how well 5 Fears is doing, you know, what does that really... What kind of feeling does that instill in you as a member of the SSA region?
They are the flag bearers, in my opinion. Is however well they do, the rest of the teams are going to follow. And we've seen this for the last 4 years, 5 years of Rocket League in the region. Is we need someone for everyone else to chase, and it's so every time they do well is a great sign for me. Yeah, no one else is getting close to them, but they're not supposed to right now. Like Greybeard says, there's supposed to be this chasm, and these guys are should be looking towards the rest of the teams at the world stage and at the Paris major stage, not at the teams behind them.
Absolutely. All right, there you go. Our interview is now ready as I hear it. So I'll hand this over to our some of our panelists to take you through the interrogation of guns.
How's it going?
Hey.
Well, I guess my first question is what happened to Tekos? We were supposed to be seeing him. We got debated.
Now you see, man, like you got to keep like special things for special days, you know. Like tomorrow might be the day, you know. You'll see him.
So that means that today is obviously not a special day, right? I mean, this is just a run-of show for you.
I mean, it's just business as usual, you know. Like it's just how it goes.
All right, well, very simply, my opening question, well done. You did exactly what everybody expected you would do. So how are we feeling? Is there a sense of complacency about it, or just sheer confidence and positiveness and unshakable certainty that you're going to be having this interview with us around the same time tomorrow?
I mean, you can't not be confident, you know, but like, I mean, tomorrow is like a big day. I mean, the nerves are going to come out for us and Pioneers. Like, I mean, if they don't win this, they also screwed. So, I mean, tomorrow might be a nervy day. You never know who you'll see, but you won't see me if we win.
Okay. Well, yeah, we're going to hold you to that. By the way, though, as it goes over to you, Alt, I just have to say, this is the best you've looked on camera, by the way. The background, the camera, the lighting, everything's fabulous there. Well done on that.
Yeah, thanks. I changed my room around because they redid my floors. So
the rest of our interviewers, please take notes. This is what it looks like to be a beautiful professional broadcast. Okay, talking about now the rest of the series, because we're just chatting about it on the panel. There has now become this obvious hierarchy. You guys are sitting comfortably at the top. KCP have dropped now to the next step, we could say, and then the rest of them kind of disappear. Aside from just experience and playing hundreds and thousands of hours, what is it that the rest of the teams really need that are lacking that you guys seem to have pretty much figured out?
I don't think there's like a set thing like that we do differently. I just think like, us three, we just really just want to win. Like, I mean, I'm always a very competitive person. I mean, we all know Snowy, you know, like he's the front runner of South Africa, you know. And then Tekos, like from last year, I mean, he didn't win a single regional, but now he's like he's winning most of them.
All of them.
So yeah, not all of them. We lost the first one, but and then CPZ, like I don't know. It's just we all like-minded. We all want to win. I mean, we all know the storyline between me and Snowy. So I mean, we look past that. Maybe you need to be enemies to lovers to win. You know.
I love that. And so it does kind of bring up the question of your personalities, because all of you arguably, and I'm going to say this in the nicest way, are very strong personalities, right? You're all super driven to win, and that competitive nature can kind of overlap the kind words sometimes. I know CBZ personally, and he's also one to give it kind of straight down the center. What does it mean in a more tense situation, a grand final, something like the Worlds? How do you guys just keep that sort of aggression and keep it unified as a team?
I mean, honestly, we don't it's like in our team, we don't really sugarcoat things. Like if someone's doing something, we're gonna tell you like you're doing this wrong or this wrong. I mean, we might have some disagreements, but like whatever is best for the team, like we'll try that, you know. And for personalities wise, like I mean, we have our ups and downs, but like 95% of the time, it's smooth sailing. It's only like in scrims we get a little bit agitated sometimes.
So let's say it all goes according to plan tomorrow, and you win, which means you've got Worlds and Paris locked in. How do you approach open number 6? You're going to chill and thrill, or is it now about getting that cash?
Now, you see, like I could tell you the real reason, but I don't know if I should, you know. Like,
go.
If we do,
real reason, please go.
if let's say if we do win tomorrow, I mean, I really want to go to Cape Town to see this one girl and to see David, or To Die For. So, I mean, I just want to see all of them, like Tristan, To Die For. There's so many people. Snoozy.
You better mention Nitro.
Nah, Nitro's in Joburg.
Oh, Nitro's
Like,
in
I can stay
Joburg,
in
of
Joburg.
course.
You can stay in Joburg. Yeah, I mean, like, just going to Cape Town. I mean, hopefully. I mean, depends if my teammates shout at me, but, you know.
Okay.
So is that an actual take a vacation, not just like take your setup down there and play from a slightly more unfamiliar situation? You're just out.
I mean, no, I will play. I definitely will play.
Okay.
But like the first regional, I feel like I'm a little bit cursed because I feel like if I play in Cape Town, we're gonna lose. But like, I mean, yeah, I mean, I'll see. I mean, I'm on that wife grind, you know, like happy wife, happy life,
Wow.
you know.
Wow. Go in there with your Rocket League trophy carrying. It's 100% foolproof pickup lines, but we wish you all the best for tomorrow, just for your dating life, if nothing else then. But well done for today.
Yeah, appreciate it, guys. Have a good one, yeah?
Cheers. See you tomorrow.
Guns is very quickly becoming my absolute favorite interview. He is just such a vibe. He comes with the craziest lines. I mean, we went from the discovering the power of friendship to now it's the enemies to lovers storyline. He is so entertaining and it's always an absolute pleasure to have him on the desk. So thank you so much, Guns, for joining us. And as they said, good luck in the rest of the weekend. Now, let's talk driver of the day. I am still leaning on Renshiro. I'm gonna be perfectly honest with everyone. Does anyone in the class have any other thoughts about a driver of the day?
For me,
Lewis P was pretty good.
I'll go through all of them. Renshiro, Devour, Lewis P, Tekos. One from each team. Those are my drivers of the day.
Yeah. No, Devour was a shout. He did the most despite all obstacles. All right, but let's find out who actually was the driver of the day, because there can only be one and we don't get to decide. It's the viewers who pick that one. So here we go. Yeah, drum roll in your mind. Yeah, it's Renshiro. There it is.
There we go.
I mean, everybody had some great performances. Let's not kid ourselves. But Rhino, it really felt like Renshiro was kind of head and shoulders today.
Look, I think it's fair to say we've been waiting for Renshiro to arrive on the main stage. Certainly the guys at the Rounds team stream, it definitely feels like he is the man to carry the Rounds flag. And he got that recognition today. He stepped up in the moment when it mattered, not to discredit his teammates, because of course Onozuma and Marzi played their part, but when you need a man to get you over the line, to get that goal in OT, to be the clutch that you desperately need, Renshiro is the man you call, and he stepped up to that today.
Fantastic. Well, we're looking forward to seeing who's going to step up tomorrow, because yes, folks, that does bring us to the end of our day. And what a day it has been. Some incredible Rocket League action. My prediction stonks are through the roof right now. Things are really just looking up, both for me and for the teams competing here in SSA. But let's wait until tomorrow to find out, will 5 Years actually be heading over to Paris and Worlds, or will KCP have something to say about the matter? We will be live, same time, same place, Twitch, and of course, Supersport channel 210. So please do come and join us. Have a wonderful rest of your evening and a wonderful Easter weekend. And we look forward to seeing you tomorrow night.
The Rocket League player base in South Africa, and more broadly, sub-Saharan Africa, is growing. Whatever your interest in the game, there are communities you can be a part of. From casual players just looking for a way to play the game and hang out, to those with an eye to becoming professional Rocket League players, there are people you can connect with and get the most out of your experience. Schools Rocket League is exploding, with more and more teams signing up for competitive leagues. To explore these communities and connect with them, visit acgl.gg/RLCS.